Money. Give me money. Nice. Leftist, leftist, leftist. Who's a leftist? What is a leftist? What is a leftist? What's a leftist? I hate communism. I hate communism and Marxism. I hate communism and Marxism. I hate it. I hate it. Get those communists out of our government. Totally. Oh my god. Yo, King Trump is in the building. King Trump is gonna kill it. King Trump is gonna bring back the golden age of America. King Trump is gonna do it. Yeah, King Trump is the best. I love King Trump above the rest. King Trump is like God. King Trump is no fraud. They want to use lawfare to take down King Trump, but he does not care because he's King Trump. He's so powerful and ultra. He flies in the sky like Kim Jong-un. The power you can't deny. He only golfs perfect games. That's a hole in one. He's gonna start a war with Iran and kill our sons. Trump, Trump, Trump to Trump to Trump. What the hell? What was I live? Did the stream just start? I recorded my rap, right? I better have recorded my rap. Did you guys hear my rap? Did you guys hear my rap? I just rapped. Did you guys hear my rap? That's upsetting if you didn't hear my rap. I don't know if I started the stream yet. I don't know if you heard my rap. Did you hear my rap? Did you hear my rap? Did you hear my rap? I was rapping my butt off, dude. I was rapping my butt off to make sure you heard the rap. And now no one heard the rap, dude. I don't think my stream started early enough to hear the rap. Did anyone hear my rap? I'm live. I'm not late. Did anyone hear my rap? You heard my rap? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Whew, I thought that was wasted. Okay, like, sub, call in. I'm gonna be amazing. Okay, here we go. So, I am unsettled today. I am very unsettled with the state of America. God bless America. I don't like Nazis, but I do love Mr. Trump. Okay. No. Here, call in. Like. Sub. There you go. How are you guys doing? How's America feeling? Any good news today? I heard Chuck Schumer went on a tour. Kyle Trump. Here. Call in, like, sub. There you go. I want to talk about... I feel like I'm just going to make my thing racism today. Racism. I love racism. Ooh, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. I have to put one more thing on my screen. Here, let's take that off. And then we'll put another text bubble in. Judge is mad. Prove you're not racist. Am I on sub-only mode? No, I'm on anyone can chat. You met your favorite baseball player. Catch you later, Cam. Hope you're not busy too long. Are Trump voters racist? Okay, so I have this right here. Prove you're not racist. I think this is a good way to get people on your side, is to just call them racist. That's what the kids are saying. Yes, wait. I don't know if people want to call into the show anymore. They can't really defend much of what's happening. I have to start making films, motivational films and speeches, because I don't know if the call-in streams will get people. Everyone's too scared to back up their God King. Prove you're not racist. It's gonna be my new show idea. Is prove you're not racist. There's a couple stories that happened today that are insane. I was gonna make a longer like a little scripted talk about this one thing that happened with the one guy, with the one immigrant guy. But oh yeah, this right here, by the way. I was talking to my friend the other day about fascism, and we saw drones in China, and I said, wow, these coordinated drones can do a pretty light show, but I bet they're going to use it for fascism eventually. Like, eventually they're going to use all these drones to make a big image in this guy of a dictator, okay? I told my friend they're going to use drones to make an image in the sky of a dictator a couple days ago, before I saw this video. By the way, this is surpassing North Korean levels of propaganda, or it's at least meeting. This is North Korea propaganda. It's the same propaganda North Korea would use, maybe more intense, honestly. Better funded, but the same strategies, same words. There's Trump on Mount Rushmore, of course, baby. Imagine you look in the sky, you hear RoboShop, beep. You are now being surveilled. You are now being surveilled. And it's a big picture of Trump in the sky with a bunch of little drones. There's going to be a drone to follow every American. You see Hungary passed their new anti-gay law, and now you can no longer have pride flags in public, or you get jailed. And it's now legal in Hungary to use facial recognition technology to find people and track them. And JD Vance said he wants to model America after Hungary. So again, killing more constitutional freedoms. Awesome. Liberator of hostages. Well, America's taking hostages right now. What is this right here? What is this? I'm kind of defenders of freedom. Is that Israel? Is that Israel? I think it is. I think it is. Thank you, President Trump. Literal North Korean propaganda. Literal North Korean propaganda. Very intense North Korean propaganda. Anyways, Trump voters, prove you're not racist. Prove you're not racist, please. Are you racist? Step right up. We got some racists. You want to call in if you're racist? If you're not racist, prove you're not racist. Call in. Prove you're not racist. Let me know how not racist you are. Please, please, please. I want to know how not racist you are. Please. I want to talk about some constitutional freedoms. I want to talk about some American freedom, dude. Well, I mean, like, you know, Joe Rogan is now questioning the Holocaust. So, I mean, if Joe Rogan's questioning the Holocaust, that means your friends are. I mean, that means the people that you drive with in public or that drive next to you in public are questioning the Holocaust now. Thank God. Thank you, Joe Rogan. I love Joe Rogan. Thank you for that, Joe Rogan. I'm so happy Joe Rogan has people questioning the Holocaust now. How are you not racist? Yeah, I want to talk about racism today. I really want to talk about racism today. Please. Yeah, it's a free call. You can call in. Yeah, there's no one else talking right now. Just call in. It's super easy. It's a fun time. The JFK files. I'm gonna be like CNN and cover the JFK files. Let's see. So Donald Trump released the JFK finals. Trump released the same JFK files that Biden released. That's awesome. That's awesome, bro. I'm so happy that Donald Trump is lying to his... I mean, that's the good part, too. Trump is proving, like, he can hide the JFK information. He can hide the Epstein information, you know, because he's probably, you know, in the Epstein information. But my least favorite part of the new Trump era is that we're learning very... I see people saying, like, where is the deep state? Why is the deep state letting all this happen, bro? Why is the deep state letting us kill USAID? And why is the deep state, like, letting Trump do all this? And it's like, bro, maybe the deep state you're all talking about is not some big conspiracy. Maybe it's not. Maybe some people make mistakes. Maybe some people work in different departments over time. Maybe some people just like do a job. You know, maybe it's not some huge nefarious deep state. Honestly, the deep state is probably who you voted for. If we're gonna be honest about deep state and about people who are not public facing, you probably voted in the deep state in 2024. To be honest, the deep state just learned how to get a bunch of dumb voters on their side by weaponizing race issues and social issues. Like, if you live in a reality where Elon Musk is not the deep state, you have to chill. You have to chill. Elon Musk is not the deep state. You know who is? George Soros. George Soros is the deep state. George Soros gave money once to a campaign in a state once. What is Elon saying about... Oh, the freaking... Yeah, that's the funny... Oh, man. Tesla stock is still going down. That's really cool. After hours. Dang. Wow. Even after hours is collapsing a little bit. It's cool. What is this a picture of? What is this picture? What are these symbols on the car? I don't recognize these symbols. I don't know where they came from. Does anyone know what these symbols are? This is a real picture, by the way. This is real. This is a very real picture.
This is Jared Mason. I'm calling in to speak on your podcast about your claim that Trump hates America, and to prove you wrong. I'd be more than happy to debate with you on...
Hi, I'm trying to call a number that I see on YouTube, and I just want to tell you I enjoy your program. Thank you. Thank you for standing up for right.
Bro, call me back. This is Eagles fan, man. You're not making no sense, bro. You act like you've got all this information like more than we do. It's like we all have the internet. We all watch the news. We all watch our own media outlets. We all can fact check by just researching and looking online. We all can go outside and
bro, your research is probably the Joe Rogan podcast.
See egg prices go up. All this.
Yes, research is seeing egg prices and gas prices change. That's what research actually means. That's research. That is research, bro. That is definitely what research is, bro.
Shit we're talking about on the chat. Let me call in and let's have a real debate, because you sound like you're just stuck on the left side and you don't actually see how a tariff or essentially stopping the bleeding is going to help in the future. I mean, that's what Trump's trying to do. He's trying to stop.
By the way,
we're constantly
this
giving.
This is a voicemail. If you need to talk about economic policy or tariffs or whatever it might be in terms such as fundamentals or stopping the bleeding or get your head in the game, if you're going to use like sports cliches and a bunch of slogans, you don't understand what's happening. You just don't understand what's happening. And that's fine. You know, I know a lot of policy because I have studied policy for many years of my life. Okay? If you're going to use things such as stop the bleeding, bro, you got to stop the bleeding, you don't know. You're being told what concepts to believe in. You don't understand how these things actually work, and that's fine. That's completely fine. Just don't act like you know. Like, don't get false confidence because someone you trust tells you it on a podcast. You can't trust that. My fellow Americans, like, chill. Make sure you drop a like on the stream. Drop a like so we get in the algorithm. Hopefully get a caller here at some point. Since we're not getting any callers, I gotta find a video to watch, though. Any good videos today? I don't want to watch any videos because it's so painful watching these dumb... I could do Asmongold. Nice, dude. This is awesome. Chuck Schumer was out here today. Okay, let's look at the Trump supporting arguments in chat. Thank you. Okay, so Trump equal GOAT. I think TDS syndrome guy liked the butt stuff. Definitely does. Trump train. The debate never changes every time I stumble into this live. It's always the same dismissive behavior. Actually, no, if an adult calls me, we have a good conversation. We have a great conversation. I'm allowed to shit talk. I don't want you to get your feelings all hurt. I know you're a little sad about that. But if our president can call Canada an enemy state and disgusting to work with, and then compliment Russia, then I can be mean to you in chat and you can not cry about it. If our president can disappear innocent people to death camps in El Salvador, then yeah, I can be mean to you when you're in my YouTube chat. Of course I'm allowed to be mean to you. Why would I not be able to? It's my amendment right. Okay. JD Vance got 2. JD Vance is a +2 favorability right now. Hell yeah. JD Vance was on TV arguing that multiculturalism is killing society. That's perfect. I love it. You question, like, how did the Nazis do it? And you're like, okay, well, people just believe them. People just believe them every step of the way. You know, if only Hitler had Joe Rogan, it would have been way quicker. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yes, dude. Yes.
Yeah, it turns out when you take away people's, what the money they're receiving fraudulently, they get very upset, and they basically want to kill me because I'm stopping their fraud, and they want to hurt Tesla because we're stopping this terrible waste.
I'm sorry, Elon Musk has not given one piece of evidence. If there was a serious case of fraud where someone's getting money from the government that they're stealing, we would know about it. Elon would talk about it. He would show you. He's lying his butt off. He's been looking really rough lately, by the way. He's been looking terrible. His net worth is collapsing because of the Tesla stock, and people are really selling off. I mean, maybe people will buy back in. I don't know how the stock market works. I know numbers go up and down, but still, regardless, what Musk is saying right here is wild. It's wild. And people just trust there's waste, fraud, and abuse because, I mean, there is waste, fraud, and abuse in government. Of course, there is in every system. But people take his, the optics of that. They trust Elon Musk because he lies to you like a sociopath, and they don't know how government works. And the people that do know how government works, like me, I'm not going to be on Joe Rogan. I'm not going to be a billionaire. I just sound like a whiny liberal on YouTube. So you're not going to listen to me because you have to, I don't know, I have to play Fortnite and show you like a train Subway Surfer game for you to listen. So it's really difficult to combat this kind of misinformation, bro.
And corruption in the government. And
he stopped all the corruption.
They're bad people.
They're bad people.
Bad people will do bad things.
My God, dude. Oh my God. Dude, they're bad people. I'm just saving you. I'm saving you. What's the proof of it? Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I killed all the waste, fraud, and abuse. What do you think? By the way, if you want to call in, there's a furry ban in Texas.
All right, y'all. So this right here is fun.
There's a furry ban in Texas.
Soul crushing, as I'm going to walk you through. So this is in LGBTQ Nation. I saw this reported in a number of places on top of it, but GOP legislator files bill to stop furries from using litter boxes in schools. So this is in the Texas state legislature.
Bro, it's not happening. The conspiracy theory is sweeping over America. Again, like I said before, it's North Korea level. It's North Korea level propaganda, and including the way people believe it.
And I believe it's literally called the Furry Act. Texas legislature.
Oh, did you see the guy who drafted the law in, I forgot what, was it Michigan? I forgot which state it was. He drafted a law to make TDS an official mental illness. He was going to make Trump derangement syndrome an official mental illness in the state. And an official mental illness. And, he got caught for trying to solicit a 16-year-old girl the same day, by the way.
Representative Stan Gertie.
People that do bills like this, the Furry Act, the Furries Act, people like Stan Gerties, you have to check their hard drives.
Has introduced the Furries Act, legislation to punish students who act like non-human animals in schools and penalize schools who allow this behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we even talking about here? Let me reiterate for you what's going on right now. The world's richest man is hacking around in our government and deleting programs he doesn't like, right? They cut off pediatric cancer research, slashed National Institute of Health funding 70%, destroyed the CFPB, which is the anti-scam police, cut flight safety officials as planes are crashing on a regular basis. We don't even need to go through all of it.
Someone said Jolah is racist against black people. Yeah, dude, of course. Yeah, definitely. I am definitely racist against black people, as I am called a race traitor every single day when I'm on YouTube. That's definitely what I am. Thank you for saying that. Keep saying it. Boost my algorithm, please. Boost the algorithm. I need people to watch.
We've gone through it 100 times before. You know what's happening. The world's richest man is slashing government spending, fired anywhere from 100,000 to 250,000 government workers.
You're doing it,
the
Joe.
market is currently tanking. Trump is warmongering with like
Keep
7 or
spamming
8
it.
different countries and following through on a lot of the threats, bombing Yemen, bombing Somalia, Iran, I'd be worried. Mexico, I'd be worried, right? Canada wants to make him the 51st state. And what are the Texas Republicans doing? Proposing legislation to ban furries in school. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. The whole genesis of this stems from a literal fake news story which went viral. Okay, by the way, you know who helped spread this? Joe Rogan. You guys remember?
I'm also not for furries in public, by the way. I am not for furries in public, but this is correct. That what Kyle's saying, this is not happening.
On his podcast, bro, I know somebody who.
Also, I don't think it should be illegal because I'm not an authoritarian dipshit. Thank God, dude. God, thank you.
Call from
Jonathan.
Hi.
Hey, Jolah.
Are you Donovan McNabb from the Philadelphia Eagles?
The what?
Is your name Donovan?
Jonathan.
Oh, I thought you said Donovan. I was gonna say, are you Donovan McNabb? I got excited. Okay, yo, what's
I
up?
wish.
Yeah, what do you want to chat about?
Something very quick. I consider myself a progressive, universal health care, all that. I'm all in for that. And but one thing that I kind of would like to, my idea of the border crisis or whatever the Republicans like to talk about, why don't we negotiate, right, with the right-wingers? All right, so let's secure the border. Let's use some funding from the military, the DOD, but all the immigrants that we have already here working, we'll fast track them to become citizens or green cards or whatever. And I mean, let's say if they can, walk the walk instead of talk the talk, and we can put 5,000 border agents, and it's like $100,000 per agent a year. That's nothing if you use DOD money for that.
I hate to break it to you, but that's the exact policy that Kamala Harris ran on. Oh, that's the exact policy Kamala Harris ran on. That's what Joe Biden ran on. But Republicans and conservative Democrats always block it because you need like 60 votes to do stuff like that. And even the border bill that was very conservative, like that border bill that they tried passing during Biden's administration, that super conservative one, I don't think it included a direct path to citizenship, but they still voted it down because Republicans right now with immigration, it really is about domination and power and control and propaganda. They don't really care about making America safe. They don't care about immigrants. They care about dividing us and bypassing human and constitutional rights. So I definitely agree with you. What you just said would be my ideal like bipartisan plan, but Republicans don't care about that bipartisan plan. And even right now with all these Venezuelans being sent to El Salvador, many of them had no criminal record. Many of them actually were completely innocent asylum seekers trying to get away from gangs. And now they're in a concentration camp, a death camp, where they're going to get tortured. And these are completely innocent people. We violated their constitutional rights, and people think, it's okay because if you support them, you're supporting violent criminals. No. Once you detain someone and you have them shackled and handcuffed, they're no longer a threat to anyone. But even on that issue, Republicans are completely burning the Constitution. So I agree with you, man, but...
Yeah, it's dark times. I know they would have deported them anyways somehow, but as soon as you start just ignoring federal judges...
the labor camp, though, in El Salvador is a completely different level. Going to, like, the labor camp they got sent to is one of the biggest prisons in the world. It is a concentration camp, and there's, like, there's great people that were sent there. One person in particular, his wife, he went to his regular scheduled meetings with ICE, and he never came home. His wife is right now, doesn't know where he is. They have no record of names. There's a chance he's there in a concentration camp. This guy that followed every legal process, came here the right way, seeked proper asylum, a reasonable claim, was here on asylum, doing everything that he was told, going for every appointment. And, there's a chance he's in a concentration camp now. And Americans don't care. Some Americans do, but I would say as a challenge, Americans that do care, and if you're not speaking up, you are complicit. You are doing this. You voted for this. You are doing this. And if you are happy about these constitutional rights being violated, congratulations. You're on the Nazi Germany side of politics today. And I feel like we just need to say that they're following every argument about multiculturalism, about surpassing or bypassing the constitutional order. they're falling to every argument that led us to that. And I feel like we just need everyone that cares about this issue to be as forceful as possible in messaging and sharing information about this right now.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Scary times.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree
All
with
right,
your
man.
solution, though. I would definitely tell as many people that solution as possible because Republicans agree with that solution, by the way. But the issue is they buy into the Republican propaganda more, largely because Republicans are willing to be more, I won't say racist, but they do, yeah, they do show scary pictures of brown people a lot to push their message.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
people, the majority of America does agree with you, though.
Just the stupid thing of the wall, man. The money you spend on the wall, you can hire so many border agents. You can give jobs to veterans, and it all works out.
Oh, but they're firing 100,000 veterans. They're firing like 100,000 veterans, and also we're paying El Salvador, I think $6 million for 300 people to keep them in prison. We're paying El Salvador $6 million now. So I mean, use the money at home.
They're gonna love that deal.
Yep,
Every time they send people there, it's just a check that they get.
Yep, and they're happily violating the Constitution. I appreciate the call, and yeah, keep on pushing that message as much as possible, and hopefully someday Americans wake up.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, have a good one, man. All right, who's up? Let's go. Come on through. Share the stream to your Reddit and your 4chans, whatever the hell sites you guys are on. Here, I'm refreshing the page right now. Nice. Beautiful. If you support the show, please drop a like and subscribe. Drop likes, share it to Facebook pages and stuff you're a part of. Hopefully we can get some people in here. Watch him. Help the algorithm be boosted. Oh, there you go.
Call from
Milo.
Hello. Howdy. You're on the line if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. What's up?
Sorry, let me close the stream real quick. So I was just scrolling through some YouTube, saw your channel in live, came through, saw your video. What would you like? Why would you think that Trump supporters are racist?
Because right now Trump supporters are okay with constitutional rights being violated and disappearing people who may be innocent. And I think it's largely because the people being deported, or not even deported, but basically kidnapped, are not white. And there's someone from like Chicago that is not white that got detained by ICE, who's a U.S. citizen, got detained for 10 hours and released with no documentation of how he got arrested. I think Americans are more accepting of these violations of rights because it's mostly being focused on people who are not white right now.
Okay, interesting. Do you think that kind of like pertains to illegal immigration? And actually, before
it's a
you
nuanced
answer that,
conversation.
But before you answer that, I'm gonna just preface this. I am a Republican, but I figured that I'd give you a call and see your side of the perspective.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of try and hear the other side's perspective on this situation.
Perfect. That's the point of the show, so it sounds good to me, man.
Yeah. So I mean, you said I can't really say that I don't have numbers on who's white and who's not white, but I would assume that probably the majority is not white, but there are still people from other countries that are classified as white coming into this country as well.
I agree. There's that guy in New Hampshire that got beat up by our customs, our ICE, violently interrogated by our border officials. Fabian Schmidt going into New Hampshire. He's a German national. So yeah, there are some white immigrants as well being targeted. But I think all the imagery the White House uses, they never show a picture of a white immigrant being deported. It's always someone who's not white. And in my opinion, that's because they're trying to get people mad about race issues. So they don't pay attention to the rights violations that are happening. But we can go more into immigration if you want. Like more, I know people. The big claim I hear is often, for example, when I talk about the due process required for like the Venezuelan people that were deported to El Salvador. When I talk about due process, people say to me, "Oh, you're defending these violent criminals." What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's a fair argument.
Why would that be a fair
What
argument if I'm
what do
talking
I
about due
think about
process?
that? I mean,
Yeah.
I would say it's a pretty tough situation. I mean, I think if you, and like I said, Republican, I live on the southern border and I'm 5 minutes from Mexico. So for me, this is kind of this was my number one issue in the election. I would
I'm
say
talking
that
about due
if
process though. So like
oh
for example,
yeah,
not just deporting someone off an allegation and sending them to like a El Salvador labor camp.
well, I couldn't tell you if it's a labor camp if they're shipping someone off that way, but I would say deporting someone back to their home country would be relatively okay. But if you're going to deport them to a different country than their home country, that could be construed as like an issue. But
Well, the big issue is there were over 200 people deported to El Salvador. It was not even a real deportation. It was completely
it was
without the court.
the plain issue with the judge a couple days ago or last night or something like that, right?
Yeah, but there were innocent people on that plane grouped in, and now they're in a death camp essentially in El Salvador, the most brutal prison probably in the world. One of the most brutal prisons outside of North Korea and China, and Russia. So like the big issue here is that they did like someone, for example, one person had a court date scheduled. They're a tattoo artist. They had a completely legal asylum claim. Okay, they had a court date the day after they got shipped to this like death camp essentially. And they were never allowed to go to the courts. And being someone that was here on asylum from Venezuela with tattoos, they're a tattoo artist, and they said that this person's a gang member because of the tattoos without actually verifying what the tattoos are. They were going to bring evidence of what the tattoos are to the court, but they were never given a chance to. So this person was deported to this death camp. Another example of a story is someone who was recently married. His wife said that he went to his normal, so he's doing routine checkups with ICE, and he went to an ICE checkup, and he never came home. And now she thinks that he was shipped off to a death camp in El Salvador. So those two stories alone is why, due process is a thing in America, and violating due process is super anti-American. And that's why the judge said turn the plane around, because we should not be sending innocent people who are doing it the right way. Because I hear Trump supporters and Republicans always say, do it the right way, seek asylum legally, come through, whatever. We should not be sending them to these death camps, because that's for the gang members. So it's not a normal deportation. It's more like a kidnapping. With no due process. Like that's my biggest issue here, is that I don't see people standing up for basic constitutional rights or due process or anything. They're just happy to get them out of our country, and they're just grouping in everyone together. And I think a lot of that's because of their race and nationality.
No, I get your perspective on that. Only two. I have two questions for you. The two people you just brought up, do you know if they came into the country legally or illegally? That's the
You know
first
what?
question.
I would love to know that, but we can't. And again, there should be due process for this exact reason.
No, I get that. No, for sure.
And regardless,
And,
even if they came in illegally, there's still legal asylum claims if you cross the border through a non-port of entry. There's still legal asylum claims. You go through a court system for that, but it's still legal. Even if you don't come through a legal port of entry. And regardless, even if they did not get their asylum claim met, shipping them off to a labor camp in El Salvador of all places, is definitely not good.
No, yeah, I can understand what you're saying. My second question is, why do you use the term death camp? Just wondering.
Because El Salvador has the most brutal labor camps in the world.
This will preface to my next conversation.
Because they do executions. It's a hardcore labor camp, only found in like North Korea and Russia, but El Salvador has that as well. We're paying like $6 million for these people to go there, to El Salvador. So yeah, people are executed there all the time, tortured and forced to work violent labor until they die and they're malnourished. So yeah, it's for an innocent person that took asylum steps, especially terrible.
Okay, yeah. The only reason I have kind of an issue with sorry about that, with your use of the term death camp, just because my mother-in-law, she was in a death camp in the 1940s, and I think
you should be even more against what's happening then. It's at least a concentration camp. It's a brutal prison. It's an extremely brutal prison where they torture people and do forced labor. It's a labor camp for sure. So you should definitely be against this.
Until I see evidence of, concentration camps or death camps, which
Look up El Salvador prison. You could look up the max facility prison they went to. It's terrible conditions, and it is a labor camp by definition. El Salvador is known for this.
Well, if it's a labor camp, then you should classify it as a labor camp, not a death camp. I mean,
if there's torture, forced labor, and executions, then it fits every criteria, and malnourishment, it fits every criteria.
I mean, I'm just going to be completely honest. Have you seen some of the prisons here in America as well?
This is nothing in comparison to prisons in America. This is a really bad case.
Trust me.
I don't know why you're playing defense for this. I mean, especially with your mother's history, playing defense for this is the same stuff that got her into that camp. I hope you understand that. I don't mean to be offensive with that, but you playing defense right now is defending that.
I'm not trying to play defense. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Yeah, they were asking questions as well when they put people in death camps. Yeah, they were just asking questions too. But I need to make sure that we understand. You're playing defense for this practice, and we don't know anything about these people. We don't have any record of their names. So the innocent people that we just shipped off and made a propaganda video about, it's really bad. I think it's really bad. Due process is a big thing.
The reason we don't know anything about these people is because, like I said, I live 5 minutes from the border, and I've been to the
multiple of them had court cases. They had court cases pending. They still shipped them to this camp.
I've been to the mass dump sites of their IDs and everything, to where they just throw it, in Mexico, toss it right across the border, and no one knows who they are.
Okay, so the people that they're sending over who have court cases pending, what about them that are in the legal asylum seeking process?
Do we know who they are?
Yes, we have This is what I mean with Trump. This is why I call you guys racist, because you can't even say, yeah, that's a bad thing.
No, I think that due process is good.
Anyone who actually thinks that would stand against this administration 100%, what they're doing.
I might disagree on that, but I can understand your perspective.
Yeah, because you don't really believe in that. You're okay with dismissing it. You're okay with not doing due process, with going against constitutional rights. What do you think about the Colombia kid they detained?
The Colombia kid? I have not heard of
the pro-Palestine supporter, Khalil. Or Khalil.
Maybe I'll remember it. Explain the situation to me.
Pro-Palestine demonstrator at Columbia University detained by ICE a couple of weeks ago.
This is the kid with the green card, right?
Yeah, green card holder.
I'll probably disagree with that, because we live in America and we have the right to free speech, and I think that just because you are expressing your values or speech or anything like that, I don't think you should have your right to be in this country denied. But if you are, and I'm not saying this person was doing that, if you're inciting violence or anything like that, I think that might be a reasonable thing to have your green card denied. But just because you're having your free speech in America, I don't think that might be a reason to have your green card denied.
Yeah, I agree. First Amendment still applies for them. I have not seen any evidence that they said anything pro-Hamas. I've seen understanding statements from them about, being in Palestine and having no other option. Stuff like that, but they're putting this person as a terrorist sympathizer.
Let's not get into that Israel-Palestine issue, because that might take 3 or 4 hours. But
well, no, I'm not saying about that, but just in terms of what they're doing unilaterally, and bypassing, rights and disappearing him, no warrant, no reason for arrest, refusing habeas corpus or even, where is he? Right to talk to a lawyer, that kind of stuff was denied for, I think, 48 hours. His pregnant wife did not know where he was even taken, shipped 10 states away. This administration is just using their executive power in the most far-reaching way since I've seen, since we saw probably back in, I'd probably say Vietnam protest, to be honest, 60s and 70s.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call disappearing a good term to use. Honestly, I get what you're saying in the terms of how he was arrested.
What would you call that if federal agents show up to your house in plain clothes? They refuse to give you any names. They don't give any warrant. They don't give a cause for arrest. They say first we're taking your visa. Then it's oh shit, you have a green card. We're taking that too. They take him in a 10 states away. They don't tell the wife where he is. They don't tell the legal his attorney where he is. They don't say literally anything at all until a few days later when the attorney can finally talk to him. And he's in Louisiana, and they purposely took him to a court that's really anti-immigrant. Like that is disappearing someone for 2 days, objectively, with no record of it.
It kind of sounds like he was under arrest, and then once he was put through the...
It's not under arrest if there's no cause for arrest or a warrant. It's not legal. It's not legal.
No, fair enough. Think what you want. But from my perspective, it sounds like he was just kind of put under arrest and then was held, because you can hold someone for 48 hours until you have to legally either let them go or give them, access to their lawyer or a phone call or anything like that. So I like I said, you brought up this case with this guy, and I have what's the exact word for it?
No, so it's actually against the Sixth Amendment. 48 hours is any time is against the Sixth Amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. Once they're in custody,
so.
they have the right to an attorney before being moved 10 states or questioned. But they're doing it they're calling it a terrorism-related incident, and they're also saying he participated in anti-American speech, which is really scary to me if they're going to be jailing people over un-American speech and with no due process.
Yeah, no, I can get that. Like I said before, I mean, I'm all about Constitution, free speech, everything like that. So for me, that if it comes down to it, to where they are illegally violating his rights, that guy's got a good court case, and he's got to go through due process and legal laws and everything like that. That's perfectly fine. Do what you have to do. But I mean, like I said, this is kind of like can't remember the exact word for it. I've barely heard about this case up until maybe yesterday, so that's kind of why I didn't really know much about it.
Yeah, I mean, every day there's a new blatant overreach of executive power that we haven't seen for a long time since like Woodrow Wilson. So it's a crazy time.
Oh, don't get me started on Woodrow Wilson.
Well, as far as like Sedition Act and as far as Alien Enemies Act, which was like the first Sedition Act that Adams did, like Trump's using both of those things to jail his political opponents and speech he doesn't like, and he's saying it's anti-Semitic speech mainly, cracking down on anti-Israel speech first, and then like moving it over to un-American speech. So like Trump is right now taking the most systemic and also like a sledgehammer to the First Amendment, the biggest I've ever seen in my lifetime. So,
all right, fair enough.
And colleges, if they have protests you don't like, they're gonna take away their fund. It's just
no. Go ahead.
Taking away funding from colleges and going after law firms he doesn't like, and trying to go after media companies and suing pollsters and threatening these tech companies so they pay him directly to make sure they stay safe. It's a mafia business. That's probably the function of tariffs too, is to, be more corrupt and offer exemptions from it. It's just the scary time.
I don't know much about that, but the only things I can think of is like defamation. If they're actually defaming a person, I mean, you have legal recourse on that, which I can understand, but I'm not sure exactly what legal recourse they're taking currently on certain media outlets, I guess I could say, if you have like a specific example.
Well, I mean, they've already gone after the license of multiple companies, and like they made the 60 Minutes release the full Kamala interview, which is just stupid. And they've just been doing a lot of... It was what?
I said, I don't think it was a very good interview, was it? But I mean,
No, but releasing the full thing didn't really change anything about what was said. And Trump has had much heavier edited interviews, and that's within someone's First Amendment right. But companies need to bow down to these federal agencies now, and Trump's using them as weapons. And yeah, it's scary if you're going to have lawsuits coming after you. Trump saying he could just like take away presidential pardons and...
Yeah, that one specifically for me, I heard that this morning. I don't understand how that would work at all, because once you're pardoned, it's kind of like take off the handcuffs, you're free to go,
I don't
Well, I'll tell you
understand
like
how.
why my brain is in such a bad place is because I know a lot about policy, and everything Trump says sounds like that. Every single thing he says about any policy. You can ask me before you get off here if you have any question about any policy for why I disagree with Trump. I don't. I mean, first term you could bring up a few things he did right. But second term, I think he's just taking a wrecking ball to everything that America is founded on.
What did you? Okay, if you don't mind me asking, what did you like about his first term?
I thought the USMCA was bad, which he now hates because he hates Canada. It's crazy in an interview today. He said that Canada's untrustworthy.
He doesn't hate Canada.
He in an interview tonight, he said Canada cheats. They're terrible to work with. Meanwhile, we should open up more trade with Russia. He said in an interview tonight. He wants more trade with Russia, less trade with Canada, which is insane.
Real quick, so I can watch it tonight. Do you have where it was at, so I can watch it?
Yeah, Trump, Russia. Let me see.
Just to be well informed, honestly.
Let me see if I could find the channel again. I forget who the interviewer was.
Of course.
Let's see.
No, because if I hear that,
it was on Fox. It was on Ingram. It was on the Ingram show on Fox.
Laura Ingram.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out.
But yeah, USMCA was fine. What was it called? The first step was a bipartisan bill that he signed.
First step was pretty good, I thought. I think people being locked up for, first-time offenders for like marijuana, I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's been a left cause for a long time, and a libertarian and left probably. So it's good that got passed. It should probably be done on a broader scale, but that was good. And also the USMCA is probably the two things I go to from the first term.
Okay, cool. And two more questions for you. Would you give it longer than, I think, what it's been, like 60 days since he's been in? Would you give it a little bit longer than 60 days to judge what he's done so far, and then maybe see some good stuff coming down the pike? Or are you solidly stated in your position right now?
I don't even have positions against Trump because he doesn't say anything that makes any sense in reality, nor does Musk. But it's one of those things. Like Elon Musk has this thing where he lied to the entire gaming world about being a top-ranked video gamer in this one video game. And he said this to Joe Rogan on a bunch of podcasts.
Diablo 3. It's okay. I'm not.
Yeah, but it wasn't Diablo 3. It was the other game. I forget what it was called. It was another game he said he was top-ranked. But then he actually played it, and people realized, holy shit, he sucks at this game. There's no way he played it, and it came out that he actually paid someone to grind his account for him. But he had the entire podcast world and the entire world believing he's a world-class video game player. That's what Musk is doing with the government. So Doge is completely fake. They have not done anything with waste, fraud, or abuse. There's a reason there's no receipts on anything that's actually waste, fraud, or abuse. They just bring up line items that Republicans get mad about that are doing with social issues. They bring up culture war topics from that, but they have not given any waste, fraud, or abuse. They want to cut a lot of our programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. They're going for a lot of reductions right now. They're making Social Security. They're cutting phone operators from Social Security. So if you're old, you have to use the smartphone website, which is probably going to suck. But it takes 5 hours to get on the phone with someone to Social Security. They're closing, I think, half the field offices for Social Security, which is not even budget saving, but that's just insane. But also, everything Trump says about tariffs or economics or Zelensky being a dictator or Canada being unfair at trade or tariffs making us rich, or the fact that he said he's above all law and he is the living constitution, and basically saying he should be king. The attacks he's doing at the judicial branch right now, saying we should impeach any judge that disagrees with him, saying that they don't need to follow any court orders from federal judges. That's so blatantly unconstitutional, and he is eroding every single part of our free society, of our due process, our democratic order. Every part of our society that is good, he is convincing people to throw it all away, and it's very intentional. And it's scary seeing Americans fall for these arguments. And JD Vance was just on TV saying that multiculturalism was collapsing society, which is literally just copied from Mein Kampf. So I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to add one extra question in there. What would you hope that Donald Trump does in the next 3 years and, I guess at this point, 10 months, 9 months?
I hope the American people push back enough so he stops violating laws.
No. What would you hope that he does for the country to better our country?
I hope he stops violating laws in the Constitution and convincing people to agree with him when he says he should have ultimate power. If he stops trying to be a dictator, I'll be very, very, very... Or if he stops saying Ukraine's a dictatorship, if he stops supporting Russia and China globally and hating Canada, in Europe, then I'll be happy. But right now, there's literally nothing. He's not trying to do good things. He's trying to do bad things to give more money to really rich people, including crash the economy, which is only going to benefit the ultra rich that can buy the economy once it all crashes. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing he can possibly, nothing right now that he's doing right now can possibly go well. You could try to bring up one policy that can go well that he's trying to do. He's not focusing on actual immigration policy. In fact, he's deporting legal immigrants and green card holders and legal asylum seekers to El Salvador labor camps. We're not talking at all about fixing the actual immigration system whatsoever. We're just like going after Palestine protesters. Did you know that a lot of ICE agents got moved off of their child trafficking unit to go investigate anti-Israel sentiment on social media? Like, nothing good is happening right now. Yeah, and Republicans are not seeing this information because the social media bubbles don't show them it. And, like, you could say whatever you want about liberals, but I hate Democrats too. But I definitely vote for them in a heartbeat over what the hell is happening right now.
Well,
I
appreciate
the conversation.
I stopped using social media like 7 years ago, so I don't get any. Yeah,
don't
no,
watch
for
Joe
sure.
Rogan either.
GRE's nice. I like watching the Protect Our Parks podcast. They're funny.
Well, Joe Rogan just had a Holocaust denier on, so don't watch that one.
Who was that?
I forget his name. Well, he had Ian Carroll on in another one, but they both said that Hitler was a good guy that just loved his country. That did a couple bad things. He just loved Germany really bad. He loved the German people, so he put them all into a meat grinder and killed half the population in a war. That's how much he loved them. But Joe Rogan's like, yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to go watch those ones.
Oh, JD Vance also. JD Vance's best friend is a neo-Nazi too. Jack Posobiec, Steve Bannon is an actual neo-Nazi. A couple White House advisors are neo-Nazis. The leader of the White House anti-Semitic whatever unit, the anti-Semitism unit, he's also someone who wanted to Nazify America. So I should probably collect all of this information in one place because people don't know what these people in power actually do, and I really want to be able to show people the information because I like talking to you. Like, I want to be able to talk to people like you who are reasonable. Because usually, I mean, I've had people call in and say that Trump won 80% of the vote, that Joe Biden's going to jail for purposely opening the border to attack America, that Donald Trump is in a secret plan to take over the entire, like, I don't know, Greenland and all these countries. People say the wildest shit. So I want to get all this stuff together. I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad that you actually talked. I mean, a lot of people that I know in my personal space don't want to have conversations about, across the line politics. And I mean, clearly we disagree. I voted for Trump in 16, 20, and 24. I think he was the best candidate. I think he did some good stuff. But I mean, I'm always more than welcome to hear other people's perspectives.
Wait, do you have any examples of any Democrats that you like or any policies that Democrats want that you like?
Honestly, if Tulsi Gabbard in 2020 would have been the candidate, I would have voted for her.
What about people who are actually Democrats and not just power-hungry buttheads like Tulsi?
Oh, come on.
She switches political parties more than... never mind, I can't say that.
You could probably say it. It's fine. I had to shut off the YouTube video so I could hear it.
No, she's national intelligence now. But regardless, any actual Democrats that are Democrats and not just like... I mean, she was a Bernie bro, then she endorsed Biden over Bernie, then she endorsed Trump. She's just here for power. But regardless, okay, actual Democrats today, are there any that you think are like, okay, I think they care about people? Or do you like policies on, like, I don't know, any type of healthcare policy you like, or taxing the insanely wealthy at all? Do you like any Democrats today at all? Do you like a Bernie Sanders at all, or any of them? Or think like any of them are decent?
The taxing portion, I would say I disagree with taxing the wealthy. Just my honest opinion. I think, like I know my tax bracket. I pay, I think, way too much. I think I should pay less, to be completely honest. I think we should probably eliminate federal tax since, we just print money willy-nilly. If I had to support a Democrat, and I'm not just going to say AOC because she's good looking. I did like Kyrsten Sinema when she was a Democrat because she seemed kind of middle of the road. I'd probably say, what's his name from West Virginia?
John Fetterman.
Oh, yeah, John Fetterman's coming around. He seems fairly reasonable.
what's the guy's name from West Virginia, the senator?
Joe Manchin.
Yeah, I like to kind of meet people in the middle, is what I should say. And if you're in the middle and you're kind of reasonably able to go to a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, I think that's cool. I think if you're far left, it's a little too much. If you're far right, I think it's a little too much. Both sides. I don't think they should be going that too crazy.
Okay, well, I appreciate the conversation. I hope to see you around the channel. Maybe I can convince you on a couple things. If you stop by every now and then, I usually stream around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern time, at usually at nighttime because busy during
I'm
the
West
day.
Coast, so.
Oh, it's like 2 p.m. for you right now. Oh, yeah, but thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Damn, it's like 8 p.m. So what's the shout out yourself? What's the channel name? Because like I said, I only got the it was a YouTube short. I was going through that and I saw yours and I was like, oh, I'll pop in, see what's going on.
Jolah Talks Politics.
Jolah?
Yep, Jolah. It's a nickname. Talks Politics. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, man. I'll check you out. I'll keep listening, and you know, if I have a disagreement, I'll call you back.
All right, sounds good, man. Have a good one.
Hey, man. You have a good night.
Man, the cinema killed me, bro. The cinema killed me. The cinema killed me. I'm not gonna lie. The cinema killed me. The cinema killed me, bro. The cinema killed me. I can't deal with the cinema. I just can't do it. Too much cinema out here. Hi, are you trying to call into the show, Mr. Malcolm?
Oh yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Drag you into the if you're trying to call in, I'll drag you to the other chat. I'm just confirming.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you good. I'll drag you into the other chat.
All right.
He's gonna sit there all night. Good luck, buddy. Please drop a like and subscribe to the stream if you enjoy this channel at all. Please donate to Jolah Politics on Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. JOLAH Politics. You can see it up on the screen. Really helpful to support this. Again, they're gonna come after people. Support independent media as much as you can if you have money. If you don't have money, don't do it though. If you are living paycheck to paycheck, do not donate. But if you are not doing that, then donate. Please, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Like and subscribe. Howdy, what's up?
All right, what's up? Yeah, first of all right, yeah. Before I say anything, so I'm actually on your side. Like I'm a leftist, and if this is strictly for debate, if you're looking for like MAGA people, I guess you can move on, find somebody else to like
If
talk
you
to.
have like disagreements on things like strategy or disagreements on ideology, you know, because I'm not a leftist, so if there's anything that you want to talk about when it comes to, I don't know, usually it's like third-party voting or another topic like healthcare, I'm good with those conversations. It just can't be like a ass kissing festival.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that last dude, by the way, my God. I mean, second off Kirsten and Joe Manchin,
Oh, that
pretty
killed me.
insufferable.
That killed me. That really killed me. He's like, I'm not gonna say AOC just because she's hot. I'm like, oh god, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, I just discovered your channel recently and I saw you had a conversation with Destiny. This was many years ago and you were talking about strategy and about like media literacy and stuff like that and just like populist rhetoric.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm curious about is like, you know, he's really on this very stubborn front of like, you know, the whole billionaire rhetoric is very reductionist and reducing all the problems to the billionaires is like you know, it's a real issue, like
I
it's
saw him say that.
counterintuitive. And yeah, like I'm kind of curious, like just, you know, what is your take on that? I guess based off what you saw. Like
It's very, very dumb. It's insanely dumb. I saw him say that multiple times. It's a really dumb take. That's a take you have if you only stay on the internet and you just hate online leftists, and if you don't talk to real people, because real people definitely are receptive to the anti-billionaire arguments. Especially super billionaires. There's a difference between someone that has $1 billion versus $300 billion. And I call them ownership class. I don't say like oligarchs or robber baron or all those words people don't understand. They're the ownership class. They decide where you go to work. They decide how you work. They decide your healthcare, your kids' healthcare. They decide everything about our society. They buy politicians. And I know it's not that straightforward, and Destiny, you probably get mad about that. But money in politics is obviously a big issue. And I think I said something about that to him at least once or twice a few years ago. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Again, like not to get like an ass kissing thing here, but like I think you and him should definitely try to have some sort of conversation, because I do think you know, the fact that you're like you have a background, you write policy, and you are apparently, and you have a master's and everything. I feel like you know, because I think like things are really heating up, because I used to be a I was more so like hardcore leftist, kind of like Kyle Kulinski pilled, like I was really in that camp. And then, you know, I was kind of like oscillating between like him and Destiny, and this whole like conversation around billionaires and money in politics. I think it's like he has such a big grip, I think, on like he has a lot of influence on the left. And um I just I think the whole conversation of like money in politics and billionaire rhetoric is very important right now, and I think it's
Yeah.
a major blind spot
And
for
it's a big
him. And I
median
see
voter
this.
issue too. It's a median voter issue, and that's a big thing to focus on is median voters. We're not thinking about Democrats. We're not thinking about Republicans. They don't matter. Democrats are going to vote Democrat. Republicans are going to vote Republican. They're going to be institutionalist or anti-establishment people. So the people in the middle are very receptive to anti-billionaire arguments. I know people that never voted before, that only voted for Kamala because she talked about price gouging. Now, if you ask someone on the online left, including him, you know, Destiny, it'll be like, that's not even a real policy. And billionaires are actually good. Like, it's no. When people hear you're anti-price gouging, it means I am on your side, the people's side. I am against big money interests, which says a lot. And that's how you divert people in populist eras. FDR denied, like white nationalism in America during that period was super powerful. FDR denied them by using the radio waves effectively and by using super strong rhetoric. And the New Deal was not even a substantial policy push. It was more of a ideological shift that lasted even after FDR was president. So during populist eras, you need to engage in populist rhetoric to some extent. Even if you are a reformist or a pro-institutional person, you need to at least talk about truly reforming the system to be better, because the money in politics is ridiculous. And European countries would agree, Canada would agree. So when he's like, you know, no one's receptive to the billionaire arguments, it's such a dumb, pathetic take when he does that. And my debate versus Destiny, you could just tell that really big adherence to being politically ineffective. And only caring about arguments that he likes. If I cared about, by the way, if I cared about only my perspective, then I would not be saying this. But I care about what I hear from people and what other people will receive as influential, especially median voters that don't pay attention to politics that much. That's how you get the Joe Rogans and Theo Vaughns on your side, by the way, is this like populist rhetoric and at least some policy to back it up. You don't need to be a socialist. You don't need to be like Sam Seder and say no billionaires should exist, but you need to have a policy that's truly defining yourself, a wedge issue. You know, Republicans create so many wedge issues. You need a wedge issue that's going to truly diverge you from Republicans and really show people that you are on their side for sure.
Yeah, man. I think a common argument I hear from people on his side too is that like for instance, you were talking about FDR, and the you know, they talk about FDR in terms of like his authoritarian tendencies, which is true that like he expanded the Japanese internment camps, and he did expand the power of the executive branch in many ways. And I'm sure there's all kinds of legal arguments you can make in terms of like um, the way he pushed back against like judicial powers or congressional powers. But ultimately, it's like, had he not done that, in my opinion, it would have led to an even greater push towards authoritarianism or fascism. And I feel like, yeah, that's one thing I've run into, like just in terms of like talking to people in some of those circles. I don't know if like if you have
Well,
much of a background on.
FDR, so like FDR tried packing the courts, but he never like denied court orders. He was still an institutional. He was still in favor of the democratic republic or the constitutional republic. And we're lucky we got someone like FDR who had a good microphone, a very strong, very powerful with the mic at that time. We are very lucky. We are very lucky we had someone who was more pro freedom. And now Trump is doing things that FDR did that were like considered like racist and terrible, like the internment camps. But at least in FDR's case, it was in 1940s. America got bombed in wartime, actual wartime. Now Trump is trying to do the same thing and say it's wartime outside of wartime. So I think, given the circumstances, referencing the history is important for education purposes. But given the state of the world at the time, FDR was a devout progressive for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like I love hearing your conversations with all these MAGA people, and I think that like having I understand like people think, oh, if we're all this lefty infighting or like conflicts between the libs and the leftists is kind of like
that killed MAGA,
counterintuitive or
dude. MAGA, dude, after Trump was so negative and chaotic, Trump definitely is out of politics now because of all the infighting. It
Is that
destroyed their party.
sarcasm?
Yeah, it is because everyone's
Yeah,
like, conflict's bad. It's like, no, bro, that's called free advertising. You need to have an actual narrative and a point to drive home, and you need someone with the intangibles to message on it, like an AOC, even like John Ossoff, or even I would even say Andy Brashear. I saw him talking. He's pretty quick on his feet, but his message is more of just like a love everyone mentality, which he has a 65% approval rating in freaking Kentucky, which is a 65% Trump state. So we need to take things that work. And yeah, but what were you gonna say about infighting?
No, it's so. First of all, yeah, with John also, it's so sad because he's a good-looking dude. He's young and he has charisma. And it's sad that like he doesn't quite have like the bold progressive like that combative energy. I guess like he's not. Yeah. I guess what I really mean is like, do you feel like it's worth it for you to like step into the ring with somebody like Destiny or somebody like some of these more centrist circles? Or do you think that it's better to just like hammer down on these MAGA people or like uh just like really just pump out progressive content and focus on that? Like in
Yeah.
terms of like making an impact.
Well, my big theory of change, you need people moving society, and we talk about this in my Discord a lot. All of us need to do whatever we can to move society in a better direction. So if we all move in the right direction, we still need people at the top messaging. People at the top will set the tone. So like an AOC is very influential, very charismatic, and she's really on point with her messaging. It can inspire people to carry out the same messaging in their communities. So care for others, fight against the super powerful. It inspires people to act in certain ways. You say things, people think differently, and they act differently. So I think there is a lot of worth in fighting. I think there's tons of worth in it. And for me, for example, with someone like that, I just do it to boost my platform. Because I know my strategies are better. I know my strategies are far better for actually growing a voter base of people that are median voters and not like political junkies on YouTube. And there's something to be said for the debate bros who like go into these internet spaces on all these weird ass websites and get the internet to be a little bit less bad because they're at least going in these spaces. But I would say that my message is far more transferable to the general public that does not know who Hassan or Vaush or Destiny or all these online people are. And my channel used to be that, by the way. My channel, like when I debated him years ago, I used to do that. The online, it just poisons your brain. Like half the time it's like, the lefties think this. It's like, no, actually, when you look at polls and Americans think that Democrats are too liberal, they just mean that Democrats like present as like effeminate and like, they overthink things. And they're like, they say pronouns all the time. They don't mean economic policy when we look at these polls. But I feel like the online people that are super online don't really get that. And I'm actually out there in the real world doing a lot of this work, not only during big campaigns and not only to bring my if I even had a viewer base to do that, but it's just a different experience when you're doing it from the bottom, not making any money doing it, and when you're like an actually poor person doing it as well, or at least like working class. It definitely gives you a different insight.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I feel like yeah, I really like the work you're doing. Again, yeah. I guess one last thing too, I get before I go is I do think like I think a lot of it is just being able to speak in like very like human, like using analogies, using metaphors, using like specific reference points that like, you know, sometimes I look at people like Destiny, or even like some of the more lib people like I don't know if you're familiar with like Dean or Harry Sisson, or like some of these guys that are like lefty influencers, even Hassan to an extent, where like they
Yeah.
use a lot, like they just fire off bullet points. At least that's kind of how it feels like when you listen to them. Like it's like they're chat GPT. Like they have like these fucking bullet points, statistics that they just fire them off like fucking a machine gun.
I do that when I'm in
And
a bad mood.
yeah, and it's fair. Like I get it, you know, especially like when you're in the heat of the moment. But sometimes like being able to like tap into that humanity, or being able to like relate with somebody on like a personal level, I feel is very important, you know. And it's a lost art. And I think maybe
Yeah,
sometimes I
they're all
even
from
wonder if
freaking
it's like,
yeah.
sometimes I even wonder if like that whole mode of conversation is totally not even conducive to like the format or the medium that we're
It's not
working in the
beneficial. It's really
digital
not
age.
beneficial
Yeah,
at all.
like
And they go on these podcasts. It doesn't matter if your message is not going to sound chill. Like Bernie, the way Bernie speaks, the way I would say, I've been listening to Andy Brashear a lot. The way they speak is very direct. It's very straightforward. Andy Brashear makes the appeal. And this is also a good thing to practice. If you're in politics or local organizing, do a lot of, like practice campaign speeches by yourself. Practice messaging so you know it's like an elevator speech when you meet someone. You know, Andy Brashear will do the whole like I would probably say it's important to care for each other, and we need to love each other, because the only way our society is going to get better is if we all support the next person. It's not only doing good upon others, it's also because when we have a society that cares about our neighbors, your neighbors will also care about you. Like Andy Brashear will say that very directly, not bring up a bunch of policies, and that's why you should also love even LGBT plus people. And then you know, Bernie will say, listen, the system is very challenging, very corrupt, and there's billionaires. We need to make sure we support the working class people. It's not me, it's us. We all need to come together in our own communities and advocate for our own issues, and we're going to educate you on how to do that. It's very, very, very direct. It's not like, and then you compare it to Adam Schiff, who sounds like he's like reciting a scene from Hamilton and trying to, or Hakeem Jeffries is my favorite to quote, where he goes on TV and he quotes like, he usually says like, we're fighting for the foundational vision of America, like that kind of thing. And that doesn't work either. And then, like you said, the TikTok debaters, they go on these podcasts that are chill settings, and you have to be like, yeah, bro, I mean, I know how working class people, you know, they deal with different things in life, and I don't think it's been served right by every politician, but we still need to all understand how these things work, because that's how we advocate for ourselves. So when I talk about these policies, when I went to school, when I worked for these organizations, I learned this policy to make sure I can advocate for myself, and so I could tell other people how to advocate for themselves as well, because we have a lot of shit going on, and they do lie to us a lot. And you have to present it like that, not just like, look at this economic data from GDP, and then Donald Trump did this, and then it just like doesn't work. So I definitely agree with that. And like I said, I go in and out of being effective. It's really if I decide to be effective that night, or if I'm in a bad mood or not. You know, and what approach I'd take to having those conversations. But I do agree that having a bunch of TikTokers and Pod Save America, they're all from Massachusetts, New York, and California. I don't know any prominent media person who's from any swing state, or any state that's not those three states, honestly.
yeah, man, dude,
So it makes
I'm
it
from
difficult.
like I'm in Ohio, and I was up at the Bernie rally recently and everything, and it really opened my eyes. I feel like, yeah, I've really been changing a lot politically, just kind of seeing everything going on. But anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for taking the call. And
Well, thank you for getting me my clip for my clickbait YouTube title, talking about Destiny, Dean, Harry Sisson. Yeah, it's gonna be a really good YouTube clickbait title. So I really appreciate the line of questioning there.
yeah, for sure, man. All right.
All right, hope to see you around the Discord.
Yep.
We usually chat after I stream a little bit. I don't know if anyone's in there now, but you want to hop in there? Feel free. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll
thanks
pop on.
thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Peace.
Yeah, peace. God, I hate America. God bless America. That's not that song. Yes. Okay, perfect. Please drop a like and subscribe. If you have any extra spare change, please consider donating to Jolah Politics on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Jolah Politics, thank you for considering doing that. Really beneficial, really helpful for the show to grow and all that kind of stuff. If you want to guarantee a call in, you could donate $10 with your first name and your phone number to one of those applications. Or you can donate on Coffee. That's the link I have pinned to the chat. So I am going to restart my shorts stream. I have 2 streams running at all times, as many of you know. Go to the horizontal stream for a little bit. All right. I'm going to restart my short stream. We're going to go to the horizontal. I'm going to redirect you there when the stream ends. I have a horizontal stream and YouTube short stream running at the same time. All right. So I'll take more calls in 2 minutes. I have to get up and take a little breather, do a little circle around my tiny apartment. Okay. So go to my other stream on the same channel. It's on the same channel. I'll start up the stream again in probably by 11:30. I'll take another caller at 11:30 p.m. So if you're watching this and you want to call in literally 5 minutes, and you'll be first up. Okay, guys? Thank you. God bless America, where at least I know I'm free. Did you guys see the caller earlier that was like, hey, my mom was at a death camp? And then I'm like, as I say that, I'm like, holy crap, I'm really saying this, ain't I? I'm really saying this, ain't I? And I'm like, hey, you realize that he said his mom was in a death camp. So he was offended that I called the El Salvador prison a death camp, okay? And I'm like, hey, you realize that you right now are justifying your mother being in a death camp? Hey, man, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, I gotta say it. He is. Like, sorry, bro, if you really care about your mom's experiences, then stop supporting it. You would have been there putting her in the camp. Like, chill.
Know somebody whose wife said that one of the kids in the school identifies as a furry, and they needed to keep a litter box in the bathroom.
That's such a good point in this video to click on, bro. American politics.
You notice whenever somebody it's always, oh, I know somebody who knows somebody. This person told me that this other person, it's always like, why? Because it's fake. It's not real. This got to the point where there was a Republican in a different state legislature. I want to say it was Idaho or somewhere like that. And they gave a speech on the legislature floor and said, bro, I know somebody who knows somebody who says the kids identify as furries, bro, and they got to keep litter boxes. And again, every time they say this, 78 articles come out. We search far and wide. There's literally not a single example of this anywhere. Total fake news, misinformation story. But why does it stick? It sticks because of the anti-trans craze ripping through this country right now on the far right. And these people are primed to believe fucking anything now. So you say, oh, I have a student who identifies.
Oh, by the way, the new line for, and I forgot to do this before. I mean, I've seen people do this as well. But the new line for when someone says there's too many trans people or there's too much wokeism in society, we have to like, it's making society fall apart. Just keep on bringing up basically. Actually, or no, JD Vance brought up how Germany's going to collapse because of too much multiculturalism, right? He said Germany's going to collapse because of multiculturalism. Bring up how the only time Germany actually had their civilization almost collapse is when people made those same arguments. And people believed those arguments, namely the Nazis. They got people to believe that multiculturalism and globalism was killing Germany. Those same people making the same arguments that JD Vance makes about Germany collapsing are the Nazis. And the reason societies fall apart is not because people are gay. It's because of the reaction to gay people, the reaction to liberation of different groups, the reaction to equality from the dominant groups in society. The reaction makes the society fall apart. It's never the gay people. The gay people don't. Oh, wait, someone was a member? Who became a new member? Thank you for $30, Sri. Thank you, Sri. Whoever became a member, thank you. I don't know if you became a member on the other stream or... I just didn't. I did not see it. Thank you, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'm gonna... You're gonna call in and discuss how easily we are brainwashed? Okay. Nice. I'll be right back.
Bro, I have a student who identifies as a beluga whale, bro. These guys go, bro, this is like the worst thing ever. We hate these people. Let's crack down on them with laws. All fake. All cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. All made up in their own fucking heads. So again, the Furries Act, trying to find a solution to a problem that doesn't fucking exist. And he's proposing this legislation. Forbids unlawful representation of role-playing in education and schools. Expressly forbids defecating in a litter box, licking oneself for self-grooming, making animal noises, wearing collars, leashes, or animal accessories. Homie, are you making a law here, or are you just telling everybody your own perverted fantasies? That's what I want to know. Is this just a massive self-report? Like that dude who proposed legislation to ban gay marriage in some other Republican state, and you saw a picture of him and you were like, that's the most obvious closet case I've ever seen in my life. Are you just self-reporting here? Do you secretly want to go to these furry conventions? Because that's what I'm getting out of this. Again, it's worse than wasting everybody's time, right? I mean, this is humiliating. This is embarrassing. By the way, this is the Republican Party. And why do they focus on things like this? I need everybody to understand this. The reason they're always shitting on trans people, the reason they're always shitting on immigrants, the reason they're proposing something like the Furry Act in the Texas state legislature is because they want to distract from the real problems. The real problems are brought about by the robber barons, the billionaires, the oligarchs, the multinational corporations who have bought our government through legalized bribery and corruption. They rig the rules in their favor. Your wages are too low. Your healthcare is fucking shit. You don't get any paid time off. The system squeezes you.
What are you hiding,
right?
guys?
And it's the real fault of the 1%, and they want you to talk about
What
the
are
fucking
you
furries,
hiding?
which are not.
What are you hiding, guys? What are you hiding? This is my question for everyone. Okay, I'm putting the shorts. I'm putting the shorts back up. Shorts is back up. I'll take calls in 1 second for people that are here and asking to call. I want to make one point really quick. One quick point. Not that. Fry out the brain. It's America. You can't be mean to me. I'm gonna make a Trump song. This is America. You can't be mean to me. Okay, wait. There's a thing I wanted to talk about really quick. What is this? Yeah, share that, bro. I'm just saying, bro. On March 17th, 2025, he was one of 5 Republican authors of the bill that would designate Trump derangement syndrome as an officially recognized mental illness in Minnesota. Now, by the way, with their own logic, this means any person that says Trump derangement syndrome also does the same activities, all right? Arrest and child abuse charge. On March 17th, okay, same date, he was also arrested in Bloomington, Minnesota on suspicion of soliciting a minor for sex during a sting operation. A Minnesota representative. So, bro, if you say TDS to me, or if you pass a law to put Trump on the $250 bill, you know, we got to question what you're up to. What are you hiding? What are you hiding from us, bro? Crazy. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Do you think libs of TikTok, do you think all these right-wing Republican accounts that claim they care about kids, all these Republicans, do you think they posted about this? I don't think so. I doubt it. How about them Epstein files? Those are definitely out. Nice. They not like us. Certified. Woo! Yo, dude, that's crazy. What are the chances that this is my next recommended post, bro? What are the chances that this is my next dude? What are the dude? Bro, there's no way this is the next recommended post. Was that... Wait a second, dude. How did they know? The AI is processing my voice that quickly? Holy shit, dude. What? Bro. It's the Not Like Us cover, but it's on the one house. It's on the one big house. The one big important house. Whoever makes a song with this cover art is going to be disappeared. TLDR, it was Oswald. Bro, we found out so much about that FDR or JFK files, whatever. Transparency isn't optional, it's essential, as they keep on not being transparent about literally anything. FBI hands over Biden era weaponization scandal documents to Jim Jordan. Remember when Jim Jordan covered up sexual assault when he was a high school wrestling coach? That was cool. That was also really cool. I love how they're all involved in child abuse. It's awesome, bro. That's why they call everyone else that word. They're trying to cover up for something. They're trying to compensate. What? I'm on them tough. I'm gonna do my stuff.
But if that's the game that Roberts is going to play, can you show me when Roberts excoriated the leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer? When, one, we had someone in an almost unprecedented manner leak the Dobbs decision, probably one of Roberts' clerks, which was already bad enough. And shucks, we weren't able to find out who leaked it. There's only like 20 potential people that could have, but shucks, we just can't find. Where's Roberts on that? And then once it's leaked, Chuck Schumer directly calls out Kavanaugh and says he will pay, he will reap the whirlwind. Then Democrats ignore the obvious law that says you can't, for the purpose of intimidating jurors or judges.
Roberts did condemn Schumer, so he did this. He did a whole rant. I can admit when I'm wrong about something. Stop saying dumb shit confidently without actually understanding it. First challenge level. Trump impossible. Hi, this is the Politics. What's up? Gang, gang. Certified. You know what that guy is. If you say that word, you know it's a universal code for you know what. So FBI. All right, we got one. All right. That's what they call into lines and they say that word because they want to distract from what they really do. Anyone that calls in and says that, you know what they do, bro. You know what they do. Listen to the Kendrick Lamar song, Not Like Us. He exposes everything in there. Just remember that, dude. Anyone that calls in and says that, there's not a chance I was criticizing child abusers and that guy calls in and says that. He's mad. He's mad that I was criticizing child abusers. He had to stand up for his people. So I respect him standing up for his own, but calm down, buddy. Howdy.
Hi.
How's it going? What do you want to chat about?
Yeah, I was just watching the stream, and I wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
So I'm a casual politics person. I don't know all those gritty details and everything.
I'm a competitive politics gamer.
No, I'm not I'm a casual gamer, but I listen to you guys' politics a lot, so
Yeah.
but
Sure.
I'm curious about something. And my curiosity is, how do you combat what's going on now? How do you do that with Trump disregarding court orders? How do you do that with Congress pretty much enabling his actions? How do you combat that now?
Honestly, it goes back to the American people and people in any society giving power because economically, civilly, in any sense, the people hold the power. I would say right now we're living in a post-constitutional moment, which is also what Project 2025 says, but they are the ones doing it, of course. But we're fighting for the soul of America, not in the Joe Biden way, but in terms of our moral foundations, if we respect law, if we care about our fellow, and by fellow people, I mean all humans in general. if we care about how human beings are treated, if we really care about any moral standing, if we care about our neighbors, or if we even care about ourselves. So right now, the propaganda for these movements, and it's the same in every dictatorship, North Korea, Nazi Germany, fascist Italy. The propaganda is very effective. It's very emotionally provoking. So especially for people that don't understand much about politics, the arguments can sound really, really good, especially if there's already pre-biases that you already have. When you already have biases, and that's where they can violate the civil rights of, the right to due process. They can send a brown person to detention or to a labor camp who might be completely innocent. But the American people are not going to show as much sympathy for that person. It's not going to be as big of a story because they're going for groups that the American people have deemed undesirable, at least, enough American people. So what needs to happen is enough American people need to say this is not okay. And to the extent where they actually speak up about it, and for that ideology to spread, and we need to understand why it's important to care about people, why it's important to have law. But the issue is, the big problem is that usually if people fall to this kind of rhetoric, it takes a big fracture in the system for people to realize that they effed up. They don't realize they effed up until it's too late, until some shit has gone down. So like right now, I would just say keep on spreading the word as much as possible. Try to lead people to water. You can't make them drink, but plant as many seeds as possible. Especially talk to people who are not involved in politics, who are new to politics, and learn how to communicate with them. It's a very difficult, complicated process. But yeah, we have to just do our best. Yeah, dude, we can do our best. Try it.
Well,
we have participation trophies. Yeah.
I would agree with you, but I think that you gave us an example of North Korea and Germany. In Germany specifically, they switched up just because they lost the war, but those people in Germany were still living through a Nazi era. They couldn't combat it at the time, and if they tried to, they were killed. That's just like North Korea. So you're in America. And America's a much bigger place than those two countries, but it's like you have unlimited amount of power focused at the top right now. Like here's the question. What makes you think that those people at the top really care about what we do now? Like
they don't care
exactly.
until enough people care to be disruptive. And being disruptive can even be people protesting Tesla. If there literally was a full all-out boycott for everyone on Tesla, shit would change quick, because Elon Musk would actually be he has a lot of loans with Saudi Arabia and Russia that they'd be knocking for. They're involved in a mafia business that would actually screw him over. That's why if you look at his interviews in the past 2 days, his face is drained. You can see the outline of a skeleton. So like not even a strike, but even like Coke versus Pepsi. If everyone bought Coke because they kept their DEI policies and stopped buying Pepsi, if everyone did that, all those financial transactions would speak. But like what you said about Germany, we're in the period before the violence starts happening at a mass level. So I would say right now we have a clock. We have a 2 years at most, a year and a half really, because we're already in March of 2025. We have a year and a half to have a huge change before we get to that point. So I would say to everyone, get involved now. Now is the safe time to get involved, because if we don't get involved now, it will be the dangerous part. It will be the dangerous part in a year or two if we do not, or 3 years, whatever it might be. We need to be out there now. We need to be messaging now. We need to post as much as possible. Now is the time to do it as much as humanly possible. And yeah, just keep on trying to share as much as you can.
Okay, so and again, I want to say I kind of agree with you, but let me bring up this point then, and this is a point that I think maybe it's just me, and I'm maybe I'm being naive on this, but you said about Tesla stock. Yes, it's going down, but what does that mean to a person who's already rich? If I have $400 billion in my account, I lose $200 billion. Guess what? I still have $200 billion. What the hell does that mean to me? I'm still rich. Because
his wealth is fake. So like his wealth is fake, and a lot of his loans for Twitter, for example, are financed by a lot of Saudi Arabian and Russia investors. So it's leveraged against his Tesla stock. So if his Tesla stock goes to a certain level, it really screws over his cash supply. So he has a lot of, I think he only has, as far as cash on hand versus wealth, it's probably like a percentage point of his actual total wealth. Maybe like 5% of his wealth is actual cash he can spend. So the more cash he needs to liquidate, the better. And like the only reason he was worth 450 million or $1 billion is because Tesla stock went up crazy after the election. Now he's back down to like 200 billion. So just Tesla stock going from what it was 2 months ago to now, he lost like 150 to 200 billion dollars in net worth, which matters with the leveraging of the loans, and it does really hit the growth potential of his companies for the future. And his company is Tesla is very overvalued. Their stock is based on hopes and dreams, and they're assessed as like a tech company almost, or evaluated as like a tech company. So I mean, it could put pressure. It's not going to fix things, but I'm saying like those financial transactions every single day. As long as we have somewhere else to put our money, we should definitely. Like I said with Coke and Pepsi, if you have an option, buy Coke. If you drink soda, it just those small things can leave at least somewhat of an impact, and they're pretty passive things we can do.
Okay. I can see your point on that, and I mean, I'm not a financial person, so I don't understand the whole liquidation of their fund. I just see dollar signs in their account, or when they say like how much they're worth. I mean, I kind of get it, but I don't fully understand it. So it sounds to me like it's pretty much like fake money that you just transition numbers from account to account. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's worth. It's not cash on hand. It could be cash on hand, but there's a whole process of getting it out of businesses and. Yeah.
Okay. So then my next question would be, you say like we need to get out there, but I see people on the left. There is sort of infighting in terms of which direction you should go. In terms of just like we should like I see like people like Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks saying we should capitulate to this side and be more reasonable and be more understanding and try to get them to our side. And then I see more people on the maybe like Sam Seder or Coplin is like, no, F those guys. Like they're completely unreasonable at this point. We need to just fight and do this. And I'm curious, what is your stance on those two, or do you have a completely different stance on the whole thing?
Anyone that stands up for equality and our Constitution and freedom moving forward and stands in stark contrast to Trump, I want them on this side pushing against authoritarianism. That doesn't mean like a super conservative person, but I think as long as you're willing to fight what's happening, not capitulating like Chuck Schumer, for example. It's not about ideology at this point. It's about fighters and non-fighters. So like Cenk is completely bought out. I think he's paid off by Polymarket. His studio is called Polymarket Studios. Him and Anna are done politically. They will go to wherever the money is. They will go to wherever the populist bullshit is. They don't have real principles. They don't have real values. They're playing cover for the MAGA base, and they're funded by Peter Thiel. So them, I don't care about them at all anymore. I don't want to talk. I mean, I don't want any. No one should be watching TYT ever again, for sure. Sam Seder is still really good. I'd say like Brian Tyler Cohen's really good. Yeah, pretty much just like Cenk is terrible. Anyone that's like a communist or just like really stupid, I don't agree with that. But the American people who are just basic, we care about healthcare, we care about money getting out of politics in some regard, we care about the rule of law and our Constitution. All of those people should be uniting on those different principles, and I think that's actually a chance to move people more left on certain positions, because you have to question like, why did my ideology lead to Trump? Maybe we should be more collective, and maybe we should support our neighbors more than we have.
And I agree, but it's interesting to me because I see people on the right, and they have a coalition of things. Like for abortion, for example, years and years I would hear like abortion should be a state right, and every right wing person would say that. But then when they get it, you hear them now like, now let's nationalize it, right? It's like they had a complete and full message propaganda completely, and they stayed on message for the entire time until they got it. The left doesn't do that. The left is, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is up for debate, but they have multiple issues that they can't seem to organize to agree upon how or what should be done. Like there's people who will say, yeah, you should get universal health care. Okay, how so? Do you want to do Medicare for all? Do you want to do like a Canadian system? Do you want to do a Norwegian system? There's no simple agreement on, what is the right thing to do, right? Even the minimum wage thing, it was $15, now it's $17. Then some people say $25. What is a consistent message that the left organized can bring together that says this is a united front, this is what we stand on, and then once you do get in power, maybe then you can have a debate about, okay, maybe how much we should actually do or things like that. Like, but right now there's not a consistent message. Bernie's doing one thing, he's talking about the oligarchies, and then you got Chuck Schumer doing his BS stuff, whatever he's doing. Then you got, people, other people are just everywhere now. There's no consistent message on the Democratic side, or even just independents in general, because everything is everywhere. So how do you get to where the right is when they're just consistent? Even if it's BS, they're just consistent with it, and they'll blunt you with that message consistently.
Yeah, well, the right wing is able to do that because they don't have any independent thought, and they have no principles or ideology, so they need to pick up random ideologies that make no coherent sense. So they can easily just say, I'm anti-healthcare, I'm anti-government, and we'll let the free market fairies figure it out. Like the magical free market is going to fix all solutions. So it's really easy for them. They could be anti-progress in general. Democrats need to actually be independent thinkers that have different solutions, and we have like complicated thoughts, and we don't just like follow one charismatic leader or just claim that religion gives us our entire moral structure. So it's a lot harder to be a free thinker. It's a lot more difficult. Infighting is really good in a party. It's good that we can't decide on a message, because if you decide on a message in lockstep, like all these Republicans are under Trump, you have a dictator, you have a cult leader. So it's a good thing for like when it comes to our voter base and their ability to think, but it's a terrible thing when it comes to political efficacy. So I definitely agree. There needs to be some standard basis of here's Joe Biden ran on a lot of policies that were really good when it comes to labor rights and unions and wages, and I'd say expanding Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Medicare negotiating all drug prices in America is a policy I think most Democrats can get behind. Medicare negotiating or Medicare being at least something people can buy into if they want to, versus a private plan. At least that someone like that's actually for I think what's his name, Murky, and I can't remember his name. You know what I'm talking about. Chris Murphy and Murky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like they're for the having some type of public option. Maybe we could expand that bigger, but it's really about like we need our anti-corruption policy that's a baseline for being a Democrat. I think that's something even John Fetterman would get on board with. Okay, some type of anti-big money policy, maybe some type of financial disclosure policy that if you're in Congress, you need to have this level of finances disclosed, and just message on like what Trump does. Trump did not spend any money on positive campaigns for Republicans. He just made the other side look like evil, like devils and like chaos agents that want to destroy all of society. He just demonized the other side, beat down the other side. You don't even have to advocate for yourself. So just bring up things like Mike Johnson never reporting any of his finances. Bring up the shadow government they have. But I do agree that Democrats can't really rely on conspiracy because they're too smart for their own good. So they need some type of policy to actually push for that's going to make the system better, especially for like myself too. I definitely agree that I don't want to go back to the system that brought us Donald Trump. I want to do something better. And I think people are not going to vote for Democrats if they don't support something better. And when people want change in the system, and we do have issues with money in politics, people are going to get change, whether it's through fascism or progressivism. So we need to do trust busting, by the way. I think trust busting, monopoly busting and trust busting, I feel like can be a good policy that Democrats have been pretty strong on. So I don't know.
I think that would be a good policy, but I don't know if the majority would agree with you on that. And the reason I say that is because let me run this by you. And I have a point to this, but I just want to see what you're going to say to this question real quick. Do you put any stock in blaming the voters at all for the choice for the vote they made, or do you think it's more of the politician's fault?
That's like asking if someone is at fault for like staying in a really abusive relationship. I think some people in those environments can do things to get out of it that are better, but I do think there's a certain level of free will people don't have when they're lied to constantly. And these algorithms create this entire world around them where they're being gaslit to believe an entire different version of reality. So you could take a very intelligent person, and if you only showed them Fox News, they'd believe a lot of crazy shit. But they're a very, very intelligent person. And some of those people actually are like racist, and they like seeing brown people removed from the country, for example. Or they might like seeing black people get harassed at protest, or they might enjoy seeing gay people get pushed out of bars or whatever. Or when they tear up the Black Lives Matter street, they're like, yeah, get rid of that diversity hires, or whatever the hell they say. So some people like being casually racist for sure. Some people enjoy seeing other people suffer. But for the median voter, I think it shows the inclination towards selfishness if you support someone like Trump. But I would also say that the version of Democrats that they give is very weak. They give no narrative for themselves. They don't give a strong narrative at all. And the Republicans give a very strong negative narrative about Democrats. So I would agree, like, if I imagine myself in their shoes, which they cannot do for us because if they could do that, they'd probably be in a different ideology. But I could imagine just like being blasted. You're watching Joe Rogan. You're watching Stephen A. Smith, who's now doing Nazi propaganda.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
Jesus, if the entire media environment, including white, black, Hispanic, every demographic is covered. Every type of person is covered. They have infiltrated. They own 80% of media. So I can understand. I would not put the moral culpability on that person for being lied to by these people that do know better. Elon Musk knows he's lying. JD Vance knows he's lying. The place where I do put blame is the moral inability to see past themselves. Having that propensity towards selfishness versus empathy. That's where I put blame on people, is just not caring about their neighbors. 100%, that part.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I put the blame on all parties. I put it on all parties because what you just said is totally correct. When you asked me, when you said, how do I keep people in an abusive relationship? I would say this. My question back would be like, well, you had 10 years to pass the test. There's been 10 years of this man, if not more, of his buffoonery, like from the 6 bankruptcies to conning his employees. There's been more years of you having an open book test and you continuously fail it. That can't be just on the politicians. You have to take some ownership of that, especially when like you said, like, it's an open book test. It gives you all the answers, and you still failed. There has to be some onus on the voters on that part. And you have a phone, you have the internet. If you really care, if you really cared about these issues, let's just say like they say, like Republicans will say, oh, I care about abortion. Okay, well if you look it up, Democrat abortions went down. It's easy to look up. But you believe the BS because it fits your narrative. So now when things happen to you and you're like shocked by it, who does the blame for that? You can't blame the people who. You can't even blame the politicians because they pretty much told you what we're going to do. You just didn't listen. Again,
but if you're a casual viewer, you probably don't even hear what they say. A lot of them, and that's where I differentiate. But people people genuinely don't understand what I'm saying because they have not seen it, and if they do see it, they don't have any way to process it or frame it. And our civic education in America sucks. And I think like it is sad that we need to communicate with people on a different level, but there is a truth to, Bernie Sanders' presentation can reach certain people that Kamala Harris's cannot, or AOC versus Kamala Harris, because they're both women.
I agree.
And I've brought up before to people that, the intuition is going to be not running women again. But that's not the issue. Hillary Clinton and Kamala were just really bad candidates as far as messaging goes.
I agree with that too.
And it's like, we need to adjust our messaging to where the voters are. And I do agree. And I'll just end on this. I guess fixing the narrative behind the party and shifting the moral beliefs people have is a big deal. And we know through our, we're not going to have any studies anymore, but through psychological studies we do have, like the Stanford prison experiment and experiments like that, people can be very, very, very easily manipulated to be drones, to just be like literally following orders. And even if they realize, oh shit, I might be wrong, they're too proud, or the cognitive dissonance is physically painful for them to admit. Or they just get the people that actually do turn, they're in dangerous positions, in life because the ruling party is kind of scary. And, that's how elected Republicans feel right now for a lot of them. But yeah, I guess just, I understand putting blame on everyone. And I think there's what I say to people is, everyone has a personal responsibility to do research. And like, if we have a chance and I show you something directly, like this disproves you, then it's like, hey man, If someone after, and this is what I say for people in relationships as well, if you're friends with someone in a terrible abusive relationship and they keep going back over and over and over and over again, there's only so much you can give to that person before you have to just move on. So I'd say when you're reaching out to voters and organizing, don't spend too much time on one person. If you think this one person has a chance of changing ever, plant seeds. Don't go on 5-year arguments with people. Go talk to someone else, because for every person that's going to be an asshole to you, that's not going to accept any new ideas, there's another person who is not involved, who might want to be involved, but they might be too scared. They might not understand it. They might want someone to walk up to them and give them an introduction. And if you're too occupied arguing with these dumbass troll bots, which a lot of these people in chat are actual robots, by the way, literal robots are commenting on my videos nonstop. Don't be occupied with them. Go out and give yourself to other people, and hopefully, if we keep on talking to more and more people, hopefully enough will be receptive.
Yeah, and I appreciate your answering the call. And I'll end with this too, because this has been on my mind for a while. But and I know you're not religious. I am personally. I am Catholic, but I am a progressive as well. So take that for what you will. But I think I will say this: Donald Trump is like God to these people. And to me, he's the personification of the devil. I've never in my life, and I'm not that old. I've never been around like the 1950s or whatnot. I'm not that old, but I've never in my life seen someone skate as effortlessly as he does against our laws and orders. He makes it look easy, and that's scary to me, of how just effortlessly he does this. Not even Capone could do some shit like he's doing. Like that's just that. I just can't believe how easily a dumb person like him tricked everybody to believe that he's the smartest guy alive.
Oh, he's very intelligent, but he presents as dumb. Like, you see how Elon Musk talks now? Elon Musk talks like an idiot now because he knows the audience likes it.
But what does that say about us, though?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about it. But it's like I said, like you debate Trump supporters all the time, but it's like anything you can prove on him, they will not accept the reality.
Trump never did anything wrong. It's lawfare. He's in the courtroom all the time. Why are so many courtrooms going after him? Why are so many cops going after him, dude? Why did the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago? It's like, okay, well, they found illegal things. It's like, so?
Exactly. He's God to them. He is legit God to them. And like I said, I know you're not religious, but it's like the story of the golden calf.
I'm very religious.
But it's like the story of the golden calf, and in the Old Testament with Moses and the Israelites with the golden calf, and how they treated the golden calf as their new god. Well, Trump is that golden calf, their new god. And like I said, there's nothing that he's been convicted of. Statutory sexual abuse? Is that right? Or found liable for sexual harassment?
He's like self-convicted too.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
He talked about wanting to have sex with his own damn daughter multiple times. He said how sexy his daughter is. He wished he could have sex with her and date her and marry her. It's the weirdest shit ever.
That makes me want to throw up in my mouth, like when I hear that. Honestly,
he's a true leader. He might say some things. He might sound like a dumbass idiot, sexual assaulter of his own child all the time. But who cares?
Allow it. That's the scary part. They allow it. Like I said, I've never, even with Reagan, and Republicans love Reagan. I don't think Reagan could have this kind of influence. It's crazy.
No, because Reagan did not stoop to these levels. So,
and even if he did, I don't think they would fall for it. I don't think they would. Like I hear people compare like Trump, Reagan, and Obama about how they're charismatic. I don't see. I don't think that they reached this Trump level.
Trump was willing to be very, very racist. Reagan still hit it, but Trump was able to do things that are like blatantly racist, but people still said, "Oh, it's not actually racist." At least when Reagan said like thug or crack and everything with the drug war on drugs and everything,
welfare queens and stuff like that.
He could hide it. Yeah. Even that was like at least somewhat hidden. Some people called white rural women welfare queens as well, but obviously it was mostly geared towards black people. And it's like that whole the whole thing was. Reagan did not just say, they're freaking rapists. He actually talked very positively about immigration. He talked very positively about free trade and being integrated with the rest of the world. But Trump is an authoritarian dictator. And Reagan was, you could say Reagan was more authoritarian. You could say you know, his foreign policy was still very, you know, bad, and he worked with Iran and, you know, was very corrupt, but he still respected the constitutional republic to enough of an extent. He did not seek to kill freedom. And seeking to kill freedom and seeking to deceive people is all it took in our system, because it's been held together by gentlemen's agreements, which is, yeah, really scary.
I agree. I think you're right. But I think Reagan made work for what is to be, because after Reagan, you had, you know, the both Bushes, and you know, Bush Jr. was like inching closer to that way. Like Trump is just the worst version of all of them combined. So it's
I agree with voter blaming though. Like who keeps electing these damn politicians? Who keeps electing these? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Someone's doing it. This shit's crazy, bro. Shit's crazy how that happens. Holy shit. How did this work?
And Reagan won a majority of his. I think it was his first election or second. But he won a majority because of dang, what was it? Carter, because of they were going through stagflation. So it's like his rhetoric worked at the time. You know, his rhetoric worked when it came to like welfare claims, and of course he talked a big game, of course, and we all know that. But I think he was like the predecessor of what we have now. You know, I don't think I just can't imagine people back then doing what Trump's doing now and being able to get away with it. That's the scary thing about it. Like, that's how far we've kind of evolved into.
Yeah, it's fun. And I'm gonna take this one person that called it 10 times. But before one last thing,
right
everyone needs to meme. Everyone needs to meme. Okay, keep on saying shit like, don't be super serious all the time. It doesn't work on these people. Be a little bit funny. You know, Tim Walz today, he was talking at one of his like he's doing like a tour thing like Bernie is a little bit. He said he has a little, when he needs a boost throughout the day, he got on his iPhone and he added the stock app and he has the Tesla ticker up if he needs a boost, a little pep in his step. And then he's like, hey, if anyone in the crowd owns a Tesla, you know, we're not gonna be mad at you, but you get rid of it with some floss, you know. Just like saying just like lighthearted stuff that gets to the point still, on like, because a lot of it is just signaling like, this is someone you should not like. This is someone you should not like. This is not a good person. You should not like them. They're freaking weird. And obviously Tim Walz coined that, and then they kind of take that away.
They butchered it. Yeah, they put him in a closet. We know. Yeah, that sucks. But yeah, thank you so much, man, for taking my call, man. I appreciate you. I hope everything goes well with you for the rest of the day and night. So, I hope to have another conversation with you. Good dude.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one. Thank you. New subscriber. Thank you for being a new subscriber. Please drop a like on the stream, hit subscribe. Thank you for joining me for tonight's show of, I don't even know if this is a show. This is whatever. Delivery and flavor. Everyone's good at different things. Yeah. I wish politicians would stop following the freaking. Nice. A time to build. Reviving the American dream by recommitting to our institutions. Okay. JFK heads right now. Yo, how about those JFK files, bro? We're learning so much about the deep state. Okay, if you guys want to call in, you can call in now. I'm gonna take one more caller. Good job. Thank you, Epoch, for the conversation. Appreciate it. Happy to see you back in chat. Oh crap. Am I still getting impressions on that? Yeah, I am. That makes sense. Oh crap. Come on. Someone call. One more person. Here you go. I'll call you back. I'm calling you back.
Hello?
Howdy, this is the YouTube guy. What's up?
Oh, that's it's great to hear from you. It's going well. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing fantastic. You're gonna be my final call for tonight, so make it amazing. Okay.
I appreciate it. Can I give myself a quick introduction and then we can start the conversation?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, man.
My name is Steven. I am a 21-year-old Republican from Pennsylvania. I have never really done any debates before, so this will kind of be my first debate, which I'm expecting to get absolutely shredded. I expect you to have some good arguments. But I
I
noticed
never
that you
debated
had
before,
some
so
interesting what?
I never did formal debate or anything like that. I know some
Right,
nerds do
right,
that,
right.
but
It's not really a debate. It's just kind of a conversation. But I've watched your stream a couple times, and I've found most of the people you talk to don't really stick strong on their arguments, and I just wanted to kind of give it a run and see how things go. So you have this thing on your stream, prove you're not racist. What makes Trump voters racist?
so my titles are to start conversations. So right now, the intent of starting a conversation is the amount of people that are okay with throwing out due process for example, the videos Trump is making dehumanizing so many people, and with like trap rap beats as they onboard them onto planes and send them to El Salvador to be in a labor camp, standing innocent people there, and no one cares. I think a lot of the reason people don't care is because many Americans just want to get brown people out of the country. Brown people, black people, whoever it might be, people want to get people out of the country. A lot of Americans are happy to see it happen. A lot of, I think that lack of empathy is largely because of skin color. And right now, there's a lot of stories of like teachers at school districts having to take down signs that say "all are welcomed here," because "all are welcomed here" is a contentious topic now in Trump's America. And I know federal workers who cannot talk about diversity or DEI or equality, and we're overturning executive orders from the civil rights movement. That so like right now it's technically legal again to be a federal contractor and have segregated bathrooms because of Trump. And it's like, why would you spend time even reversing that? So yeah, those are the reasons I think that Trump supporters are, inclined towards that, is because of the overall lack of empathy. I don't care about the words, right? I don't care about the slurs. My big thing is how you treat other people.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So my question for you is, what do you think we should do about the migrant crisis in America?
Anyone that's here on a visa overstay should
Okay.
have a path to citizenship. Deporting them is a waste of taxpayer dollars and also makes our communities less safe. All resources should be devoted towards violent offenders. Right now, they're like detaining visa overstays. They're detaining American citizens by accident. They're detaining people from their workplaces. They're detaining doctors and teachers. Why the hell are we spending American taxpayer dollars on that bullshit? I'm pissed off about that. I don't want my freaking money being spent on detaining. We deported a 10-year-old girl that has cancer, brain cancer. We deported a 10-year-old girl with brain cancer. Why the hell are my tax dollars paying for that shit? Go after the violent criminals and give people a path to citizenship if they have been here working, if they have not caused any problems, if they're members of our communities already. That's what you used to be able to do. There used to be a path to citizenship. It all got messed up. We need to fix our broken immigration system. I hate Republicans who say over and over and over again that we don't care about violent crime. Of course we care about violent crime and getting it out of America, but we don't. We're not in favor of sending people to an El Salvador labor camp without due process, because within that process of just bypassing all law and order, innocent people are going to get swept up. And once people are in cuffs and shackles, they're no longer a danger to society. There's no reason we can't slow down and make sure the laws are followed. So that's my whole thing there.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to kind of pull back from, like, we can pick out specific instances of inadequacy in the system. I mean, I could, as a Republican, I can always point out, Lincoln Riley was killed by an immigrant. We can always point at different specific instances, but it's about the greater good.
Can I stop you there really quick, though? Just really quick.
What?
So Lincoln Riley was killed by someone, which is terrible, and it's horrible, but there was no reason to suspect that person of doing violent crime. They had no prior history of crime. Right now I'm talking about our direct policy decision to detain innocent people and deny constitutional freedoms and deny due process. This is an intentional decision right now being taken. Lincoln Riley did not happen because we decided to just not, or decided to break the Constitution or not enforce laws. That just happened because a bad person did a really bad thing, but it says nothing about the immigration system. So what I'm talking about is a systemic system in the U.S. right now where systemically federal officers are routinely now denying constitutional order. They're now denying court orders. They're now denying the rule of law in general and detaining people. They detained an American citizen in Chicago who was looking for a job with his resume for 10 hours. Never gave an explanation. Took him for 10 hours. Kicked him out. After 10 hours, took his money out of his wallet and never gave him any paperwork. about that. So this is systemic. What's happening right now? The Laken rally is a terrible situation, but it says nothing about the greater system. I'm sorry, but that's just like one of the big points too. We have to really nail down like why this is happening, what's happening, and what the policy decisions are leading to it.
Ibarra had prior crimes. I mean, we're not. I don't
he
want
had
to
prior crimes, but as far as like violent crimes, you could argue to change that policy, but they were still following the law. There's nothing illegal that was done there. What's happening right now is a blatant violation of constitutional law and due process. You could tell me a law that was violated that let him do something.
But deporting immigrants currently, the skipping of due process is based on the constitutional law from like 18 some early whatever. Sorry, I got a concussion recently. I'm not a little straight headed, but it was constitutional in when was the law made? It was in like 17. It was after the revolution. Which again,
you mean the 1798
kind of
Alien Enemies Act?
Yeah, people are always great now. It's an old law, yes, but it does make sense. I mean,
It's for wartime. That's for wartime.
Illegally. You can't deny that they're entering the country illegally. When you break a law, there is a punishment.
Yeah, I can,
and the
actually.
due process is there is a punishment for a crime, and you can't deny that the punishment for the crime is deportation.
So the due process is having a day in court, especially because multiple people that were deported were here legally for asylum claims and had a day in court scheduled the day after the flight. And now there's innocent people right now in El Salvador labor camps because we did not follow the law. And when we talk about the 1798 Alien Enemies Act,
I'm pretty sure the first plane we sent over was full of MS-13 gang members. If you want to call them innocent, that is extremely intellectually dishonest.
Okay, so intellectually dishonest does not mean that. I have looked over the cases and the people involved, and many of them have no criminal. Okay, no, we can look up this information. They have no criminal cases. Many of them. There's one key example where there's a tattoo artist. They claim they were MS-13 or a part of another gang because of their tattoos. They were going to prove it in court the next day. They were denied that chance. Now they're in a prison. Okay, they were a tattoo artist. The tattoos had nothing to do with gangs. They were going to prove what every tattoo meant. This person was legally seeking asylum. Another person was going to his routine ICE appointment, seeking asylum. Legally with his wife, and now he never returned home. So these are innocent people because we lack due process. That's why the judge said turn the plane around, because there's a lot of innocent people there that they just said they're all gang members. And what you just said right there is what I mean by the casual racism, where you're just accepting that they're all gang members without looking into it further. And I guarantee if they were all white, you would not be saying that. You'd be looking into it more.
Members, but on that plane were 23 members of the MS-13 gang, confirmed gang members.
There were 200 something people, right? There's 200 something people.
I know there were 200 people on the plane. And you can't.
Do you think I disagree with getting rid of the gang members? I disagree with getting the gang members.
My argument isn't that we should be stopping any good because one or two people might get swept up in the process. And if we do that, then we're going to the overall what is the word for it? The overall good of that action is going to be just swept up in the fact that we're not actually handling the problem. You mentioned, why are my tax dollars going to deporting illegal immigrants? Why are my tax dollars going to housing them in hotels for months and months? Why are my tax dollars going to programs for them? Or how about that?
Oh, no, I said, why are my tax dollars going to detaining visa holders and 10-year-olds with brain cancer? I said 10-year-olds with brain cancer and visa and green card holders.
It's one instance that you're going to point out. And
no,
you're going to use
I could bring up a lot of instances. I brought up like 4.
People should be allowed into our country.
I brought up like 4 or 5 instances. Do you think we should end asylum?
Race issue. This isn't a
do you think we should
issue.
Do you think we should end asylum as a country? Do you think we should end asylum? Do you think we should end asylum as a country?
I think that the levels of asylum in this country are way too high at the moment. I think that we need to lower the qualifications for asylum. Like asylum isn't I don't like my country anymore. That's not asylum.
No, okay, that's why we have court rulings. Yeah, that's about law. But when we talk about like housing immigrants in hotels, and by the way, our economy gets far more money from immigrants that do a lot of important jobs.
We exploit them. That's a good thing. We exploit immigration.
No. Okay, no. Listen. I'm just saying. No, okay, you're the one mad about you're the one mad about giving pennies to them to stay in while they have their asylum hearings. So I don't want to exploit immigrants either, but I also, we have an asylum process, and I'm okay with us funding that asylum process. If you want to change the law, that's fine, but we are following the law when we provide housing when they go through their asylum claims. I feel like you're kind of like, you can't be on one hand mad that we're providing housing during that process, that's legal, and then also mad about, like, I don't know, when I say that we're getting economic return from immigration. I'm just saying to you that you're not losing money in this ordeal. That Americans are richer because of immigration and supplying, and it's also a good thing, I think.
Yeah, we're way richer because of immigration.
Well,
because we exploit them for farm
it's
labor,
also
and then
asylum.
we get to traffic drugs into our country, which gets sold, and we actually tax that money.
Most drugs come from American citizens at legal ports of entry, not really people looking for asylum. Like that's actually why the immigrant crime rate's so low.
Asylum seekers are always bringing in drugs. I'm just saying that 1 or 2 instances a year, just like 1 or 2 instances of us failing to deport the right people, it can bring in problems.
The failing to deport the right people is us violating the law and the Constitution very blatantly, and we can easily follow due process.
According to the legal terms that Trump is using, which is perfectly legal.
He says we're in wartime right now. Do you think we're in wartime right now? Are we being invaded by an enemy country?
We are absolutely being invaded, and you can't deny that
we're being invaded.
Hundreds of thousands that poured over our border counts as an invasion. And I'm not saying a wartime invasion. Like we're not.
Okay, so if there's so there's an increase in migration. Okay, from a bunch of different countries. There's no increase in crime.
Yep.
No, though most of these are asylum seekers. Still, you can't say they're all illegal.
It doesn't matter for asylum seekers. They're still coming in illegally.
No, okay. So asylum laws. If you're looking for asylum, then by law, they're not coming in illegally. There are people that do come in illegally.
What are they seeking asylum from, dude? What are they seeking asylum from?
That's why there's courts. But that's why there's courts for it. It could, like, from Venezuela, for example, the barber.
I'm pretty sure the barber. And then give them months and months and months of our tax dollars.
I'm pretty sure the barber was gay, and you fled Venezuela.
We can't take in that many people.
Okay, then change the law. If that's your opinion, change the law. Don't bring up a wartime. But then change the actual law. That's why Trump's not a real leader. He can't pass laws, so he needs to do executive action. And even when the Aliens Enemies Act,
immigration easier during his first presidency. Now listen, I'm gonna use my own personal testimony based on some of my friends. I have a friend who came from Africa, and his illegal immigration time during Trump's first presidency in 2016 was 3 months. He had a visa and he was legally immigrated in 3 months. You know what the time under Joe Biden was? The estimations for time under Joe Biden was? Because the laws he deleted when he came in and passed executive
what laws
orders.
did he delete?
He passed executive orders to cancel all of Trump's orders, okay?
Orders?
Those orders ended legal immigration. Those orders
there's nothing Trump did on legal immigration, actually. There's nothing Trump did policy-wise on legal immigration, so that's why I want to know what laws you're talking about. Biden had a big backlog of immigrants because after COVID, America opened up first, and there was a big backlog that wanted to come here, but the border was shut down for a long time, so Biden did have all those immigrants. But I would say, by the way, the increase in border crossings came before Trump even left office completely. But, like, yeah, there was a higher amount of immigration. And then, like, when Congress tried passing that conservative border bill that Trump told them to vote against, that was going to increase the capacity to handle immigration claims. So, like, Biden tried passing a law for that, and Trump said no, and Republicans listened to him. So, like, you know, what did Trump do to actually... Okay, in general, though, when we're talking about the due process of the people that had court dates already to prove they were not gang members being sent to a labor camp, I think there's no standing at all for that. And that's like not even a deportation. That's more of like a kidnapping. If you want to say it's legal under this law, if you want to say we're in wartime right now, you're essentially saying the president can say it's wartime whenever, because we're no more under war than we were now than we were ever before in American history. I would say the Enemies and Aliens Act led to us doing the Japanese internment camps. Okay, the Japanese internment camps came from that act. Even when the act was passed, many founding fathers were against it because they thought it was very unconstitutional when Adams did that act initially in 1798. So I'm not happy the president's using it now, especially since we're not in damn wartime. We're in less wartime now than we have been in the past 60 years. The crime rate has been crashing down.
This is about an invasion.
It is about wartime. It's about executive power. It's about the president being a king. It's about the president abusing executive power to unilaterally deport innocent people to labor camps.
Number of people. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily an armed invasion. This is a state of emergency, and that is a generally accepted
thing. A state of war is very specific. Like, you're not at war versus just like whatever.
We're not at war. It's
by
an
your
invasion.
standard.
There's a difference.
So it's not an invasion either. But by your standard, the president can at any time
you can say that all you want, but that doesn't change the fact that it is.
By yours, it does, because you have to actually have arguments for that. But I'm saying that the crime rate now is lower than it has been in the past 50 years. It's been going down consistently. By your standard, any president at any time could use extraordinary executive power and become a king and just decide who they don't trust.
Show me.
But the Alien Enemies Act, national emergency powers.
Show me one excess of executive power.
The fact he's using the alien. The fact he's using the Alien Enemies Act right now to say it's wartime is a huge perversion of what wartime actually means to anyone that's ever
But it's
been around during a
absolutely within his
war.
rights. If Joe Biden had done the same thing, that would not be a problem for Democrats.
I
They
would
not
have a
at
problem
all
with
an
that,
issue.
yes. And many
You say
Democrats
that
were
now,
against
you say
Obama
that
deporting so
now,
many people as
but you were
well.
fine with us getting hundreds and thousands of illegal immigrants, which we had no control over, and that caused economic instability. And you can't
No, I
deny
wanted
that.
to fix the
You think that we're
immigration
better off?
system.
Well, you think that we were better off during Joe Biden's presidency than Donald Trump's presidency from 2016 to 2020?
So if we look at what was actually done on immigration, Joe Biden got a $1.5 billion investment from Mexico to pay for troops at the border and reinforce border security and to make more checkpoints. Yeah, $1.5 billion. So it's a 2-year plan in 2022, and that 2-year plan came to
Just
fruition.
1.5 billion?
I think Trump said he was going to get money from Mexico for the wall and
You
never
know
got
how much money
anything.
Trump has raised just for America? Yeah, did you see that? Hold up. I'm gonna pull that up real quick. From private companies too. He's raising money from private companies for America. Like I'm not now. Listen, I'm not a Trump fan. I only voted for Trump because he was the Republican candidate. But I cannot not I will not deny the fact that he has it will be having a great economic impact.
And by the way, just really quick, because you said I don't care about illegal immigration. Okay, so Trump is the one that said no to the border bill that was going to pass. So Republicans don't care about immigration. They just want to run on it.
Oh my gosh, there's no way you're bringing up that border bill. Do you understand
Why?
what was snuck into that border bill?
What was
there
snuck
was
into it?
$40 million
The Ukraine
for foreign
funding?
aid in Ukraine.
You know that
$40
Ukraine bill? Because
billion
hey,
for
do you know
aid.
how I know you're going to say that? I knew you were going to say that because the right-wing media programs you to say it. And by the way, the Ukraine funding was passed in a separate bill. The same funding was passed in a separate bill.
It was like 2,000
Yeah,
pages
I
or
did.
something.
That bill with the aid you're
That bill was
talking
longer
about,
than the Bible.
you could look it up. That $40 million was passed in a different separate bill. So that was not the reason. They voted against it because Trump wanted to vote against that policy because he did not want the issue to be solved before he ran for the election
There
because
was
Trump does
way
not love
more
America.
in that bill than just immigration policy, and you know
What
it.
else?
And to say
What
anything
else?
other than
What
that
else was?
is
What else was?
absolute malarkey.
Oh, no. Okay, well, that's Joe Biden's line, but I did just say there was other stuff in it, but that was already passed through a different bill after the fact because they said no to the immigration part. So Republicans voted yes for the Ukraine aid. They voted no for the immigration part separately. They still voted for the Ukraine funding. And I knew you were going to say that because that's what everyone says to back it up, but they don't actually look up the law.
There's a bunch of stuff I knew you were going to say too. That doesn't make it wrong. It still counts.
Okay, no. The part that makes it wrong is that you got it wrong, and I proved you wrong, and you don't have a rebuttal because
you didn't prove me wrong. Pull it up. The bill's like 2,000 pages. Why don't you read me the pages and prove that what I said is not actually in that bill?
because they passed
All
the
2,000 pages.
the
Why
number
don't we
you
read
just
it? It'll be a nice little filibuster, just like the bill was. That's why they turned it down, because it's like 1 billion pages, dude. Have you read the bill?
Okay, so the most conservative member of Congress wrote that bill,
Who was that?
Langford
Who was
from
that? Who's the most
Oklahoma.
conservative member of Congress?
Yeah, one of the most conservative, Langford, I'm pretty sure,
Who
from
was it? Who
Oklahoma.
was it?
Oh, that's a senator, James
Who was
Langford.
it?
James
Who?
Langford is very
James
conservative.
Langford.
James
Yeah, yeah,
Langford.
yeah.
Yes, a U.S. senator. Okay, so you
he's
don't
the
sound.
most conservative. He's the most conservative.
He's from Oklahoma. He is very conservative. He
That
actually his
doesn't
record
make
is.
him conservative. We have senators from Texas right now who are literally roasting their own state and because she's a Democrat, she's roasting her own state. That doesn't make her conservative just because she's from Texas. Like that doesn't matter what state they're from. They can still be liberal and from their state. Doesn't matter if he's Republican or not either. We learned that with other members of Congress. We've learned who's actually conservative these last couple of years.
Okay,
Also,
so with the border bill, Trump.
Immigration. What do you think about merit-based immigration?
Okay,
Instead of
so I just
letting
want to no,
everybody-
because you want to run away from it and you're yelling over it because you know you're wrong. But do you
Well,
like? If,
we'll cycle on the same argument over and over and over again. But that's
no,
not gonna
you
change
were
the fact
wrong
that
about the
we're
Ukraine
disagreeing.
funding being the reason they voted it down. They voted it down because Trump did not want to solve the immigration issue before he got in office because he wants to run on it. He wants to propagandize
Okay,
on it.
so
He does not care
where's
about
your source
immigration.
for
Trump
that?
hates
Where's
this
your source for
country.
that? 'Cause that's not true. That's not true.
It is
Pull it
true.
up.
Okay, bring up another point in the bill. No, you said it's not true. The only point you
No,
brought
no,
up
no,
is
no,
the
no,
Ukraine,
no,
and I said that was
you're
fast
running away from
do
the
something
point. Why
else.
don't you prove that Trump turned that down because of the immigration
Can you
issue?
admit that one point about the Ukraine funding, they already passed the Ukraine funding in a different bill after the fact? And that's not why they didn't.
If I find a source that says that the Ukraine funding was not in that 2,000-page bill, then yes, I will back down that point.
No.
But
Okay,
there's other stuff
listen again.
that's in
Okay,
that
wait.
2,000
Hey,
page
buddy,
bill that
you're
is
being
definitely
weaselly
not
right
what
now.
we need
You're
in
being a
America.
dishonest person. You don't want to go to God like this. Listen,
I'm being a
I said
dishonest person.
there
I'm honest.
was.
I have no
Hey,
problems with that.
calm down. People, you
I'm
sound
calm,
wrong
dude.
because
I'm
now you're
just
interrupting.
excited. This is great.
Yeah, you're excited because you're interrupting now because you know you're wrong and you want to interrupt, so I can't get my points out. You're doing
No,
it.
no, no.
Okay.
Well, let's back up to
Okay,
your
calm
point
for
then.
a second.
Let's
Calm for a
back up to your
second.
point
Calm
then.
for a
Oh, no,
second.
now
Okay.
you don't want to back up. Now you don't want. You want to back me
I'm
up,
still
but
in the
you
middle of
don't
my
wanna back up
sentence.
yourself.
You sound frantic. Just give me 1 second.
I'm not frantic. I'm relaxed, brother. I'm smooth
Okay,
as silk,
so Okay, prove you're right by being able to. Okay, stop talking for 5 seconds. Then, if you're so relaxed, the Ukraine funding. I am not saying. I'm not saying the Ukraine funding was not. I'm not saying the Ukraine funding was not in that border bill, but that same Ukraine funding passed in a separate bill. So therefore, the Ukraine funding was not the reason the border bill got denied, because that same funding, Republicans also, many voted for the Ukraine funding in a separate bill. So therefore, if they were going to vote for the immigration package, the Ukraine funding was not the hurdle. It's because they did not want to vote for the border bill because Trump said no to it, because Trump knew if he had that border bill passed, he would not be able to propagandize on it for the campaign. And Trump does not actually want to fix any policy in America. He just wants executive orders so he can use executive power. He never actually pushes legislation through to fix the immigration system. That's the whole point. So you're wrong about the Ukraine funding being the reason they did not vote for it.
All right, so I muted my mic for that whole thing so you could get that point out. The Ukraine funding not being a part of it, again, we'll agree to disagree because I can't. You have no proof of that. That's all speculation. I mean, you can. No. Listen, I'll even back that point down. If that passed under a full vote, okay. If that passed under a full vote and the Republicans even voted for the Ukraine support, that still doesn't prove that Trump turned down that bill so that he could run on immigration. And you need to prove that with something other than your own abject speculation.
So it's not speculation. I know that. Okay, so Public Law 11850, enacted April 2024, provided $95.3 billion in foreign aid for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. So that package was passed in a different area. And yeah, there was a. Here you go. Here's even a New York Post
Ukraine.
article.
Wait, what was the second language? Israel and Taiwan?
Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan was passed in the other bill.
The latter two candidates are excellent candidates for foreign aid. Just because Ukraine was lumped into that doesn't mean we didn't vote for support for Israel and what was the other country? Taiwan, who are both excellent candidates for foreign aid, considering their neighboring countries are actively at war with them.
Okay, no, we're talking about the border bill. Why the border bill didn't pass? So like.
Yeah, okay, so what's your proof that Trump denied that for exactly the purpose of running on immigration? You have to prove that. You can't just speculate about it.
Because Republicans were about to vote for it, and they changed their vote when Trump said to change their vote.
Again, so you're speculating that, which means there's no actual evidence of it. So you can't just speculate about it. You have to have some evidence.
Okay.
Well, we'll dance around the flagpole all day, but you have to have some evidence.
No, I am objectively correct about this. I am objectively correct
You're
about this.
absolutely
Okay,
correct. Yeah, with all the speculation in the world. Yep. 100% correct. You
Sorry,
know what?
I go
Joe
off things
Biden
people
has
do and
wings,
say.
and I don't have to prove that, but I can say whatever I want about him, right?
No, but like I've brought
Joe
up
Biden's
multiple
also mentally
laws,
decrepit.
and
What do
I've
you think about
shown a much better understanding of the policy than you have. So like,
You've shown a slightly better understanding of the policy than
much
I have.
better.
And
Much
I doubt
better.
that
I knew you were
have a
going to say
deep
before you
understanding
said
of
it.
considering it's 2,000 pages of filibuster.
That's not what filibuster means either. What do you think filibuster means?
Filibuster is like when you as a real life example, when somebody reads a long document in court so that they can eat up as much time as possible so that the case goes their way. Essentially, you're stalling till you have either a good argument or you're stalling until the other side gives up. That's what a filibuster is. Now, that 2,000-page document is full of just randomness. If it was a basic border bill that we could actually read through and understand, then we might have even passed it. But what was in that border bill that made it so good?
The border bill was 300 pages long, by the way. It was 300 pages long. The Republicans lied about that too. But the Republicans also wrote the bill. They were all going to vote for it, but they all voted against it.
I'm speculating just like you are. I'm making an exaggeration.
I'm not speculating. I'm going off of actual information. Okay, let's move on to a different topic. I don't want to make you too emotional. Go to a different topic.
So sure, let's go for a different. Wait. You want to change topics?
I want to save you. Yeah, I want to save you. I want to save you. No, I want to save you. Because if you're gonna be dishonest like this, like we go to something else. We could go to. Okay, if you're gonna be doing this, I could be being mean to you right now. I'm not being mean to you because you said you don't really debate or talk to people. But we'll talk about something else. Just be nice about it. You're out of your depth. Just go to something else.
By swearing at me, but we'll get at that.
Swearing at you? Calm down, Bible
you
boy.
open up the thing about calling Republicans. You call us all sorts of names. Let's move to a different thing. Let's talk about.
Let's take a breath. Let's take a breath.
I'm trying to take a breath.
Okay, what topic do you want to go to next?
Let's go back to immigration. Let's go back to immigration, not the border bill. We'll talk about regular immigration. What do you think is the best solution for immigration? Let's give you the floor for that. I'll even mute my mic again.
Didn't I explain what I want for immigration on giving a path to citizenship and border security? I pretty much, or
Border
was
security.
that
Okay,
someone else?
so you want border security? What's your solution for border security if we're gonna let 300,000 people into the country like every day?
So if you want to adjust asylum laws, you can. So like the border bill that they were going to pass that Trump said no to was very conservative. But at a certain number of people, they shut it down. So it set like asylum limits and that kind of bill. So you can play with that and understand that. But another thing you could do is work with foreign aid and other countries to set up checkpoints. So other countries can handle immigration claims, and also so there's less of a reason to flee countries if you help stabilize those countries, and you could do that by bringing in private investment, or by just working with different negotiations with Central America, Mexico, and all those countries. So yeah, a lot of those can be effective solutions.
So send the money is our solution. And you said border
no,
security.
It could be mutually beneficial. There could be trade deals. There could be private investments. There could be a lot of different things.
Sorry. So why did it take till year 4 to introduce a border bill that supposedly was the solution? Which I don't agree that it was the solution, because I don't think foreign aid is the solution to the policy.
I don't know. Republicans should have wrote a bill. They should have wrote a bill earlier.
I don't know. Let's talk about current immigration numbers. Do we want to talk about that?
Immigration
numbers
so
from Joe Biden compared to today's immigration numbers?
So that isn't a good way to determine policy, because
that's
even
not a good way,
under
because it's got actual evidence. My bad. Sorry.
no, because if you look at the actual numbers, then Obama had less immigration and more deportations than Trump did. So by that standard, Obama was tougher on the border than Trump. Yeah, but Republicans thought he was not good on the border.
I don't think you want to bring up Obama. That's disgusting.
He deported a lot of people.
Damn. Sorry, I'm just pulling up some numbers real quick.
Okay, so if you follow the asylum laws,
that's a plummet.
the numbers will okay. Let's talk about economics or something.
So I thought we were talking about my next point. I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah, your next point. I'm done with immigration with you. I'm done.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought, because you're about to lose this argument, so you'll run away from that one.
Yes, I'm gonna lose the argument. Yes.
You're going to lose the argument on numbers, because I was about to pull up the numbers on what Joe Biden's immigration versus Donald Trump's immigration was looking like. I think the other day we had 100.
Okay, name one policy Trump passed on. Name one policy Trump or Biden passed on immigration.
The current hold up, I actually have this.
Like a law.
Merit-based immigration system that was called the RAISE Act. It was a shift to merit-based immigration. Trump proposed moving away from a family-based immigration system toward a merit-based immigration system, where immigrants will be selected based on skills, education, and ability to contribute to the economy. This was outlined in the RAISE Act, which he introduced in 2017. It prioritized high-skilled workers and point system for evaluating potential immigrants, similar to systems used in Canada and Australia, and that comes directly from White House Gov's website. We can also go to reducing the legal immigration levels, because that was a bit of an issue with the green card issuing. We reduced green card issuing and family-based visas. Trump administration sought to reduce the number of green cards issued, especially for family-based immigrants. The RAISE Act would have reduced the number of green cards issued by 50%, eliminating certain family-based categories. Now, you might think, oh, that's immoral. Why would we eliminate families? Again, if we want to point really specifically, it's aligning more closely with Canada and Australia's immigration.
Okay, I want to move on to a different topic after this, but this is what I'm saying. It doesn't.
Now we're going to move on to a different topic now that I've pulled up
Dude,
sources.
if you're gonna be an ass, if you're gonna be an ass, I'll talk to someone else. Give me 1 second, okay? It's too late for this.
Sure. What else?
Okay, so the reason I said the policies you need to understand, because you're bringing up policies that did not pass. So the policies you're talking about did not change immigration numbers at all. So like we need to be very careful on like what are the policies, what are they actually affecting, or like what's just happening in the world, because like Biden got a lot of inflation after COVID. That was not his fault. That was global inflation that Biden had to deal with. America had the #1 return from the economic crash of COVID, but he got penalized for it because the economy was just bad. Just like, George Bush had the economy crash and Obama had to take over, or like Donald Trump had COVID, so his numbers went down. Like things happen during presidencies that are not in their full control. And a lot of things can happen that presidents do to influence that, but you got to look at Congress, you got to look at different laws and everything that influence a bunch of different things. It's not as simple as just like looking at a graph or just like yelling different points. We have to actually look at like like you brought up a policy that did not pass. So why even talk about that with like immigration numbers, because it was never in effect. It's a concept.
Isn't that what I just did?
No, I'm saying like that never got through Congress. It never got passed into law, so therefore it could not influence any immigration. It did not change the immigration system like you think it never got passed. You think it was passed, it was not passed, and you're giving him credit for a law that never got passed.
I said
Okay,
that
but
was
you're
something
getting.
that he proposed and attempted to pass.
I asked you what laws they got passed. Okay, what do you
I
think about
opened up
healthcare?
by saying Trump opposed moving away from family-based immigration. You asked me to bring up a policy that Trump tried to pass about immigration.
No. I was bringing up what policies did they pass to influence the numbers. But what do you think about healthcare?
What do I think about healthcare? Oh, are you
Yeah.
talking about like universal healthcare and stuff like that?
Or just like I don't know, what is Trump's healthcare plan?
I actually don't want to talk about that. How about that? Let's talk about something else.
Why?
Maybe I'm not so concerned about healthcare right now because I'm a 21-year-old dude. I don't really have much concerns about healthcare. I understand
I
other
hate
people have
kids.
concerns about
I hate
healthcare.
kids. These kids these days, dude.
These
kids.
Man, you've been dodging my arguments all day. You just left one of the stuff I wanted to talk about because I started bringing up the stuff that I wanted to talk about.
The laws that
Just because
weren't
I brought up
passed and the
sources and
immigration bill
stuff,
that you
you
didn't
pulled
understand.
away.
No, I just want to go into a more interesting topic. I talk about immigration
Okay,
with every caller.
this is great content for you right now because
Don't hype yourself up too much. No,
plenty.
this is like you're obsessed with like the issue that concerns race, and I just want to go talk about healthcare.
I'm
You don't
not
know
talking
about
about race.
healthcare.
I'm talking about merit. This
Oh,
isn't
what do you
about
think about
race.
DEI?
This
Okay,
isn't about
tell me
race.
about DEI then, since you don't know you
DEI,
don't care about
that's a
healthcare.
great one. I love talking about this. Okay, yeah, DEI shouldn't be a thing. And
So are you
to
against
propose
Martin
that
Luther
it
King
should be a
Jr.?
thing.
You're
What'd you say?
against the Civil Rights Act.
Okay, now we're gonna get into some fun stuff. The Civil Rights Act. I have not read up every single aspect of the Civil Rights Act, so I wouldn't know enough to argue for or against it, and that's the best thing I can say about it. But I am against diversity, equity, and inclusion being a policy for America and for business in general. And I talked about this in my college essays in business as well. You got to understand diversity, equity, and inclusion is based entirely on race, and that's in and of itself is racist. And I don't
Oh
understand how anyone could
no,
argue for that.
dude! Do you know that race makes up like 10% or less of DEI? If you think this, you need to go read some books or something, bro. This is
You know what? You know
upsetting.
what? Why don't you explain to me why DEI is a good
Oh
thing?
my
Because
God, no, because
honestly,
DEI.
it has only been imperative to America's success.
You're proving the point on my show that I say Trump supporters are
I'm a
focused on race too
racist.
much
Yeah,
or
sorry. I
racist.
don't
Yeah, do you
believe
know
in
why?
programs
Do
that
you
base
know why?
entirely off of people's upbringing and their skin color.
Okay, so DEI includes veterans and includes accessibility and includes, like, for example, rural whites get most of the DEI. Black people make up like less than 10% of the DEI. Like LGBT
Of
issues get
the
like less than
DEI,
5 or
like it's
10%.
some
Most
sort of
DEI
list.
is for veterans and for just like people from poor backgrounds in general for class issues. That it helps level the playing field for people that start off in compromising positions in society that they don't have as much access to success. Like thinking DEI is only a race thing and it's based entirely off race. Number one, it's not even in places where they use DEI. It's equal opportunity employment. You might be against affirmative action, but affirmative action is not DEI.
So what do you think how do you think DEI should be implemented in America if you think it's so important?
Equal opportunity employment. So like if you're hiring for a job, share that job posting to every kind of community. Don't just focus it in like a rural place or a town. Focus it to every community. And don't hold people's skin color for or against them in the employment process. That's the main point of the civil rights movement and like the equal rights or equal opportunity employment.
So essentially, we should have programs in local communities for people who are disadvantaged based on what factors?
It doesn't need to be policies in local communities. We definitely should not ban DEI, but when it comes to like federal jobs and everything, I think you should hire from every talent group, from every demographic. It should not be limited, and we should make sure we're giving it to every type of community.
Yeah, well, I mean, 100% I agree, but I would say that we should be hiring based on merit and not based on their just
But you're not hiring based on
existence.
race. You're hiring based
What
on
do you mean?
merit still. You're still hiring based on merit as much as possible. The biggest issue right now that's blocking merit is
I never
legacy
said race. I
admissions and
said based on their
having rich
abject
parents.
existence.
Having money and rich parents is a much bigger issue than any social topic for opportunities and being against the merit. And like the idea that people are with DEI, you get jobs just because you're black. That's not what DEI is. That'd be an affirmative action. That'd be a quota system. That's never been in the federal law. The federal law Trump is removing or trying to remove has to just do with basic equal opportunity employment. It's not mandatory employment of like black people, for example.
Okay, so wait, what did you say Trump was trying to remove?
He removed multiple provisions of the civil rights era executive orders to do with
So
federal
what provisions
contracting.
did they
The what?
What provisions would those be? I think you were about to get to it, but I might have accidentally cut you off.
I have to look up the provision, but the law was that a federal contractor or federal workers, they had to advertise that position in every community. So like, if you're looking for a federal job, you can't just like send it to rural areas or just urban areas. You have to like give the postings to everywhere and consider every candidate equally, pretty much, or from every religious background. Or like it protects against, like, for example, if you're hired for a job and you come out as gay, your employer cannot fire you just because you're gay. And they just found out you're gay, so it's like, ew, you're gay, you have to leave now or whatever. So yeah, that's the law that Trump wants to remove. That's part of DEI though. The idea that DEI is just like making black people get a bunch of jobs is not true. What was that?
He hasn't removed it yet. Has he
Yeah,
removed
yes.
it?
Executive order.
Yeah.
I could look it up again.
Yeah. Let me
Let's
see that one. Let me read
So
that
the
one.
judge blocked Trump's executive order. His executive order banning trans people from the military. A federal judge blocked that right now. Executive order anti-DEI federal employment.
You just
Oh,
brought
an
up the best
injunction
argument
lifted
against it.
part of his anti-DEI. I hate that I have to look up every single.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna make claims, you got to back it up with sources.
No, it just
Hey,
like
could you
no, because if I'm
ChatGPT
talking to
would give
people
you
who
a
are
great
not like,
background. What?
it sucks when I do this because I have to be the one to find every single resource on
Well,
literally
I'm looking
everything.
it up too. I'm looking it up too for your sake.
And I told you what the law is already. I don't know what the exact code is, but I know federal workers right now, they can't say the word diversity or they have a risk of getting fired. So they're doing a lot of language policing
risk
for
of
that
getting
kind of
fired,
stuff.
as in that they might that you're saying again. That's very speculative. You can't just say stuff like that. You can't. Well, I mean, you can. Free speech.
That they're
You know, this is
sweeping
America.
through. No, they're sweeping through. Like you look up the Doge reports of them
Are you
sweeping
talking
through
about the
computers
people
of
who are
federal
scared to
workers.
say diversity because they might get hired? That whole thing. The
No,
like the office
because
that
they
was
made it
like,
very clear that you're not going to be in the White House if you think about diversity or inclusion. Like they're anti-diversity in the White House.
It's not that they're anti-diversity. They are merit-based. They are not based on diversity, equity, or
Is that why Tucker Carlson's son is one of JD Vance's top communications people because of meritocracy?
Maybe it is.
Is that why the current Secretary of Defense has?
What merit does he not have?
Is that why
you
the
think that he
current
shouldn't be allowed?
because he has no experience in the press pool. I think he's like, oh yeah, by the way, Tucker Carlson is on Hunter Biden's laptop because Tucker Carlson was asking Hunter Biden to get his son opportunities. That's awesome. But anyways, now his son's also working for JD Vance. So I guess the Hunter Biden to JD Vance pipeline is very real with these people. But yeah, the meritocracy for the Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth has probably 1/10 of the experience that Lloyd Austin has, and
But Lloyd Austin's a Democrat, isn't he?
he's nonpartisan, but he was a general.
That makes so much sense. Everybody's nonpartisan these days, isn't that the case? It's like the last fake thought.
He was. Well, you're supposed to be less partisan, especially like Biden kept on a lot of people that were from Trump's administration. Biden kept on a lot of Trump people.
By those beliefs, you determine what party you must align with. That's the way the system was supposed to work.
Well, when you're serving in like a federal job, you're supposed to be as nonpartisan as possible. So like the DOJ right now doing a big press rally for Trump.
Right?
But
no matter who.
Why would you say that in this conversation about federal employment or about federal workers?
I'm just bringing up the fact that a lot of Democrats in their federal jobs like to say that. That's just my own personal gripe.
What does that even? What do you mean in their federal jobs? You can't do that if you're a federal worker.
Never
you can't.
Seen that clip with the senators be like, "Oh, no matter who."
The senators?
It's like a group of senators. They're at like a podium and they're like, "Guys, vote blue no matter who." I could pull up the video, but I think that would be a waste of your time.
It is. I mean, you saying this right now is a waste of my time, and it's stupid.
I'm just bringing up how ridiculous of the statement.
What you just brought up has no correlation at all, or like what you just said does not correlate with what we're talking about at all. You're just saying about your right wing slop right now. It has nothing to do with this current conversation.
For joking about something, calm down, dude. Calm down. You're getting mad. You're getting pressed. Calm down.
Okay, I just don't know.
Take a deep breath.
Okay, I'm gonna be nice to you because you said you don't do this much. Okay, it's your first time doing it. I'm gonna be nice.
I mean, you just did that to me earlier. I'm just rehearsing something you said to me.
Okay. So
come on. I can Jones back at you, dude. Come on.
You're killing me. Do you care at all? Do you think it's a sign of a bad leader that Trump does not have a healthcare plan at all?
I don't think he doesn't have a healthcare plan. I think he's prioritizing other things first. Which
But
I
like when
think
they
is a
asked
good
him
thing.
about a
Yeah, I
healthcare
mean,
plan,
that's the
he
reason
didn't
he got
have one,
elected,
right?
isn't it? That's the reason that most of the country elected him.
No,
Because
he
they were,
got
they
a
were
minority
so
of
tired
most of the country
our
voted against him.
terrible economy and our terrible immigration that they elected Trump.
The economy's
He
not
won the
getting any
popular vote.
better.
Crazy.
The economy's not
The
getting better,
economy
but
is, dude, it's
okay, but
been
Trump did
what,
not get a
2
majority of votes.
months?
You know that, right? Trump did not get a majority of total votes, right? A majority
Oh,
of
you mean
America
the
voted against him.
popular
Yeah, no,
vote?
he got a minority of total votes, like in America. He got like 49 point something percent of the vote.
Right, but I guess Democrats didn't come to the polls that day. They must have missed what day it was that they were supposed to
No, I'm just saying that a
elect.
majority of America voted against Trump, regardless. He did not get like
When was
he had one
that?
of the smallest
When was
wins in
that?
American
He
history.
won the popular vote, did he not?
No, but like there's third parties too. So in terms of all voters, a
He
majority of
won
voters
every
voted
swing
against
state.
Donald Trump.
He won
Yeah, no, but
every
I'm saying
swing
in
state.
total. You guys are like wind up dolls, dude.
I got what? Why? Oh, you
Wind up
because I'm
dolls.
rehearsing
It's
what
like,
Trump said on the podium. I'm not rehearsing what Trump said
yeah.
on the podium. I'm just saying the fact. He won every swing state, dude. Like that's
Okay, but I
most of
said a
America did
majority.
not
You
vote
said
for
okay.
Kamala Harris.
Do you agree that he had one of the smallest popular vote wins in American history?
Oh, okay, by numbers, yeah, 100% I agree. I can't. That
Okay,
would be
thank you.
delusional for me to say he had the biggest
Okay,
popular
well,
vote by
a
in
lot of
American
Trump
history.
supporters do not agree with that simple fact.
But I'm not
and
a lot of Trump supporters, dude. Come on.
You're not
Let's
like the
not
other girls.
generalize and say a lot of Trump supporters. That's just denying history, dude. That would be stupid.
Well, most Trump supporters do deny history. I mean, do you think Hitler's a good
Are
guy?
you talking about the fact that a lot of them don't believe Joe Biden won the election in 2020?
Yeah, if you think Joe Biden
That's
did
kind of
not
a
win
red
the
herring
election, then
argument,
you're a
just like me
cult.
saying, that
If you
the
think Joe
vote
Biden
blew
did
the
not win
matter.
well, not it's not an argument for you, but like anyone who thinks Joe Biden did not win the 2020 election is literally in a cult. They are in a cult.
I think that there is okay. Now I'm going to play a very middle ground argument here, and you're going to call me a Trumpy. I think that the people who supported Trump felt very invalidated by the fact that so many votes seemingly came out of nowhere. And I'm not saying that they did come out of nowhere. I'm saying they seemingly came out of nowhere, and a lot of people recognize that, and they felt like that the election was rigged because of that. But what I think happened was, and this is my personal opinion about it, is that so many people were fed up with what they were hearing from the media about Trump that they came to the polls and they voted against him. And I think that that's fair to say. And I think that's what happened with this election too. Many people were fed up with Joe Biden's economic and his border policy that they voted for somebody who
I
promised them
disagree
better
with the
green
policy
taxes.
part.
What'd you say?
They did not like Joe Biden, but I don't think it was the policy. I think it was mostly just because of trans
if they
issues
just didn't like Joe Biden, why didn't they vote for Kamala Harris either?
Because she was his vice president and she's also not likable.
She was
But Trump's really
involved
good
in
at
his
propaganda.
whole economic policy.
Trump is really good propaganda. But people can't
Trump
name
is-
the economic policy.
So do the Democrats, dude. You can't deny that.
Well,
Both
Trump
sides
has
have
his
really good
followers believing that
propaganda.
he did. Well, Trump screamed about eating cats and dogs, and he showed
He
zero
didn't scream
understanding of
about
any
it. He
geopolitical
said that
issue.
they're eating cats
Did he
and
make one
dogs.
point? Did he make
It's
one
what the
point the
media
entire
said,
debate
and
versus
it's
Kamala that
ridiculous
made
for him to
sense?
even stoop to that level. But we know from 2016 that Trump wins by being a meme. That's how he does. And I don't mean meme in the internet sense. I mean meme in the sense that he wins by people finding what he says either ridiculous and voting for him, or they find what he says to be entertaining and they vote for him. He's an entertainer, but he's also a great policymaker, in my opinion, based on his current immigration policy. Again, sorry, excuse me. But his immigration policy has been pretty outstanding. Over the last couple of days, we've experienced record lows in immigration in years. And again, that's not my opinion. That's just the facts.
Well, that's only if you
So-
think immigration in general is a bad thing. Because, like, I think asylum seeking, I think we
don't
should
think
be a place for
immigration is a bad thing.
asylum.
I
I
think
think we should
illegal
have legal
immigration is a bad
immigration. Yeah, but, like, right now we're detaining people that are permanent residents and, like, beating them up and stuff and, like, putting them in cold
We're not
showers and
beating them
stripping
up.
them naked. And,
We're not beating them up. We're not beating them up.
just because you don't read the news doesn't mean we don't. Like,
Just
they're
because
detaining
you
people.
read
Did you
Democrat
read the
news
New
doesn't mean
Hampshire?
you know the
I'm
truth.
reading the local law enforcement reports. I'm reading the local legal reports. I'm reading the court rulings. I'm reading
You should drop
at least the
links in
court
bio
filings.
so we can all read them, right?
Okay, in general, I support some type of immigration system that works. I support immigration is a good thing for this country. And Donald Trump is being brutal to people who are permanent residents. I would not come here if I was even a tourist. If I'm a tourist in Germany, or I think Europe right now is giving a travel advisory for gay people, for LGBT people, by the way. Other countries are giving a travel advisory for LGBT plus people, especially if they go to red states in America, to not come here. Because we're rapidly losing freedoms in America for gay people and for like any
That's
person
because
who comes here
they
across the
have
border.
that Trump derangement syndrome. They're all terrified of him. They're all terrified of America right now because because we are doing the same thing that El Salvador did. And guess what? There was innocent people swept up in the stuff with El Salvador. But guess what? Their president has a 91% approval rating.
Yeah, because he's a dictator, you dumbass. He's a dictator. You're so stupid. This is why people believe it. He's a dictator. Yeah, he's after crime rate. It's a third world country. He's a dictator. People aren't allowed to be in public.
Reasonable thing to do when your country's run by gangs.
Bro, if you disapprove of the president there, you're locked in jail. You can't even go in the vote in the polls. Yeah, it's a dangerous country. We're not El Salvador.
Right now. Cite that source and I will denounce the president of El Salvador.
Do you think we're El Salvador? Do you think our crime rate in America is close to El Salvador?
I think if we kept on the path we were at, it would get to that point. Because
that's based on zero facts at all. You know, our crime rate's been decreasing the past 50 years.
Do you realize how much control the gangs had in El Salvador? They control
We're not El Salvador. I agree. I agree that gangs are bad, but I also think dictatorships are bad. We were not getting there. We were not getting there at all.
Did you grow up in the ghetto? Did you grow up in the ghetto?
Okay, so for example, one big number is El Salvador's homicide rate was 100 per 100,000 people. The U.S.'s is high for first world countries, but ours is 6 per 100,000 people. So their murder rate or the homicide rate is 200 times ours. Or wait, 25 times ours. And they have actual like operating gangs there, and no one's saying we should not go after gangs or whatever, but we should not be going after innocent people. We should not be going after innocent people and shooting up innocent people when we have a pretty low crime rate. I don't care where you grew up. I don't care where you grew up. I don't care where you grew up.
Exactly. You don't care where I grew up, even though that's my diversity, equity, and inclusion. You should be including my upbringing.
No, your opinion is stupid. I care about meritocracy.
Exactly. My opinion's stupid because you disagree with it. That's the problem. I grew up in the ghetto where there are quote unquote operating gangs. We have operating gangs, dude. And guess what? They didn't run the streets because our cops took care of them.
Are you saying we should get rid of
influence over the community?
Wait, are you saying that we should get rid of due process in America and have a dictator?
You kept walking as fast as you could, and you didn't look at them.
No, okay, but for your argument,
because they intimidated the whole community.
Okay, well, being intimidated, I'm sorry for you, but like, okay, so do you think we should have a dictator in America and have and throw out? Do you think we should? Do you think we have crime bad enough in America to remove the Constitution and install a dictator like El Salvador is doing?
We have not removed the Constitution.
No, you said we should be more like El Salvador. You said listen. If
a Democrat was in office,
hey, run for your life, freaky ass.
My bad. You know what? Finish your point. I'll mute my mic
freaky
again.
Ass. Listen, he's a fan. El Salvador. You said you want to be more like El Salvador, so you're saying we need to bypass the Constitution, and use wartime powers and enact our president as dictator to crack down on crime in America, which is 30 times lower than them. We should crack down on individual personal rights for legal people in America that have committed no crime, maybe even American citizens, and it's worth it to you because you think American crime rate is that bad. Do you think we should be more like El Salvador, meaning we should bypass our laws and due process? Should we throw out due process if it means getting rid of what you consider to be super violent gangs? And I've been in dangerous areas of America before, and it's not anywhere near what El Salvador is. I think you're just kind of believing the propaganda on that. But do you think we should be like El Salvador in America?
Sorry that my experience believes propaganda, but I'll respond to some of the comments. So first off, you said, do I think we should be more like El Salvador? There are aspects that we should be more like El Salvador in the way we handle certain individuals in America. I think that anyone who has the affiliations to dangerous gangs, even if we don't have a record of them doing any crimes, quote unquote, their affiliation in and of themselves should qualify them to be as quickly as we can removed from this country. And I think that there are going to be innocent people that are caught up in the process. I completely agree. And I do think that that there are going to be people where we should have taken more due process. I don't think we should 100% throw out due process, but I do think that we are in an instance currently where due process will only stretch out what we need to do in order to help resolve the immigration crisis in America. It is absolutely a crisis, and to deny that would be foolish. Our numbers have been significantly positively impacted by Trump's policies, And I think that is, since that's working, that's who I voted for, and that's what's going to work for America. And I don't necessarily think we should be more like El Salvador. I do think there are, again, some things that he has done, like throwing violent gang members in jail. Nobody who makes a living off of murdering and brokering drugs to people should ever be allowed in the free world. They should be thrown into a dark hole where they can never
No
crawl
one
out.
disagrees with cracking down on violent or dangerous people. No one disagrees with that. We disagree with, for example, like I said, throwing people on a plane who have court dates already to prove they're not gang affiliated into a labor camp in El Salvador and putting them to death, essentially.
Small and specific instances have been failures.
It's not small.
But it's
when
not the whole
if they're
thing,
gonna
because it's
overbroaden
already
that,
been working, and you
if they're
can't
gonna
deny that.
yeah, because people are scared to come to America because we're brutal. There's people who are legal residents here who are not coming back anymore. They're staying in other countries, who are legal residents, doctors and nurses, and people who are not violent gang members because they're scared about getting detained by ICE. There's a man in New Hampshire who is a legal permanent resident, German national. He got detained and they forced him to be naked and threw him into an ice shower or a cold shower and like interrogated him for no reason. So like these things are happening and they will happen on a massive scale, and there's no reason for that to be happening. There's no reason we need to violate these rights to crack down on violent crime in America. And saying we're under wartime, we should be under wartime authority, I think is super misguided, and it's really dangerous for the future of America and falling into
because we need
authoritarianism.
to handle this issue now and not in 5 freaking years when we'll have a president inevitably who is going to be way too soft on it and is going to allow our country to fall into economic decay.
Nothing about America was the strongest economy in the world the past 4 years under Biden.
That is malarkey to say that. That is absolute bullshit.
No, it's just following the facts of the economy.
It's following the facts. What facts? What facts are you talking about?
So
I couldn't even
overall
afford
growth in
gas 2 years ago. That shit was $5 a gallon in
calm down,
Pennsylvania.
calm
You
down.
were in Pennsylvania. Oh, now you're telling me to calm down, dude?
There were
When I
issues.
did that, you got mad at me. Come on, man.
Calm.
I couldn't afford gas in Pennsylvania. And it's the same
Okay,
thing for
when
you,
I say
that
we were when it comes to the economy, working class wages hit all-time highs, even adjusted for inflation under Biden. We had a huge increase in manufacturing jobs. We had a huge increase in factories being built here for chips and manufacturing because of the Chips and Science Act. We had the infrastructure law passed to help rebuild American roads and bridges. Just because inflation was a thing, I agree it was a thing. Nothing was going to stop that. America dealt with it better than pretty much any other country. Well, Trump added more to the deficit than Biden did, so I'm not sure you could really put that on Biden.
Oh, you're talking about when he during the COVID freaking thing when he used.
Do you realize that Biden was president under the worst COVID wave?
It literally. Oh my gosh, are you calling Omicron the worst COVID wave?
Objectively, with number of deaths, objectively, yeah, that was the worst period. Was that
no,
January,
but it wasn't
February?
the
Yeah.
worst for the economy, which is what I was citing.
Well, the economy has long-lasting impacts for supply chains and also just like overall COVID impact and spending that we needed to get out of COVID. So he spent a lot of money on reopening ports and stuff like that. So like,
saved us from COVID.
No, I see the logical arguments are. But objectively, yes, our economy fared a lot better than other countries in Europe, and our gas prices were still lower. The whole world was dealing with like issues. I'm giving you a clear presentation of like the world right now. Comparing to other countries, we were number one in our return from the COVID pandemic. There were some issues for sure, but I think Americans are very just we have a very pampered vision of the world because we never really we did not feel the brunt of it. No, objectively, it's true. I'm just talking about the facts of it, but the facts don't matter. It's more emotional arguments that appeal to people like you. So I need to think about that when we're having these conversations. But objectively, America did have really strong recovery from COVID. We need to focus on housing and building housing in America and cutting down healthcare costs. But you don't care about healthcare, so why would you give a shit? Healthcare is like one of the biggest issues for Americans and healthcare costs.
I'm not prioritizing that as an argument, for one, because I haven't read up on it, so I don't think that it's right for me to argue something that I don't know enough about it to make a decent argument about. So I think it's fair for me not to argue about healthcare. But I mean, like, even in the instance of healthcare, universal healthcare would be hard to implement, especially like.
I don't know any Democrats other than Bernie Sanders, who's an independent, who wants that. So I don't.
Universal healthcare.
Yeah, I don't know who
Bernie
else
Sanders
even wants
a Democrat.
that.
He's a populist. There's kind of a difference between.
He's an independent Democratic socialist from Vermont.
Again, it's not a Democrat. He's very much a populist.
Yeah, but he ran as a Democrat. He's been caucusing with Democrats his entire life. I'm just saying I don't know what Democrats in favor of a full universal health care anyway. There's very few. But just like in general, like Obamacare or ACA, and there's a bunch of other Medicaid, Medicare. But you say you don't know much about that.
Yeah, I don't want to argue on it because I feel like
But
the
like
only
right
thing I would
now,
do is give you a stance of very, very high advantage.
do you think tariffs work for the economy?
I think that tariffs have a positive and negative impact on the economy. There's different things. When we focus on the global economy as a whole, the tariffs will definitely have a negative impact on our global trade, because obviously other countries are going to retaliate with their own tariffs. I think that tariffs will be effective at bringing production back to the United States, but they will not be effective at lowering costs, which is one thing a lot of Republicans do believe. I think in the long run, we might see lowered costs by bringing production back to the United States. But I mean, I'm all for tariffs. The reason why is because I don't believe that we should be taking advantage of lower waged workers overseas for our production. And I think that tariffs enable us to bring production back to a controlled U.S. environment. And I think that you could agree with that argument.
I agree with the exploitation part, but tariffs in general are really bad for any economy.
They're really bad for
even with bringing
global
jobs back, like you'd
But look at Russia.
save
Russia's
money.
recovered from all of the what's it called?
Russia's economy is in turmoil right now. The only thing saving Russia's economy is Donald Trump supporting Russia. Like Russia's economy is in the shits right now. Holy.
Okay, so how's Donald Trump
What?
supporting Russia right now? How much foreign aid are we sending to Russia at the moment?
We are advocating to integrate Russia into global trade
We haven't actually sent them, which means that we have not been
He's
supporting
the
Russia.
president.
What's
He
your
just did an
argument?
interview tonight. Okay, Trump did an interview tonight calling Canada a dangerous, cheating partner we can't trust, and he said Russia should be a country we trade with more.
Yeah, Canada has a prime minister they didn't even elect. Like, they did kind of elect him. They had their, whatever, senators, representatives, Congress people elect him. But, like, I don't think Canada is the gold standard for how to run a country, dude.
Okay, well,
And by the
technically,
way,
Donald Trump's first time in office, we did not elect Trump, and also we don't parliamentary systems. They choose a prime minister.
No way. You said that we didn't elect Trump his first time in office?
In the same way we didn't elect anyone else. Yeah, the Electoral College won the election for Trump the first time around. Yeah.
That's how our elections work, dude.
Yeah.
The Electoral College is a very dynamic and good system. I have literally zero qualms
dynamic
with the
and
Electoral
good.
College.
Okay, cool. Well, it benefits your side, so it makes sense. It's DEI. It's affirmative action for Republicans. So it's affirmative action for Republicans.
Democrats win a majority of the presidential elections, dude.
Well, yeah, they win
It
the
doesn't
popular vote
benefit
for
my
like all of
side.
them, except like most of them, they win popular vote. But like, okay, so for
If
Canada,
it was by state,
okay,
Republicans
but
would
okay,
win
you say you're
every
not a
single
Trumper.
time.
You say you're not a Trumper, but they just came out with the Carney line about him not being elected today or yesterday, and you already are repeating it like a parrot. So what does that say
What
about
do you
your
mean?
intellectual level?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just saying.
Carney's not
I'm
even
literally
elected.
just
That's what
talking
all the
about
Republicans
facts.
are saying on Twitter today. Okay.
All the Republicans are saying it on Twitter. I'm not even on Twitter, so I wouldn't know.
But
I don't
do you
use
think
Twitter.
are you familiar that when Kamala got the nomination, she was also voted on by delegates, or do you think she was just like appointed?
You mean like as the vice president?
No, as the candidate.
Oh, as the candidate? Did they hold it? I'm going to ask you a question because I don't want to just announce an opinion. Did they hold a primary election for Kamala?
Not in a normal sense, but primary elections are just telling delegates where to vote, and delegates are representatives of Democrats, and the representatives of Democrats voted for her to be candidate, just like our senators would vote on a law, or our Republican, or our House would vote on a law.
Sorry. Do you think that Kamala would have been chosen if primary election was held?
Nope, I don't think Biden would have been chosen either.
So how is that
that's not a
representative
point.
of what the people wanted?
Well, at the time, like when we have representatives, we elect delegates, and 90% of Democrats said go to Kamala if Biden drops out, because it was like 2 months before the election, and she was the vice president, so it made sense. It was easy to transfer the campaign funds over to the VP, so there's a bunch of different reasons why I went to Kamala. But at that point, most voters wanted there to be a primary. There was no primary because Biden decided to run again, and I blame Biden for that 100%. But also Trump didn't even participate in debates versus like Trump ran from DeSantis and Nikki Haley and stuff, and Vivek. So Trump didn't even debate. So I mean, I criticized that too.
Trump didn't have to debate to win the election.
Do you think it's bad that he didn't debate to test himself against other candidates?
I think that it's absolutely acceptable for him not to debate. If a candidate doesn't go to the debate, that's entirely their choice. And for him to go to the debate would literally just be it wouldn't change what actually happened, which would be that he would win the primary election. So for him to go to the debate was just a waste of his time. Now, do I think he should have gone to the debate? I think he should have gone to the debate. As a Republican voter, I would like to see what he would have done. But it's up to him, and there's no legal reason.
Yeah, I know it. I know it's up to him. It's up to him. It's not an argument. Legal reason. You're making. It's not a legal reason. We're talking. I'm asking about your freaking opinion.
Dude, I'm saying regular things. Why are you making fun of me?
There's no legal reason Trump had to do it. I'm like, yeah, I'm asking your damn opinion, bro. There's no legal reason the Democrats had to have a primary.
Damn opinion.
There's no legal reason Democrats had to have a primary either.
There's no. I agree, but
anything.
they should have, because Kamala wouldn't have been elected.
Okay, I was asking you if you think he should have went to the debate, and you did this whole thing about legality because you're trying to.
I didn't do this whole thing about legality. I ended my statement by saying there's
finally.
No legal reason for him
I'm
to
over
in
here
the
watching
first place.
paint dry on the wall, waiting for you to finish. Jesus.
You want to talk about talking for a long time? I literally mute my microphone so you can have seconds to talk.
Yeah, because you can't stop talking. Rita, if you're still. Oh crap! Wait. Are you in chat? I don't know if you're in chat.
If you want to go to another caller, you absolutely can. I really enjoyed this conversation. It was good to give me some insight on what the Democrats actually think right now.
I was trying to find their name in chat. Well, anyways,
okay.
Thank you for the donation. You know who you are.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you for the donation.
Support the channel, guys. He's doing good stuff for content.
It's not good for.
He's actually,
either,
you know what? I actually let me say something nice about you real quick. I appreciate the fact that you were having discourse with the other side, and I appreciate the fact.
Shut up.
What? I'm being so nice to you right now.
I'm not giving you your little massage. I don't care about. I don't care about
I'm
your
not
kind
asking
words.
for massage. I'm trying to give. I
don't care about your kind words. I care about the American Constitution.
I care about the American Constitution. I also care about the rule of law.
No, you think you could suspend the American Constitution whenever you want.
Proof that I don't care about the American
I think America's in wartime right now because your feelings are hurt. It's so sad.
No, I think America.
Actually, you don't know what wartime is because Americans are so pampered. They think we're in wartime right now. They think we're under an invasion because Americans are pampered and they're on their phones all day.
We're not in wartime.
Okay. If we're not in wartime, then the Alien Enemies Act cannot be used if we're not in wartime.
The Alien Enemies Act is describing an invasion, which this absolutely is. If you look up what the definition of an invasion is.
Too many asylum seekers?
I can get into the technicalities of it.
We're being invaded. What country are we being invaded by?
We are being invaded by immigration. We are. Oh my gosh, you're such a dick for just laughing at anything I say before I get a point out.
We're at war with immigration. We should be. We have the war on drugs, bro. Alien Enemies Act for the war on drugs. We're invaded by drugs.
We are at war against illegal immigration.
Hell yeah, we could just do dictatorship. We should just have a dictatorship under your standard. We should have a dictatorship. Suspend the Constitution. We're under. It's a national emergency, guys. It's a national emergency. Suspend the Constitution. We got to jail every American. So we can take every criminal off the streets.
No, not Americans.
Yeah. No. Okay, no. But you said it's okay if we sweep up innocent people within this. So
I said,
GGs.
No. Oh my gosh, you're literally taking me so out of context. It's crazy.
No, you just don't know how the context works in the real world.
In the process, and that happens in every single policy. Literally every single one.
Hey, that's why we have constitutional rights and we have a due process. So that happens at a lower extent.
Not for gang members. That's not how that works. Not for people who willingly destroy people's lives and come into the country illegally. That's
do you want to be? I have a serious question though. Do you want to be a thoughtful person that cares about people, or do you want to be like a shithead that you see on the internet? Like genuinely. No, because when you say that about gang members, I've already told you before that having zero due process is how we're sending innocent people over when we should not be. It's really easy to make sure that there's innocent people with legal asylum claims. We don't want to send those people to death camps or labor camps. If you want to deport them, go through different processes. Sure, change the asylum law, deport them back to a country that's safe, not literally straight to a death camp.
Until they can have their due process.
Yeah, we should detain them until they have due process to prove they're not.
We should hold them in internment until they have their due process.
So you're saying we should skip due? Nazis did not have due process. Do you think Nazis had due process?
Until we give them due process, which is what the Nazis did during wartime. No, but what we're doing is we're just shipping them back to their countries.
Do you think the Nazis had due process?
No, they didn't. That's the point. They held them in internment indefinitely.
No, but we have
due process.
No, we have a system for that in America that Trump's bypassing for actual due process. That's why we need to maintain due process so we don't end up like the Nazis.
Oh my gosh, I understand. I understand that. Okay, but we are dealing with a crisis, which means that some things have to be thrown out the window.
No, it
Literally,
doesn't. No,
that
it doesn't.
does
There's no
100%.
reason to
Because guess
deport
what
innocent
works?
people
Guess what works
to
to bring
prison
down
camps.
illegal immigration? The policies that are being currently
Okay, then
enacted.
focus your efforts on getting down legal immigration. Don't go after innocent people. Take your time for innocent people to not be sent to death camps in El
You
Salvador.
brought up one case or two cases out of the thousands that we are
Okay,
already
so the White
processing
House,
right now.
okay, this is hundreds of people. We don't know how many people are innocent. And also, they said they're going to keep on sending the exact same kind of flights. So whenever there's like a brown person swept off the streets and they say, oh, you're a gang member, by
I love how
law.
you're making this all about race. You're making this all about race.
Yeah, because
You're
that's
making
what's
this all about
happening.
race.
They're
You're the
sweeping up people
racist
based
here.
on, they're bringing up based on race and nationality. They're putting people in a plane, sending them to death camps without proving they're actually
Do
gang
you
members.
believe
So
we have
therefore,
illegal immigration
you
from
need to
other
understand.
countries other than just
I
Mexico,
want
or
you
are
to
you a racist?
listen.
Are you a
The
racist?
issue.
Do you think we have illegal immigration from other countries other than just Mexico?
I didn't
You
say
might be the
just
racist,
Mexico. I said brown
What?
people. I said
Yeah, well,
brown
that's what you're
people.
bringing up. You're saying that they're
Do
sweeping
you
brown
think
people off the
only
streets. Like that's the
Mexicans are
only
brown
people we're going to
people?
be deporting.
Do you think black and brown people are from like Africa and Mexico and no other countries?
That's not what I said.
Then why do you think I just brought up Mexicans? I did not say the word Mexican at all.
No, I know you said brown people, but I'm saying, do you think we have illegal immigration from let's just say
Why
white
did you
countries?
assume when I said brown people I meant just Mexicans?
Because usually when you're referring to Africans, you use black. When you're referring to Mexicans, you use brown, or Indians you use brown and stuff like that. That's just racial terminology. And I brought it up because you're bringing up race whenever you're talking about people that are getting illegally deported or illegally deported.
How are you accusing me of being racist and exposing more racism as you call me racist?
I'm not exposing any racism. You're strawmanning me into a racist stance.
No, okay, so they're looking for Venezuelan criminals, okay? So someone that fits the bill of that, they might sweep them up and take them. The big issue is if the president right now in this current system, he can hypothetically, under these powers, take a completely illegal...
Venezuelans, dude. They're looking for illegal immigrants in general.
I'm concerned...
They're using a very, very simple
So for
system
the
to
El
find them,
Salvador
too.
death camps, I am concerned because under the current law,
Death
the
camps?
president...
They are prisons,
Calm
dude. Have you
down.
seen the
Yes, El
conditions?
Salvador, the conditions are terrible in El Salvador.
They're not terrible. Literally, one of the inmates literally said on camera, and I can pull up the video if you want. I'll send you the link. He said on camera that it's good for what we deserve. He said it on camera, and it was in a CNN interview.
Do you think he willingly said that?
He said it in almost perfect English, dude.
Oh wow, wow! They really trained someone well to go talk for them, but they're a brutal dictatorship still.
No. How about this?
Okay, let me get my actual point out for the legal. Okay, if you care about this country, you'll let me say this because this is a big point.
Sure. You know what?
The president of the
there you go.
The fact you need to mute your mic, you got to get some Adderall or something because you need some more control over that. Okay, so I'm on 5N, so I'm allowed to say that. But in America right now, under this current law, the president could hypothetically say you are a Venezuelan gang member and deport you to a labor camp in El Salvador. That is the issue with violating due process, is it extends to overreaching executive power, authoritarian power, which is why people had issues with Adams doing the Alien Enemies Act in 1798, which is why people have issues with Woodrow Wilson's Sedition Act. That's why people have issues with these different acts that we do not want to bring up that are supposed to be for only an intense wartime, World War I, World War II type times. The reason people are having issues with this is extreme executive overreach, authoritarian overreach, where the president can say you are a criminal and deport you or do whatever as they keep expanding that power to impact more people. They can do anything to you without going to a court of law, without getting a warrant. They could just accuse someone of something and ship them to a labor camp. And I think that's not good for the American president to have that overwhelming power. Should they have some power? Sure. But what they're doing right now, the fact you're willing to send so many people into this this terrible system who might be completely innocent, when all you need to save them is even the most minor due process available, I just think it's very un-American. It is un-American, objectively.
Okay, so there are certain things that you said that I agree with, and there's certain things I disagree with. First off, the due process thing, I agree with the concept of due process, except in extreme circumstances, which we are in extreme circumstances, 100%. Now, again, I've said it multiple times. Innocent people are going to get swept up in the process. That's going to happen. And you can't just say that due process is going to 100% exonerate them from any sort of, like, that's not going to fix the problem. We're still going to have issues of immigrants essentially sapping up tax dollars. What do you think we do with them while they're waiting for hundreds of thousands of people to go through the court system? What do you think we're going to do with all of these immigrants? Well, they're going to be in the country. They're going to be exploited for their labor. They're going to be used. They're going to be in our own internment prison camps. So what I'm vouching for is that we quickly evacuate them from our country so they're not sapping up our tax dollars anymore. And you can't even deny
we're paying
that
El Salvador
interning
for
them
this,
for
right?
months and
We're
months
paying
and
El
months-
Salvador. We're paying El
Oh my
Salvador
God.
to do the
We're
prisons.
paying El Salvador like $10 million or something. I forget what the exact number was, but it's in the millions, which is completely reasonable. We're
How
sending
much do you think it would be to
small
detain
package
people
to
now
them.
until they have due process? It's not that big of an ask.
It's not. It's going to cost us so much more to intern people in the United States for literal years is what it's going to take
And,
to
and
give
by the way,
hundreds and thousands
we have
of
to actually,
people
like,
due process.
when there's a wartime act, we need to actually be at war with a country and be invaded by a
We are
country.
currently in a crisis. It does not matter
We're not
if
in
we're
a.
in war
It
or
does
not.
matter. Laws do matter, and you could say
It's
we're in a
about-
crisis
it's about
objectively.
a
If we're in a
state of
crisis
emergency.
now, if you think we're in a crisis now that justifies authoritarian power, you're in favor of a dictator because we've been in a
We are
worse
not
crisis.
in authoritarian power. Trump is exercising the
You
power that is
are-
vested
you
in him
are-
by the people of America. He was elected for this role by popular vote and has received the, well, I'm gonna use the word and you're gonna hate it. He's received the mandate from the American people to do this
There's a
thing.
big
Now you're gonna say I'm a
complicated
Trumpist.
system in America. Our founding fathers would hate the idea that we'd give ultimate executive power to someone based off one vote. They're supposed to be
Our
co-equal
founding
branches of
fathers
government.
went to war with Britain because they taxed tea 5%.
No,
dude. Our
we had
founding fathers
taxes
would
in America. We
100%
had
be
taxes in
favor of
America.
prioritizing
It was
Americans.
about taxation without representation. That was the issue, not taxes itself.
Yeah, dude, the taxation was like 5 to 15%, if I remember correctly, on tea and stamps on products. And they went to war with Britain because America was being unfairly treated. And so the
Okay.
founding fathers would 100% be in favor of us
The point is,
prioritizing America. The
no,
founding fathers were all nationalists.
you think they were all nationalists. What does that word mean to
100%
you?
they were nationalists.
What does that mean to you? That they
1,000%
love
they were
America?
nationalists.
What do you think that
Nationalism
makes-
isn't bad, dude.
I would say it is. I think
what?
patriotism's good. I think patriotism's good, not nationalism.
Nationalism is essentially prioritizing your country over every other country in the world. How do you think that's bad? Is that
Nationalism
Nazi?
is usually, well, yeah, they were nationalists. The Nazis were.
Yeah, they were
I think
nationalists.
patriotism's good.
They were
Patriotism's
the
good, but
National
nationalism
Socialist
and
Party.
because nationalism also ties in isolationism and also ties in usually authoritarian power to maintain like national
It doesn't
purity.
find authoritarian power, dude.
Yeah, it
has,
does.
Oh my gosh! Just because
Also,
it happened
nationalism
with
is a
the
far-
Nazis
it's a
doesn't mean it
far-right
happened with
ideology.
Every nationalist country, dude.
Actually, it does.
That's
Every nationalist
delusional.
country, yeah. Fascist Italy was
delusional. You're
nationalist. Even
delusional.
you could even argue the USSR was nationalist. Pretty much every dictatorship is nationalist. North Korea,
Delusional.
China,
You're
Russia.
delusional, dude.
I'm sorry you don't know what nationalism
people
means.
who are dictators are frequently nationalists doesn't mean that nationalism is the problem. It's the dictatorship that's
Do it
the
for
problem,
Mother
dude.
Russia. No, but at least a dictatorship because it takes away the individual autonomy of everyone.
I
And
don't
it leads you
work
to
for
a
Mother
charismatic
Russia,
leader.
you dickwad.
No, I'm just saying that that's an example of nationalism. Everything is for the Mother Russia. Everything's for the great of Germany. Like that's what they said. You have to justify
Yes,
losing your
because they were
individual freedoms.
nationalists.
Actually, they
That's
were
not a
asking.
fascist thing to
So,
say,
like
that's a
Hitler, for
nationalist thing to say.
Hitler, for example, said we're being invaded by the Jewish, who are also very corrupt and they're draining our dollars from society. We need to,
Yeah,
even if we're gonna
that
sweep
was
up,
terrible.
even if we're gonna, but you are justifying for the same thing here with immigrants.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
you
not.
are
No, I'm not.
bypassing due
Because you're
process
the
and
one
saying we're doing it for the
justifying
greater Germany.
internment. You're the one justifying internment and working them at exploitative levels.
I'm saying that we need to do due process so we don't send them to labor
Yeah, and we'll
camps in
throw them all in
El
vacation
Salvador.
villas in Cabo. No, we're gonna put them in
No,
internment
I'm saying we
camps
should
if
have
do
due
your
process so they
system.
have a court date because they're being unlawfully detained.
How long do you think those court dates are gonna take, dude? There's hundreds of thousands of
The
them.
one guy's court date was a day after. He was a tattoo artist who's now in a labor camp
so his
because
court
people
date would
like
have
you
been done
are
in
stupid.
one day. It would have been done in one day. He had no lawyer, and the whole
He
process
had
would
a
have taken
court date
15
already
minutes.
scheduled. It was already
That
scheduled
doesn't
for the
matter.
next
The
day.
court actually would have taken multiple weeks, if not months, dude.
He had
You
a
think
chance.
we're gonna
He
be
would have
able
had
to
a.
snap magic pop everybody.
Yes, we should take our time. We should take our time, because if you justify not taking your time and not having a constitutional republic, you're moving to authoritarianism. Hitler justified killing Germany.
It's crazy because 60% of Americans would disagree with you.
I
Americans
agree.
would
That's a bad thing. And by the way, it's not that many Americans, but it's enough Americans. But it's a bad thing. Like, Hitler justified removing their constitutional republic because he said Germany needs big change now. It doesn't matter how we do it. We're going to do it for the greater nation. And he took authoritarian power.
Trump to Hitler is erroneous.
I'm not comparing Trump to Hitler. Erroneous. That's
you
a big
are
word.
literally comparing Trump to Hitler.
No, I'm saying how a constitutional republic you are advocating for. There's an emergency happening right now that's advocating for us to ignore our constitutional republic, and I'm saying that is a bad thing. We should keep our constitution and due process.
We don't ignore the constitutional republic. We use illegal precedents to enact emergency powers, which is very reasonable.
The legal precedence for the Alien Enemies Act is wartime. We have not declared war against the country, have we?
Oh my gosh,
have we declared war against the country? Have we declared war? Because, like, for example, Japanese internment camps, we declared war versus we had war versus Japan. So therefore, the act would actually apply there because we have actual declaration of war with Japan or a response to Japan.
Kicking Japanese people out of our country because we just enacted this law.
But no, I'm talking about the 1940s when we did internment camps.
Surface level understanding of Democrats. They don't understand actually what we need to do to fix this country. And you think that we can just magically snap crackle pop us into a better state? And it's insane.
Wait, I'm talking about the complex.
Joe Biden's policies.
Wait. Do you realize that I'm advocating for a complex understanding of our constitutional republic, and you're advocating for snap crackling and popping us back into place and just like avoiding those rules because you think we have an emergency that needs to justify extreme authoritarian power right now?
I'm saying that we're in a state of emergency and need to take action now, and you're saying we should take action over the period of the next 20 to
No, we should do it lawfully.
Years.
We should do it lawfully with due process
over
in
a
mind.
period of the next 20 to 25 years, which is actually how long it's going to take, dude. There's hundreds of thousands of them, and each court session isn't going to be over in a day.
I just don't think you understand how much.
That.
I just don't think you understand how much we're losing right now in terms of overall freedom for everyone.
I don't think you understand how much we're losing right now. Like America is in a state of decay economically.
No, it's not. It's really not. Now it is because of tariffs.
You're right, because we were taking advantage of the immigrant population to pick our vegetables for cheaper.
No,
under the federal
I never said that
wage.
either. I never said that.
Well, that's
just
what
calm
the
down
party
and talk
wants.
to me like we're talking to each other.
They say, okay, I'll calm down. They say, you really want to get rid of all the illegal immigration? Then you're going to say goodbye to cheap vegetables. Your party advocates for keeping immigrants in the country
not why
so they exploit them for cheap labor. Your party advocates for keeping them in the country to exploit them for cheap labor.
That's a libertarian argument for immigrants. That's like a capitalist argument for immigrants.
I'll pull up a clip right now.
Well, no, the Democrats say that because they want to show the hypocrisy on the right wing, because the right wing wants to have their cake and eat it too.
An erroneous argument to exploit.
Don't say the word erroneous. You don't really know what that means. Yeah, that's actually the exact purpose. Yeah, because we're saying, like, for example, they work all the you enjoy your cheap food, you complain about inflation, it's gonna go up, prices are gonna be higher because you said you voted for the Nazi because you.
The Democrats support keeping them in the country exclusively for exploiting them, dude. And if you believe anything else, it's crazy.
Actually, no, I know a lot of human rights groups. I actually know a lot of immigrants. I know a lot of immigrants,
and you support that.
Well, Trump is cutting off like DACA recipients and cutting off kids who are here to go to college too. And I mean, it's for all immigrant rights. I work in these. I know these organizations. I work in these communities. By the way, so you can't really say that about me. I'll let you say that because you're a dumb 21-year-old that doesn't know shit about this. But if Democrats really wanted to do that for immigration,
how old are you?
I'm only 25, but I have a lot more.
Oh, so you're so much smarter in those 4 years.
Yeah.
You're so much smarter.
It's not about being smart. No, I work with actual immigrant advocacy groups. I understand this a lot, and it's not for cheap labor. Trust me. They would, what they would say is give every person that's working here a path to citizenship and have them included in the same labor laws that we're under. That's what they would be saying.
I believe we should give all people equal access to citizenship. But you know what Joe Biden doesn't believe in? Equal access to citizenship. Joe Biden over the last 4 years.
What the hell? Okay, we're talking to each other. Don't bring up political figures. Okay, because you challenged like Democrats in general, but I'm just telling you, everyone on the left, everyone on the listen, everyone on the left. Yes, that's the name of the show. That's the name of the show. You got me. My big thing is immigrant advocacy groups do not say we need to keep them here for cheap labors. They want to pay immigrants very fair wages. The reason that they say that is literally to throw Republican hypocrisy back in their face for capitalism purposes.
Bro, Republican hypocrisy. I don't think we're gonna see our vegetable prices rise that much, dude. Because
That's
if
not
that
the
happens,
argument. My argument is human rights. My entire argument today is based on human rights. It's not based on the grocery prices. I'm based on
Human
due process. I'm based on sending innocent people to death to labor camps.
and interning them in America for 5 years in little camps where we can exploit them more.
I'm not.
What do you think we're gonna do when we have to hold them for years to do their quote due process?
Well, the one guy
What do you
commit
think we're
no
gonna
crime
do?
at all. Well, they're detaining people who have not commit a crime at all. And like the one guy that I brought up, the guy that was going to his normal appointments because he's seeking legal
You're right.
asylum.
The 23 members of MS-13 didn't commit any crime at all. You're
Okay,
so right.
I have to ask you again. Do you care about being a good person at all, or are you just here to bullshit life?
I do.
Okay,
And if
then
I'm a
listen
good
again.
person, I'm gonna look
Do
at
you
people
understand
who are
why? Do you
suffering
understand?
and
No,
say,
no, but I need
those
to. I need
people
to
to
talk
take
to
care of
you.
that.
No, I need to talk to you though, because I'm talking
You don't need
about
to
a
talk to me,
person.
Jim.
I want you to understand how to be a decent person in this world because it's really
I
troubling.
don't need your understanding of how to be. I don't need your moral
Okay,
relativism.
listen for
to
1
understand how
second.
to be a
Don't say
decent
moral
person.
relativism. I'm talking to you straight, okay? And if you don't have a good father figure, I'll try to be that for you, okay? So right now, when we talk about like this person I'm about to bring up, an innocent person seeking legal asylum who fled from Venezuela, who was doing all the right steps, and they're going to their routine appointment with ICE, and their wife just had them disappear on her, okay? And now they're probably in a labor camp in El Salvador when he should not be. And you bring up the gang members and MS-13. I can only assume you don't care about the other races. I'm sorry, but I can only assume you don't care about that race or that nationality because you are not showing any humanity towards that innocent person that was swept up. And that person was following the legal process. He was doing everything right. He was not a problem to anyone. There was no detainment. There was no camps needed. This person was going through. This person was going through the legal process. I don't remember the exact name. You could look up the actual case of it happening. I can look up the name, but can you please talk about the point I just made? Do you care about that person at all?
Lake and Riley. I can bring up people too. You want to bring up specific people? Lake and Riley.
Okay, so Lake and Riley was killed by a very bad person. I'm talking about government policy that swept up an innocent person, and our U.S. government sent them to a labor camp.
And our government policy swept up Lake and Riley, and she was killed by somebody who was actually supposed to be in court and in the process, but he wasn't because of democratic policy of letting people out on cheap
Someone
bail.
commit a crime. So you're for sending innocent people to labor camps because someone did something bad somewhere.
You're for people leaving the process and going back into society before they've been actually convicted and actually handled.
The person had no prior arrest. They were here going through the legal process.
That's what you're for.
Can you engage with the points I'm actually making about, like, you bring up the gang members. I'm saying there's a bunch of people on that flight that were not gang members.
Specific and individual, very much.
Do you care about any of the people? Do you care about? Okay, I said. I already said. No, listen.
Less than 1% of the people getting deported.
Bro, I don't think you have a father figure. I don't think you do.
I literally have a dad, dude. Calm down. Just because we come from different understandings of things doesn't mean that I don't have a father figure, dude. And that's a big thing to say, dude.
I want him to be absent, or not be absent. I want him to be involved in your life more, or to teach you some more things about like how to treat people. Ooh, it might be a bad thing that he's involved in.
Just because my father figure didn't teach me that anyone can just jump ship into our country no matter what happens, that doesn't mean that he's a bad
I didn't say.
father figure.
Okay, so like refusing to engage with my points and taking the worst interpretation every single time is bad. I'm just asking. Do you care about the innocent people on the flight because our government, the U.S. government sponsored?
And I think that they should come back and sue America, and we should pay them thousands of dollars.
They can't come back. There's no record of their names. There's no record of their names. Now they're in a labor camp in El Salvador. They're probably going to be dead. They're probably going to be dead.
You literally said you knew who he was, and all you had to do
No,
was
there's no records of where they are.
There's
There's no records by the government after they were detained. We just know this person disappeared, and that's the only reason we know is because of other people that do have the records.
We 100% have records of all the people we're detaining and sending
No,
over.
the White House literally said they don't. The White House literally said they don't. Yes, the White House literally said they don't have the information. They don't know who's on the plane. They literally said that in a statement.
That's total.
They did pick up. They did add some brown people that were not involved in gangs.
Doesn't mean so
they
many
did find some brown people who are not involved in gangs.
They know who's on the plane. They know who's going over.
They don't. They literally said they don't. Okay, so and they kept no record of it. Do you think there's a difference between? Do you think there's a difference between one person?
Now you're dodging my thing. Pull it up.
Okay, let me, dude, calm down, bro. Your dad is probably a pussy.
Now you're dodging. Now you're telling me to calm
chill.
down again.
Just calm down.
I told you to calm down.
Calm down. Does he beat you? Listen, I've been abused. I think that you're looking for a parent figure, and I really want to do that for you. Okay. Okay, so
you're not gonna be my daddy, bro.
let's talk about the world. No, I'm just telling you about the world, son. Okay, so When we talk about
Son,
like
it's great.
someone
You're
doing something bad, do
25,
you think
you're
it's
4 years older than me.
I could still
You're just
birth
as
you
big as
intellectually.
I am, dude.
I could birth you intellectually. Okay, so when
You
we
both
talk about
are
Laken
so
Riley's
smart,
killer,
dude.
Laken Riley's killer is someone that did something really bad. I agree. So is it different for the U.S. government to have a sponsored policy where they bypass human and constitutional rights to deport someone who's going through a legal process? Because we always say do the legal process, right? Someone going through a legal process can be swept up one day and be sent to an El Salvador labor camp. Is it different when the U.S. government, when the United States government, when the U.S. government can bypass rights and do something terrible to someone versus when a random individual commits a crime? Because I agree that's bad.
I think there's differences, but I think that the terrible stuff definitely needs repercussions, and I agree with you. I think that there definitely needs to be repercussions, and I never said that there shouldn't be. I just think that we need to handle this as fast as possible, and this is the way to do it. And if you don't think that this is the way to do it, then we disagree, and that's okay. But we 100% need to do something about the immigration crisis, and doing the whole bringing them to court and doing the legal process thing. I think if it was done all in 24 hours, which it never would be, then I would 100% support that. But because that would take literal years because of the immigration crisis we had over the last 4 years with Joe Biden, there is no way we will ever be able to do
Speaking
that
of
properly.
racism, by the way, I think this is the thing. Are you white?
Yeah, I'm white.
Okay,
I'm
I knew
Italian.
that. I knew that already. I knew that. But a black person, if there's any black people in chat, for example, they probably understand why they don't want the court system to happen in one day or be super quick. Because when there's super quick processes, black people got lynched. Okay, black people got
Oh
put
my
to death
gosh,
on death
are
row
you
when they did not commit the
serious right
crime.
now?
When these
You're
processes
equating
are
some very off point of my point as me vouching for lynching, dude.
no, I'm
That
saying
is
that
so
minority
freaking
groups.
intellectually
No,
dishonest.
listen. No. I'm saying the legal process that you're talking about would have had a black person that was accused of like sleeping with a white girl, for example, down south, would have had them put to death because the legal system would be
throw
against
that
them.
out because,
And
again,
if you
that
want to
was
have a
literally
one-day
just me
trial or
being-
have a
that was
public
literally just me
lynching
not been-
or
that
just
was
like
never
mob
one of my
anger
points.
about an issue,
I never said
like
it had
it can
to be
cause a bad.
24
No, but I'm
hours.
saying what
I'm saying if
I'm
it could
saying what
ideally be
happens.
solved
Listen,
soon,
I'm
then I
saying
would
what
support it. But
happens.
it wouldn't be solved soon. It would be solved over a period of
I'm
25
saying
to 50 years, dude.
I'm not saying that at
There's
all.
hundreds of
I'm not.
thousands
Calm
of
down. You need to calm
Our courts
down.
would be flooded.
No, listen, you don't understand. What happens is you don't have an understanding of how bad it can get when the government uses super extrajudicial authoritarian power,
Oh
or
my
when
gosh,
people do
you are
under mob control.
you are so programmed by your party, dude. You're so programmed by your party to use all this terminology, extrajudicial and overreach of power and stuff like that. This is literally civics 101 is that this is he's still within his constitutional power to do all of this stuff. He's still within his constitutional power. And for, like that's not an overreach of
Well,
his power.
objectively, they're not following court orders either.
That's your
So it's
point.
also
That's your opinion.
unconstitutional.
Objectively, he's not following quarters of
Yeah.
liberal judges in random liberal states.
There's
You know how
conservative
many
and liberal
of
judges
Joe
that
Biden's
have.
executive orders
He's
have gotten
ignored.
turned down if
he's
the Republicans were as butthurt as Democrats are right
He's
now?
ignored conservative and liberal justices. He's ignored like
They're not
Reagan
real
judges.
conservatives,
He's
dude. They're not real
ignored.
conservative. They're neoliberals that mark themselves as conservatives so that people
Oh,
just
so you are
blindly
a full
vote for them.
authoritarian. So you're advocating now that the judges are not a co-equal branch of government now, and you're saying that
No,
the
I'm not.
Republican
I'm saying that they're
Republican
not
appointed
really
judges are fake
conservative.
Republicans or fake conservatives. You're saying that
They are
Reagan
fake
and Bush appointees are fake conservatives. No, you're an authoritarian. You're in favor of authoritarian government. I mean,
I'm
people
not-
that are
oh my
if you're
gosh,
ever
you're
concerned with
literally
losing your
putting
freedom
words
to
in my mouth,
government,
bro. You're
your
delusional.
ideology.
You are
Okay,
programmed
you're
by your
discrediting
party
the
to
court.
do these things and make
Don't say
attacks
I'm
on
programmed.
people
Make
who are
actual
also
points. Use
American,
your big
who
boy
also have
words. Use your
who
big
have
boy
all
words.
concerns.
Calm
You're
down.
programmed to make
Breathe.
these attacks on people, and that's why I've been getting
Use your
frustrated
big
this whole
boy
time.
words.
You keep telling me to calm down.
I am
You keep telling
definitely
me
the
to
one
chill
that's
out
frustrated.
because I'm getting frustrated because you're constantly attacking me this whole time
Calm.
for my very basic political views.
Son.
Don't sun me. You're being
I'm
so
not sunning you.
annoying.
I'm not sunning you. I'm not sunning you.
You
I don't want
just
to put
said
it. I don't want to.
son.
I don't
You're
want
not
to
my
put it.
dad.
I don't want to
You're
dim your shades.
25 years old.
I don't want to
You're
shade.
just as young as I am, and the fact that you care differently
No,
about
I'm
me,
older than you.
it's okay. We can disagree about stuff, but for you to try and educate me is so freaking ignorant of you because you've been programmed by your party
Actually,
just like
okay.
I've been
Do you think
programmed by
so?
my
For
party to
example,
believe the things I
do
am.
you think that there's 3 co-equal branches of government?
Yes, I believe in the 3 co-equal branches of government.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if a judge is someone that you consider a fake conservative or a liberal, or do they need to listen to the co-equal branch of government?
I think that a random federal judge can't make decisions for the entire country.
Okay, so you
Especially a
don't
country that
agree.
voted
So you do
entirely
not
for
believe
the
in co-equal
people.
branches of government. You don't agree with co-equal branches of government then, because if
Well,
you
that's
did,
not co-equal, is it? That's not co-equal, is it? For one
it's
judiciary
called
branch
checks and
person to make a
balances.
decision for the entire 3 branches of government,
Yeah, that's
that's
the
not co-equal,
judicial.
is
That's the
it?
judicial branch's job is to
That's checks
review
and
the
balances.
laws. Yeah, that's how the system works. You can say it in
All
a
of
funny
them
voice
have
if you
equal
want.
power to
I
do
want you to
equal
remember when you
things.
look in the
When
mirror that
he
you're
is in
being really
charge,
pathetic.
he
You're
makes
being
the
really
decisions
pathetic
with
right
the
now.
support of the
No, but
Senate and the
like
Supreme Court.
genuinely, you need more role models because you're being really pathetic right now.
That is
checks and
making
balances.
an intellectual attack after intellectual attack after intellectual attack.
No,
And
your
I'm the one who's being
no, your
pathetic.
entire life is an intellectual attack on yourself. But like right
You're
now, I'm
literally,
talking about the checks and balances.
right now. You're calling
I'm talking about the
intellectually
checks and
pathetic
balances
and
in
then
our
trying to
Constitution. This is a
roast
very
me to
basic
your chat, which,
constitutional
by the
law.
way, your viewership has increased 2 times since
This
I've been
is
on here, so I'm
very
actually
this is
beneficial for
very
your
simple
thing.
constitutional law. I don't look at them in the chat. I look at you,
You don't
buddy.
look at them in the chat.
I care
Yeah,
about my
no,
kids. I care about my
You care
children.
about your kids. I'm not one of your
Okay,
kids.
so what I just explained is how the system works with co-equal branches of government and checks and
No, you
balances, and
didn't.
you're
You said that a
mocking
judge
it.
makes decisions for the other 2 branches
Yeah, a
of the government,
federal
which isn't
judge can
co-equal.
offer an injunction. A federal judge can say, for example, stop this process. We need to review it further, see if it's constitutional. You can keep appealing it. It can go to the Supreme Court. Yeah, that's how the system works. You can't just say that's not a real judge because I disagree with them and not follow
I
them.
didn't
That's
say
not
that
co-equal
that's not a
branches of
real
government
judge, but
then.
you were claiming that they were conservative judges, and I was telling you that they weren't conservative judges.
No, but like Reagan and Bush
That's
appointees
not me
are pretty
claiming they're not a
conservative
real judge.
justices.
I believe that they're real judges. I
Even
just don't
Anthony
think that they're
Scalia,
conservative.
even Scalia would be voting against Trump right now, by the way, because even Scalia spoke about how the executive branch getting too much power is like the biggest threat to our freedom in America. So even
I
Scalia
think
would
that's
be against this.
entirely speculative.
There's been
of
Scalia clerks, and there's been people that worked with Scalia that have denied Trump orders, that have actually like prosecutors that have left
we should
because of
listen
Trump's
to
orders.
Scalia's clerks about what the entire country voted for.
It doesn't matter what the country votes for; it matters what the law is. So, like, the judicial branch is still a co-equal branch of government, and the country voting for a president by the smallest popular vote margin in history is not a reason to bypass the Constitution completely.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. So
The
when
president's
Trump
not a
wins
king.
doesn't win by popular vote. When Hillary wins the popular vote, it's Hillary won the popular vote. Trump didn't actually get elected. But when Trump wins the popular vote, it's the smallest popular vote margin in history. You can
When
make
Joe
all these claims
Biden,
that you want, but it's still the popular vote.
it's one of the smallest. No. Okay, when Joe Biden won by 7
You're
million
so
popular votes, we were not
delusional
saying
and brainwashed.
when
Oh
Biden
my
won the
God.
popular vote by 7 million, I was not saying he should just like bypass the courts and Congress and bypass the Constitution
But
like
he
you
did.
are.
He signed like 4,000 executive orders on his first day. And when people brought up those executive orders to him, he didn't even know what he signed. He was just signing the sheets of paper that got
Okay,
slapped
stay
on
on
his
task.
desk.
Stay on task. Trump doesn't even know what he's signing when he signs it. He literally is
That's
asking
not
what
true.
this
He
is
reads
before he
all of
signs
them.
it.
He reads all of them on.
Yeah,
He's done it on
sure.
camera. He asked the
Sure.
dude, "Hey, what's this
Yeah,
for?"
I know you
And
like
he
the little
reads it,
plays.
and
I
then he
know
signs
you
it.
love the plays. You love the plays. You love watching the little display they put on for you. Okay, so back to
He doesn't
like
all care. Just because they're being
it doesn't
transparent
matter. So
doesn't
like
mean
for
it's a
example,
play, you
the
dummy.
president
Come
hypothetically
on.
the president can win all 50 states. The president can win the popular vote by 90%, and they would still need
Yeah,
to listen
100%.
to they would still need to listen to these federal judges, right? Like even if they win by that much, it doesn't matter. They should still listen to these
I
federal
think
judges.
that,
That's how the
that
Constitution
each
works.
branch of government is equally powerful, and 2 branches of government right now have a mandate that they're pushing, and 1 branch of government wants to stall it because they don't agree with it. And so the 2
branch
other branches
doesn't.
are pushing it
The
forward.
judges are within their right as federal judges to offer injunctions or to block certain things or to have restraining orders. Like they have, it's within their constitutional duties to do that. That's the point of judges and federal judges.
And again, if the Republican judges had done that 3 years ago, you would have called us all butthurt and told us that we're not
Well,
allowed
actually,
to do
there's a judge in Texas that Republicans tried to reroute all of Biden's cases to, and Biden listened to that judge. He never went over the judge's rulings. So like we do have a case
But
study
the
for
fact
this.
that you're
And
bringing up means you're still butthurt about it, which means that you guys disagreed with that guy, 100%.
yeah, we disagree with him, but that doesn't mean we can bypass the
disagree with this
Constitution.
guy, and I don't think Biden 100% followed his orders. Biden 100% didn't follow
No,
all of
but
his
the
orders.
thing is, I'm saying we disagree, and that's like how the government works, and we followed it. You're saying you disagree, therefore you can bypass the Constitution. You don't
No,
care about the
I'm saying
Constitution
that
and co-equal branches
you
of
brought
government
up the
anymore.
3 co-equal
Or checks
branches
and
of government,
balances.
and 2 of those branches are moving forward with something that 1 branch wants to stall. In Biden's case,
Yeah, and
he
that's a
had
check and balance.
2
That's a check and balance.
What?
Yeah, that's checks and balance. And Biden had Congress and the Senate, and he still had to listen to the judges. Yeah, it's fine. One branch can stall the other 2 branches if something's not constitutional, or like that's the point of checks and balances. So no one branch can get too much power.
And what did Trump do then in response? He enacted what? Emergency powers, was it? That's what it was.
That's still
He
reviewable
enacted
by.
emergency powers, which is
So, like, if you-
which is within his rights as the president to do.
Are you saying
Well,
that Trump
it
can
would have
enact
been.
emergency powers and just execute whoever he wants?
That's not what I'm saying. And you know, if he
So why
did
does it
that, then people
matter?
would be breaking the White House and putting him on a pike. You know
Why?
that. America is going to operate based on what America desires, and it is entirely within the people's rights to vote for people who represent them. And then Trump right now is representing the people who voted for him.
He still
And
needs
what
to
he's
listen to the
doing
courts
is his own executive
constitutionally.
power, which is constitutionally granted to him, and he is using that executive power to make decisions for the country based on the people who voted for him. And you know what would happen if he exceeded that by hanging people and doing stuff? We would lynch him. It's very simple. It's like,
Why would you
think there
support a
wouldn't be
president that's
civil
that?
war
Do you
if he
think it's
started
bad that
doing
he's
something that
do you
was
think it's
too much
bad
of an
that he's
overreach?
so like Trump right now is calling to impeach federal judges he disagrees with, and he's calling to like
So
basically
did Joe
defy the
Biden.
court order.
So did Joe Biden. So did Joe Biden.
Joe
That's
Biden
very
never
basic
called to
thing.
impeach a federal
100% he
judge.
did. He did. He did. He did. He did. He impeached federal judges too. It's a very basic
What do you think
process.
impeach means?
They
What do you
appoint
think the
they
word
appoint
impeach
people
means?
that align with them. Everybody does
What do
this.
you
It's
think
not shocking
impeach
and
means?
surprising.
What do you think
Wake up
impeach
to
means?
America. This is how this
No,
works.
okay. Do you know what impeachment means? Because Biden never impeached a judge. Do you know what impeachment is?
Impeachment is the legal process of removal. It's like what they did to Trump
Yeah,
two times during his
but
first
Biden did not
presidency.
try to. Biden did not try to remove any judges. Trump is literally saying these judges are not valid. He should be able to bypass court rulings. He should have ultimate power with no checks and balances, and he wants to impeach
Well,
any
he
judge
does
that
have
disagrees
ultimate
with him.
power because he's in emergency powers right now.
Okay, you're
Like,
advocating for a dictator then, because he could be in emergency powers
I'm not
whenever he wants.
advocating for a dictator.
Yeah, you
I'm
are. You're saying he has
advocating for
ultimate
the
power.
president to use his constitutional power to do what the Constitution
Okay, so
says.
you
which
believe
his
the
constitutional
Constitution allows for
power
a
is
dictator.
that he can take executive action.
You believe executive action and executive power is not bound by any checks and balances. You believe in a dictator.
I
Yeah,
believe
that's what
that
you
his
believe
checks
in.
and balances are in the Constitution that give him the ability to do so. And again,
So you
if-
think that Trump has?
if
So
in
your
the instance that he
interpretation, you
doesn't
believe that
follow
Trump
what
has
he
limitless
says he does,
power.
America will take up arms and defend itself.
So
Like
you're
it
saying
also
no,
says in the
you're literally
Constitution.
okay. You're literally advocating for a dictator that can be toppled if he does bad. You're advocating for a monarch.
I'm advocating for somebody
advocating
who
for a
follows
monarchy.
the Constitution.
You're advocating
based on
for
the
a
executive
monarchy,
powers
bro.
Allocated to him in the Constitution, which he is
You're literally
currently
advocating for a
enacting.
monarchy, bro.
You're
What the
literally on this
hell?
circular argument that he's not following the Constitution.
You're like,
where did he get the executive power
so your
from?
only check
Where did
and
he get the
balance,
executive power from, dude?
your only check and balance you think is for the executive branch is if the people rise up and topple him. You're advocating for a monarch.
That's
Holy
literally
shit!
in the Constitution.
It's in the
That's literally
Constitution
in
that the president can be a
Constitution for
monarch.
to rise up and topple him if he overexerts his power, which he hasn't. And you know, if you think he has, you and the other 30% of the people in America who think that this is an overreach of his power can take up arms and go to war with him. But you
No,
won't, because
bro,
that's
you
not how
gotta
this
grow up
works.
someday. Holy
Because
crap!
he is currently
No,
following all of the
we should
laws.
have.
He
He's
has
not
the
following the
executive power to
laws.
do
He's
this.
objectively.
This is
So, like,
under
for
his purview.
example, when he kills USAID without congressional approval, that is against the law. Yeah, see, that's against checks and balances. That's you want a dictator. You're an authoritarian. You're a monarch.
It's within his power.
You want a
It's
monarch.
within his power. He's allowed to do it.
That's
He's
not
allowed
within
to
his
do it.
power. No,
It's within his
that's
power.
Congress's power. That's Congress's power. You cannot take away an
And
agency
Congress
without
approved.
Congress writing a law. Congress did not write a law to get rid of USAID.
What happened when he was brought into what is it called? Inaugurated. Sorry, I have a concussion right now. What happened when he was inaugurated?
Yeah.
Who put him in power? How did this happen? Guess what? Congress voted in favor of dissolving USAID. I don't know if I'm sure you wouldn't know about that though because you don't care about it enough. Congress was in support of dissolving USAID. It was billions of dollars to useless overseas programs that did absolutely nothing to benefit America.
Congress has never voted to dissolve USAID. It would need to be an actual.
I misspoke.
It would need to be actual. It would need to be actual legislation that takes away the branch.
That's
It's still
what the Department of Government Efficiency.
so like coming in and destroying. But yeah, that's also the executive branch violating the Constitution because the agencies are made by Congress.
It's executive powers. The president
you're saying-
actually has
yeah,
the
but you're
power to do
saying-
things in the country. Surprise, surprise.
You're saying that the president has no checks and balances though. So you're like
He does
objecting
have checks and
against the
balances.
Constitution. You don't believe in the
checks and balances
Constitution.
is the American people.
Yeah, you want a dictatorship. You're saying that we have a dictator, and if the American people don't like it, they need to topple him.
I want.
Yes,
a
okay, say
president
those
who's gonna
words.
do stuff,
You are
and just because
saying
think
you are
that's
saying you
dictator
want a
doesn't mean it's
dictator.
and you're
You
delusional.
want a dictator. You want a
You're
dictator.
delusional.
And if the American people want
You're
him to get
delusional.
out, there's no checks and
You're
balances.
delusional. You're
You're
delusional.
trying to make me
Son, calm
upset,
down.
but you just sound
You're delusional.
stupid. You're trying to make me
You're
upset.
delusional. Calm down, son.
Okay.
You're delusional.
Okay.
You're delusional, son. It's okay.
Now
Let
you're
me
trying
teach
to
you.
now
Let
you're
me
now
teach
you're
you
mocking what I was
what a
saying to you
president
earlier
does.
because you're
Son,
like reaching
son,
for
listen. I think you
some
need a father figure
perspectives.
in your life, dude. I think you need a father
Okay, now
figure
you're
who can
copying what I
teach
said
you
to you
what
earlier.
the
Now you're
president
copying
does.
me. Okay. I said
What
that to
the
you,
what the
and you were
president
really
does.
offended by
The
it.
president is the head of the
So
executive branch
I
of the
believe
government.
I believe we ran away from kings. We got away from kings when we moved to America. I don't want
Oh yeah,
another
100% we
king.
did. And now we have
Yeah,
a
but you want
president who was elected republicly
republicly. That's
by
interesting.
the republic.
Frame
Yes.
republicly. He was elected
Yes.
republicly, not democratically. Republicly. That's an
No, not
interesting word.
democratically. That's how the country works. We're a democratic republic. He is
He was elected
elected by
republicly.
our representatives. That is by the republic.
He was not elected by representatives. He was elected through
He
the
was
electoral
elected.
college.
That's the electoral college, dude. Are you daft? Like, the electoral college is our
The
representative.
representatives did not vote for president. It can go back to the House. It can if the system does not work. The
Yeah,
House
which it
can
does
vote for
work.
president,
Surprise,
but
surprise! It
the House
worked
did not
great
vote.
this time. We got a president that we voted for.
No, but like the point is that you want a president with zero restraints on power to try and solve these
He
issues you
has
think are
restraints on
emergencies.
power. It's the American people.
Can
We
you not
elected
talk for a
him.
second? Like, if you think the
Son,
American
I think you need a
people,
father figure in your life.
if you think the American people, and the people in chat know this too, if you think the American people are the
people in
only
chat.
check and balance against Trump, if you think we need to have a violent uprising to get Trump out of power, and that's the only check and balance on the
We don't
presidency,
need a violent
you are
uprising.
saying he's a
We
monarchy or a
impeach
dictator.
him.
You're saying that. You're saying he's a monarch or a
What'd you say?
dictator. That's what you're saying.
What'd you say?
You're saying
What'd you
he's
say?
a monarch or a dictator. Yeah.
I never said that.
Or that's what you want. But
you could
okay, so
scroll
you
back
want a
in the live
system.
stream. I
Okay,
never said
answer
we
me
wanted a monarch.
correctly. You want a
Yeah?
system where the president can use really powerful executive power, bypassing Congress and the judicial branch when he needs to. And the only way we can stop him is if we decide he's bad enough, and the American people can rise up and topple him. That's what you're saying.
Let me read you something real quick. I want a system where the president uses the power that is allocated to him by the people, by the Constitution, to make executive orders and decisions for the country that elected him through a very, very dynamic legal process, and therefore make decisions that the people voted for, which we did. And just because you didn't vote for it and are part of the small minority of Americans that didn't vote for it, just because you don't agree with it, doesn't mean that he is a dictator. Guess what? He is enacted by the people to enact what we have asked him to do, and he is doing exactly what we asked him to do. He's doing exactly what we asked him to do.
Yeah, we're cooked. We are cooked. You are advocating for a
We are
dictator.
not
It's really
cooked. We are
sad.
doing
It's
great right
scary.
now.
It's very
We're
scary.
going to do great with economics over the
Yeah.
next couple of years. We're going to have
Yeah, great
great
with
legal
economics, yeah.
immigration over the next couple of years. We're going to bring in people who care about America and who can benefit America instead of leeching off
Yeah,
of
true,
America's
Z guy.
supply.
I agree, Z
This is
guy.
gonna be great.
We are kind of devolving.
We're not devolving. We're gonna be so much better. And just because you don't agree doesn't mean that it's bad. Just because you don't agree doesn't mean it's wrong.
Do you think the founding
It's
fathers,
your
when they
point
made
of view
checks and
versus
balances,
mine.
they wanted the
What do
president
you
to be
think?
able just to like when the founding
The
fathers made
checks
checks
and
and
balances
balances?
are allocated to him in the Constitution. He has been
What, wait,
given
what is
executive power
allocated?
by the
What
Constitution
what
to do
exactly?
things.
So he's given executive power in the Constitution to bypass both Congress and judges whenever he wants.
He's been given. He's currently acting in we're in a, what is it called? I'm sorry. Emergency. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what the phrase is directly so that you don't take me out of context. But he's given emergency powers right now due to the legal precedents which he has taken in order to enact the emergency powers that he's using right now, and that is in our Constitution that he's allowed to enact emergency powers. It's a part of the executive branch. We can't have the entire country making decisions for the entire
Do you think a
country.
president can make laws?
Do I think a president can make laws? No, a president makes executive orders.
So do you think executive orders are laws?
No, they're not laws. They're executive orders.
Do you think executive
what-
orders can contradict laws?
It's what the branches of the government are supposed to do based
Do
on
you think
his
executive orders can
purview.
contradict like Congress's laws though?
I
Can
think
you
that
write an executive order like?
executive orders oftentimes don't perfectly align with laws.
Do you think
Because
the
and to say that Democrats don't make executive orders that align with laws
okay,
either.
stay
but
okay.
it would be
I need to
foolish.
calm down for just the end of this conversation. Okay, so
I'm
like,
calm,
it's the
dude. Stop telling me to calm down. I'm fine. Shut up.
it's the judicial branch's job explicitly to review executive actions. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so if they review an executive action that Trump does and they say, "Hey, this
Yep.
is unconstitutional," does Trump need to listen?
Trump, not in an emergency power, not during emergency powers. It's
Okay,
his
so if
purview
Trump
during an
declares an emergency power, you believe all
It's a
checks and
national
balances
emergency,
are
yep.
void. Okay,
It is a national emergency. Yes, that is how the system works. In a national emergency, the executive member, the president, which is the executive member of the executive branch, makes the decisions ultimately in the end. And that
So like
means
if
that he can press the big red button. That means he can do whatever he wants.
if President
But
Trump
guess,
picked like I don't know if President Trump wanted to assassinate Chuck Schumer's or like put him to the death penalty, and the judges said no, could Trump still do it if we're in a national emergency? And he says that Chuck Schumer supports
by the
Palestine
time that Trump
protesters.
tries to do that, the military will uprise against him, the people will uprise against him, and we will
I'm
reshape
asking
America.
you if you think constitutionally he should be able to do that, or do you think the Constitution allows him to do
his
that?
emergency powers give him power over specific circumstances, and
So do you
and
think
this is one of
do you
those
think
specific circumstances.
in this so you're saying in this specific
I
circumstance
know
it
you're
might
trying to find a
justify?
red herring argument to really tear me down, but you're not going to, dude.
No, you're
Like-
just
like-
you're just claiming that you're claiming the Constitution delegates power that the president can declare national emergency whatever he wants,
to pick
and
random people to go die
saying
overseas?
you're saying that the president can
Do you
have the
think that
executive
the
power.
president's allowed to pick
Can you
random
stop
people
talking
to
for
go
2
die
seconds?
overseas?
Come
think
on,
that
dude.
they're
I
allowed
know
to
I know
die
you have more
overseas?
self-control than this. If you have to mute me,
No,
'cause
I'm
you
gonna do
don't.
red herring arguments too. Do
No,
you think
okay,
the
I'm
president's
just
allowed
trying
to
to
pick
talk to
random
you.
people to go die overseas? How about that? Do you think that's legal? How about the Democratic
Do
presidents
you
who sent
think if
millions of
there's a
Americans to
national
war in the past?
buddy,
Oh,
do you think
with emergency
do
powers?
you think if there's a national emergency that the president can order
Do you think if
that
there's a national emergency that the president can send millions overseas for
do you think
war?
that do you think if there's a national emergency that the president can execute his political opponents
Do you think
legally?
that if there's a national emergency, we can send people overseas for war? We're gonna loop this back and forth because
No,
you're
I
using
wanna-
an argument that doesn't
I
make
asked
any
you
sense, and I'm using an argument that does make sense. And so I'm not gonna entertain your stupid argument.
You just
You're-
agreed with
you
my
need a
argument.
father
You said
figure
under
to tell
certain
you what the-
circumstances, because
what
I'm
the
trying to find where
exec- what the
I'm trying to
power
find
is.
where your limit on executive power is. I'm trying to see if you have
I'm
any
trying to find
limits on
yours.
executive
So
power.
do you think that the president's allowed to ship people overseas in wartime?
Well, in my opinion,
To
they
go
should
die in
not be able
trenches?
to without Congress's approval. But what's your
Without
opinion?
Congress's approval.
Yeah, they ought to.
That's
But what's
approval.
your opinion on the executive overreach? What's your opinion on where like Trump would have to stop, or do you think he has ultimate power
I
during
think
national
that if
emergency
there
times?
was ever legitimate executive overreach, America would take back its government.
Okay,
which
I'm
is what
asking,
we
do you
would do-
think
we
do
would
you
do.
think according to the Constitution that Trump could hypothetically kill Chuck Schumer if he thinks Chuck Schumer's too pro-Palestinian?
I think that is an erroneous red herring argument.
Just answer the
That-
question. You
that
can say
would
yes or
never
no.
happen, dude.
Just say
That
yes
would
or no.
never
It doesn't
happen.
matter.
That is a
Okay.
fantasy in your mind.
We use
Like,
hypothetical
come on,
because
man.
what you said before it happens. What if it did happen? Do you think the Constitution allocates that power?
Do I
in
think the
national
Constitution
emergencies?
allocates the power of the president to send people to die?
No,
I mean,
to
it does.
like
It does
to
for the
like,
draft.
okay, should he be able to take if he says, for example, there's a leader of a protest in America, a leader of BLM, they're a danger to America, we're in national emergency, or let's say there's a person freeing every immigrant and like having an underground railroad into America with immigration, and it's an American citizen, they have a nonprofit to help out immigrants, and he says this person's helping aid the invader. Do you think he can take that person under national emergency power and kill them without execute them
I
without
think
any
any reasonable
legal
American
process?
would answer the question exactly how you want them to.
No, I just want to know what your opinion is on when the executive
My
power
opinion
ends.
is on that. So here's the thing, and I'm going to call it ahead of time. When I say that is an overreach of your thing, you're going to be like, oh, but Trump is sending people overseas to death camps, which he's not.
No, I'm
because
literally
that's
just
losing
asking
it.
if Trump can, because you're saying that there's no limit, essentially. If a court tells Trump not to do something, you said he could just do it. There's no checks and balances on Trump. So
There
like,
is a moral limit to what he can do in his executive
there's a
power.
moral limit, but you think the
There-
Constitution, do you think the
If
Constitution
anyone- if
allows for
anyone
any
used
national
the
power?
Constitution to murder somebody, then yeah, that would be an overreach of his power.
So like,
And
here's in the Constitution.
Not legally, but morally, it would be an overreach of his power.
So even if you're in a national emergency, it gives so in the Constitution there's a lot of authority for national emergencies for sure, but there still is
Right.
the Constitution. The Bill of Rights is still applicable. The courts can still strike down actions that are unconstitutional. It still can, and the power of Congress's purse with like cutting federal agencies even
Yeah,
under
but does
national
the-
emergency,
does the
Trump will
legal
still be
precedent
violating
Trump
the
is-
Constitution.
Does the legal precedent Trump is using violate the Bill of Rights?
So like
It doesn't. It doesn't. By the way, it doesn't because he's allowed to ship people off without violating.
for like detaining the Palestine protesters, for sure it violates First Amendment, probably fifth and
But
sixth too.
they detained the MAGA protesters who went into the Capitol. Oh, why
Yeah, but
they do
that
that?
wasn't. Yeah, because
Why
they
they do that?
because they broke into the Capitol during
Yeah, and the Palestine
proceedings of the
protesters
election.
burned down cars and burned down freaking buildings.
No, they just took someone under First Amendment for their speech. That's why they detained
They
Khalil.
took somebody under the First Amendment for their speech.
Yeah, I
What?
mean, it's basically for what they said. They detained Khalil. They never even accused of a crime.
Because they said they were gonna assassinate President Trump. Was that what they said? Isn't it illegal that people
No one said no. There was no
who
claim
was
of that
it?
even made.
What case are you talking about specifically?
And like for Japanese internment camps, for example, the
All
Supreme
right,
Court
that's not
upheld it.
surprising. You're gonna run away from that one because I
No,
want
but
you
I
to
want
bring
to
up
get back
facts,
to
and
the.
you don't want to.
I'm talking about the executive power. So in the
I want to get
Constitution.
back to it. No, you don't. You're going to use red
I'm
herring
saying that
arguments and offshoot
in the
arguments, and then when
Constitution.
I ask you to bring up facts, you won't because you're just going to use emotional
I'm
appeals to your
I'm
audience
reading
that
the
are gonna support
Constitution
you.
to you. I am reading the Constitution. If you think those are emotional appeals, you got to get out of this, small dog.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
so like in the Constitution,
Me saying who did
national
they arrest
emergency
for violating the First
powers.
Amendment?
Okay, national
so
emergency powers
delusional.
does not
You're
allow the
brainwashed.
Constitution to be overridden. I'm just saying. You said that there's almost no limits on the executive power except for the people toppling the president, but that's not true in the Constitution.
That's the limit.
The courts are still there. The Congress is still there. The co-equal branches are still there. National emergency power does not make an American president dictator because our
doesn't
founding
make
fathers
him a
were
dictator,
very
you're right.
keen to be against kings. So like with the internment camps, the Supreme Court upheld that in 1944. So they upheld that. But if the federal courts strike something down and Trump ignores them, he is violating the Constitution, plain and simple, regardless of what you think the emergency
he's using a
is.
legal precedent. He's using a legal precedent.
There's not a legal precedent for ignoring the court order.
He's literally using a what was it called? I'm sorry. I'm trying. It's late. I'm trying to figure this out. He's using a policy that was put in place, yes, very long ago, but he's using that counts as legal precedent for him to do the things he's doing right now, and he absolutely has the mandate to do those things.
Okay. Well, every time
He
that
has
president's
legal
ever,
precedent.
kid, did you really just wait to talk until I talked again? Like, come on, you're a child.
Sorry,
Okay,
there's
so
a little latency between us. So
shut
sometimes when you start
up, just
talking, I
shut
start
up,
listening.
you smelly
No,
butt.
you're being
Okay, so
unreasonable. There's latency.
every time,
sir.
pretty much every single time that a president has gone against federal courts, it's been for internment camps or it's been for detaining political enemies. Like it's always been for really bad
Well,
things.
you
I'm just
guys are the
saying
ones that
that
internment camp.
I just want to make it clear for everyone watching as well. The Constitution does not allow a president to ignore courts because of emergencies or because they say a court doesn't count because they're too liberal or whatever. Trump is openly violating the Constitution every single day, calling himself a king. That's what he's been doing. Yeah,
so
Nixon ignored the courts.
emergency
Abraham
powers under the
Lincoln, Andrew
Constitution allows him to
Jackson.
suspend habeas corpus, which is the right to challenge one's detention. The Emergencies Act of 1976 allows him to seize property or assets, impose financial sanctions, regulate commerce or trade, restrict imports or exports.
Nothing
of
allows
chemical
him
weapons.
to ignore the federal court ruling. It does not allow him to ignore rulings. You can disagree with
I'm
laws
sorry, I was thinking of
or
the
appellate
policy.
courts, for example, but he cannot just ignore the rulings according to the Constitution. It's still unconstitutional. You can read out other legal rulings, but we're looking for legal rulings in these cases to see if they stand or not. So if a federal judge says, don't do this thing, don't fire these workers because it's illegal firings, or like,
Yeah, but they were already
don't
on the
kill these
plane.
departments or
They were
whatever.
already flying.
I'm talking about the federal workers being fired for these positions illegally, or the investigators generals,
Oh,
or
that's a different argument. You don't want to get into that
I'm
one,
talking
buddy.
about constitutional powers. I'm just saying what Trump is doing is unconstitutional. If you don't understand that or you don't care, you're just too emotional and dumb to understand it. It's okay.
You're
It doesn't
emotional
matter.
and dumb. You're also delusional. You're programmed. You're completely off the
Yes,
rails
I am
about your
programmed. I'm very
Yeah, you're
programmed by reading the
100%.
Constitution to you. I'm sorry you don't like the
You're
Constitution. I'm
reading
sorry
all
that
of your
offends you.
liberal media that tells you that you should
The
be
Constitution
panicking right
is now
about the
liberal media,
president.
guys. The Constitution is liberal media
You're not
confirmed.
reading the Constitution.
The
because if I
Constitution
read
is
you any of
liberal
the
media
acts that I'm reading right
confirmed.
now, what?
The Enemies Act? Do you think that was in the Constitution? You dumbass. What the hell do you think that was in?
I didn't say it was in the Constitution. I said if I'm reading different. I'm reading
Wow.
different things about
Do you know that the
Trump's
Enemies Act means we
executive
have to declare
powers.
war? What do we declare war on? Did Congress declare war on a country? I don't know about.
The national emergency is in response to a wide variety of crises. It's not generally in war. It can be. It could be a different amount of
No, I'm
crises.
talking about the
And right
actual
now, we're
acts,
crisis
the
of
actual
the
Enemies
border.
Act. So like the things under review by the courts that they said to stop, and then he sent innocent people to death camps. You know,
Hold
because
up.
of
I'm
that.
gonna pull up that act so that I can read it and have better. Hold up.
Wow.
The Aliens Enemies Act of 1798.
No, I'm not gonna ask him that. Do you think Joe Biden ignored the Constitution and judges to pass student loan cancellation?
What? You didn't
Do you
pass
think-
student loan cancellation.
Do you think he ignored the courts though?
I don't think so. I think he had precedent to do so. He can
Okay.
make executive orders just like Trump did. But I don't think it didn't ever pass, did it? It didn't ever pass. Yeah, my student loans still exist. So that never passed. That got shut down. Like he tried to, but it didn't pass. It didn't pass
But he didn't
the
just
House of
ignore the
Representatives.
court. He didn't just ignore the court ruling, though, right? He listened to it.
I don't know about that. I don't know enough about that. So yeah, I suppose for your argument, he didn't ignore the court ruling. And I know you're going to your chat so that they can, give you some ideas to ask me some questions. But let's like the Alien Enemies Act has been invoked 3 times during major conflicts. So World War I, World War II, 1812, and it was used. And I'm ceding ground to you, by the way. It was used to intern people, but I'm going to kind of put a little bit of a twist on this. To use the act to intern people doesn't mean that the precedent for the act is to intern people. And he's using this act to deport people, which is reasonable, in my opinion. And not only that, the solution that you're providing, which is that we should throw them through the court system, in which they will not receive 100% perfect trials. It will take years to solve the immigration crisis. And him using this act gets it done in weeks, months, maybe a year or two. We get this done in a year or two, and then we can go back to normal. So for now, you might not agree with it, you might not like it, but that's his power that he has given to him by the people of the United States and the Constitution to enact these emergency powers.
Yes,
And
he
guess what?
has power to ignore courts and Congress. Yes.
He's using the National Enemies Act, which
And also,
it's fine for
like,
him to
he is
use.
not dealing with the problem. He's not dealing with whatever the problem is. You're just
I'm
hyped up off the
pulling
media.
I'm literally
You're
reading the act to you.
thinking there's a national mercy right now on that basis is freaking insane. Oh my god. I hope you get your dictator someday. I hope you cheer when all the liberals are put in camps. It'd be so awesome.
I'm not going to cheer when the liberals are put in camps. I'm going to pick up
No, you're
arms
gonna
and
say
I'm going to go to war for them. I'm going to
Yeah,
go for
sure you
war
are.
with them because I don't want my fellow Americans to be subjected to this kind of internment that you're proposing, to be subjected to years of internment.
Yeah, dude. Just ignore everything I ever said in this conversation. That's perfect.
To be enacted by the state House of Representatives of America Congress assembled that whenever there should be declared war between the United States and every foreign nation or
So
any
has Trump like
invasion or
proposed any
predatory
solution for the
incursion shall be
immigration system?
perpetuated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the
Thank you
United
$3,
States.
Ross.
So right there is the precedent, all the precedent he needs. Any invasion or predatory incursion, the United States by any foreign nation
That's
or
a
government.
foreign nation. It's a foreign nation or government. It's not if you think you're being invaded by
President of the
immigration
United
that you could
States
just
shall make
like
public
crack down on the country and use the
proclamation of
military.
all native citizens,
You just said the part that matters. If there's a war, it's not just
who shall be within the United States, not actually naturalized, but shall be liable to be
So do you
apprehended,
think we've had a
restrained,
crisis
secured,
in America for the
detained.
past like 40 years with immigration or 50 years? Because our crime rate's going down a lot. It's been going down for like 40 years. So like what?
I
Like,
think that the crisis isn't the fact that we have crime. I think the crisis is that the crime is them crossing the border illegally, and that's all.
So-
That's all the emergency we need.
illegal border crossings is enough to take away constitutional rights.
They don't have constitutional rights. They're not American citizens.
You don't think non-American citizens have constitutional rights? You are cooked, bro.
I think they are allocated.
I gotta get you
some
on a
constitutional
call.
rights. They don't.
Can I want to get you on a call with someone. I have a friend who makes content who's a lawyer. Okay.
So,
Would you talk to
is this
them?
one of those other YouTubers that what? Well, I mean, dude, I have work tomorrow morning.
No, not
so
tonight. Not
hear me out,
tonight.
hear
Just
me out.
in general. Can I get your info? Do you have a
You know
Discord?
what? Absolutely, I'd be willing to. Again, I'm not normally.
Because he can go through more of the legal stuff with you. He'd go through more of the legal stuff with you because he'll know the laws
would
better.
this be for more content for you guys, or would this be just that he can teach me what I'm saying wrong?
Well, I mean, we'd be streaming, but it'd be more so because he can cite like the legal doctrine like directly, like with the law
So
says, and he's
essentially,
a
you want
lawyer.
me to
So
debate a lawyer because you bringing up straw man and emotional arguments.
no, he'll
isn't
bring up the
working
same.
against me.
I mean, I'm citing constitutional law, but he'll be able to
You're
cite it more
hardly-
directly.
Oh my gosh, he's using the Constitution to bring up these things. He's allowed to go into a state of emergency.
Hey, would it be like
He's allowed to do this.
No, you can't just bypass the judicial branch in any of this, or they're co-equal branches.
He's literally allowed to bring up the state of emergency.
Yeah.
For the
National emergency
exact reason.
powers does not mean that you can make the other two branches useless. That's
No,
that's
but
not what national emergencies mean.
But the the 17 and then acted in 1798.
Actually, the
Guys,
founding fathers, like, just really quick, I'm getting off. But
Sure.
the founding fathers made it a point to make our system more slow moving and have due process. And even the England system of courts had due process.
For American,
It's
yeah,
a
for
point to be
American
slow.
citizens.
It's a point to be slow moving because they knew that quick moving systems were more prone to authoritarianism.
Of
So like
course,
what you're
yeah.
advocating for would lead to that. But I just want to say, if you have Discord, just send me a text or something with your username. I'll set you up. We'll talk about a time to have you talk to them. Okay, and we'll talk through the actual law of it. And I'm
Sure,
getting
but
tired.
here's
But
the thing that's gonna happen. And I'm fine with sending you my username. But here's what's gonna happen is I'm gonna be going up against a lawyer who knows all the loopholes and legal terminology, and I'm gonna be completely out of my league, dude.
well, no, that's
So this
okay
is
though. You should want to learn more. You should want to learn more. He goes through this
I
conversation. There's
want to learn
like,
more, but I don't want to learn from somebody who disagrees with me.
oh my
Okay, now
god, you have to grow
let me
up,
clarify.
dude.
Let me clarify. Let me
Okay,
clarify
send me
before
your
you blow up.
send me your message.
You little
Send me your
Democrat
message.
little
Send
guy.
me your messages. Send me your message. Send me your Discord name. I'm tired. Thank you guys for watching. Please drop a like and subscribe. Thank you for the donations. I got 2 donations. I know someone said come on a 3-way call. I don't have a three-way call possibility. I am exhausted. I did not want to talk that long. Freaking 2-hour phone call is insane. I want to get him set up with Pisco. If you guys know Pisco. Why would I want to learn from someone who disagrees with me, dude? Like how? I only want to learn from people who agree with me. That's how I'm gonna learn. Only if you agree with me. How? Why would I learn from someone who doesn't disagree with me? It seems like this conversation is unproductive. Yeah, I know it's unproductive. I know. You think I think it's productive? Anyways, like when someone says that a president can use emergency powers to do anything, that is what the unitary executive theory argues. But that's what a dictatorship sounds like. When you say that if the president does something that bad, then the society will rise up and topple him, that's a dictatorship. That's what that means. And that's what the Project 2026, or 2025, that's what all these different legal theories entail, is getting power for the executive branch. And yeah, the Proud Boy Handbook. Mandate equal mob rule. Yeah, it's literally asking for a monarch, and if the monarch messes up too bad, the society will topple them. But I don't think they understand what they're actually advocating for. They're advocating for an authoritarian society. It's just how it is. I only want to, whatever. Thank you, Sri, for $3. Thank you, Sri, for $5. Thank you, Barry, for three Canada dollars. Canada dollars. Thank you, Connor, for $2. I want to learn how right I am. Thank you for the donation. I'm surprised Trump supporters can tie their own shoes. Thank you, Judith, for $5. Thank you, World Raves for $1. Thank you, Judith, for another $2. Too emotional, crying, get them out. Well, I had to. I don't know, bro. It's a time. Thank you for watching. Please drop a like and subscribe if you have been watching. Thank you, CM initials as well on Cash App for the donation. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the Cash App donation. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you for all the donations. If you want to donate to the show, Jolah Politics on Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Jolah Politics, JOLAH Politics. You can see it on the screen. Jolah Politics. You could also donate through the Coffee link to use credit cards, or if you want to donate through that. The Coffee link is secure. That's a really good place to donate as well. Channel memberships are $3 a month. So if you want to support independent media long term, I made it $3, so it's cheap enough for people who don't make that much money but still have a couple extra dollars, and it's also expensive enough to add up to help me support my channel. I think we're at like 110 channel members right now, so thank you so much for all the support. So $3 for channel memberships. You get a green name in chat. I will add emotes someday. Try to call the number. I'm dying. Thank you. I have to go to bed. I gotta go to bed. I wanted to get off at 1 o'clock tonight. Thank you guys. W stream, thanks. A perpetual rulership. Yeah. Your lost son. I don't know why I said that, by the way. I feel like I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I insulted the guy. I insulted the kid's father. I don't know why I insulted the kid's father. I don't know why. I don't know why I insulted his father. Why'd I do that? I don't know why I did that. Didn't send any money. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, I know. I know. I don't need money. I'm just saying if you have extra money, you donate it if you want. You don't need to though. I would actually say don't because I'm not worth it. Too late to apologize. Too late. It's too late to apologize. Yeah. Was that good, dude? Was that good? You recommend not giving my credit card info? The credit card through coffee is through their, it's actually through PayPal. It's a PayPal processing, so it's not me. You're not giving your credit card to me, dumbass. Yeah, I have the phone line shut off because I'm going to bed. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. One Republic. Don't bring up Whit Lowry anymore, dude. I feel like it's hard to argue against those super emotional arguments of like we're in emergency right now. I feel like just like go outside and walk around and look around you. Like, do you think we're in an emergency? Are we at wartime right now? Do we have to send innocent people to death camps? Like I just don't. Just from a perspective of crime in America, you know. The situation with crime in America was much worse 50 years ago. You would have just been able to justify being in wartime at like literally all of American history. This is the least wartime we've ever had in human history. I mean, it's coming back because of, you know. Nice. Nice. Oh, we're at 23,777 subscribers. 23,777 subscribers. Thank you guys for all the support. So many subscribers. Should I send Pisco? Shut up. You're a drama king. Good luck. You know, calling me a drama king is exactly what a drama king would do. I'm not gonna lie. Why did someone request $1,000 on Cash App and say great stuff? Screw you. I'm blocking you on Cash App if you don't donate to me now, Chris. CM. You suck. Screw you, buddy. You're a D-bag. Good luck. Thank you, Free Dom. I hope you're enjoying Dom play. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Ukraine is getting aggressively bombed right now. Probably the most of the entire war after Trump said there was a ceasefire agreement that never happened. That's awesome. Thank you, Trump. It's really cool.
New donation from the deep state. $10 shout out Whit Lowry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for $10. Why do you call me Whit Lowry? Okay, you're getting banned, Chris. You're done. You're done, bro. You're freaking done, bro. Wait, twice? Wait a second. Oh, it just came up twice. You're getting banned from Cash App. You're getting banned right now, bro. Here you go. Thanks. You're lucky I don't make actual money, because I would have sent you money by accident. Here you go. Can I shut that off? Thank you. Thank you, Sri. Thank you. Thank you, Deep State. I You guys see the Harry Sisson drama? Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women he has no roster and respected them for more than their bodies while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one from a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce them into coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. A request to the reader, set political differences to the side. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers. How old is Harry Sisson? Did he do anything illegal or like, I mean, 23? How old was he when he did it? Dean's only 20. So Dean's 20, Sisson's 23. Is interesting. I mean, that's pretty typical college behavior. It's not good, but it's pretty typical college behavior regardless. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's a little... Damn, you are attractive. He says, she says, psh, stop. Then she says, don't. So like, don't stop. And then he says, I'd interact with you in a sexual manner with no protection after wine tasting, but that's just me! Exclamation point. That's insane, dude. The liberal Riz is crazy. It's crazy. But either way, she says, I don't know. He calls her attractive. She says, stop. Actually, don't stop, with a winky face. And then he says he wants to intercourse with her. Set political differences to the side. Unacceptable behavior. Unacceptable behavior is interesting. Unacceptable. What is unacceptable behavior? It's not good. Like, don't do that. Don't do that at all.